Troilus and Criseyde ***** Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. Contents: Book I, Incipit Liber Primus, Book 2. Incipit Prohomnium Secundi Libri. Book 3. Incipit Prohomnium Tertii Libri. Book 4. Incipit Prohomnium Liber Quartus. Book V. Incipit Liber Quintus. Book I. Incipit Liber Primus. The double sorrow of Troilus to Telon, one that was the King Priamus, son of Troy, in Lovinge, how his adventures fell in fro woe to well, and after out of ye, my purpose is, that I party fro ye. 5. Thesaphone, thou help me for tendite thys woeful vers, that weapon as I writ. To thee clep I, thou goddess of torment, thou cruel fury, sawing ever in pain, help me, that am the sorrowful instrument ten that helpeth lovers, as I can, to plin. For well sitteth, the soth for to sain, a woeful wight to han a dreary fear, and, to a sorrowful tale, a sorry chere. For I, that God of love servants serve, 15 Nedar to love, for myn unlikeliness, praying for speed, I'll should die the forstove, so fur am I fro his help in darkness, but Nathelese, if this may doon gladness to any lover, and his cause avail, 20 have he my thank, and myn be this travail. But ye lovers, that be then in gladness, if any drop of piety in yow be, remembereth yow on past heaviness that ye han felt, and on the adversity 25 of other folk, and thinketh how that ye han felt that love dorst yow displease, or ye han won hym with to greet a niece. And prayeth for him that ben in the cas of Troilus, as ye may after hear, 30 that love him bringe in heaven to solace, and eke for me prayeth to God so dear, that I have might to shew, in som mania, switch pain and woe as love's folk endure, in Troilus unsly adventure. 35 And biddeth eke for him that been despt in love, that never nil recovered be, and eke for him that falsely been aped through wicked tongues, be it he or she, thus biddeth God, for his benignity, 40 So graunt him soon out of this world to pace, that been despt out of love's grace. And biddeth eke for him that been at ease, that God him graunt a good perseverance, and send him might her ladies so to please, 45 That it to love be worship and pleasance. For so hope I my soul best avaunce, to pray for him that love's servants be, and rid her woe, and live in charity. And for to have of him compassion 50 as though I were her own brother dear. Now hearkeneth with a godung tansioin, for now wall I gan straight to my materia, in which ye may the double sorways hear of Troilus, in loving of Criseyde, 55 And how that she forsook him she did. It is well wist, how that the Greeks strong in arms with 1,000 ships went to Troywards, and the city long assuredden nay 10 year they stent, 60 And, in diverse wis and unung tongt, the ravishing to reckon of Ellen, by Paris Doon, they written her pain. Now feel it so, that in the town there was dwelling a lord of great auctority, 65 A great divine that clept was Calchas, that in science so expert was, that he knew well that Troy should destroyed be, by answer of his god, that hight thus, Dawn Phoebus or Apollo Delphicus. 70 So when this calcas knew by calculinge, and eke by answerir of this Apollo, that Greeks shoulden switch a pepple bringe, through which that Troy most been fordo, he cast anew out of the town to go. 75 For well wist he, by sort, that Troy should destroyed ben, ye, wold whosonold. For which, for to departen softly took purposeful this folk no inch wis, and to the Greeks ostful privily 80 he still anoon, and they, in courteous wis, hym didden both worship and service, in trust that he hath conning hem to read in every peril which that is to dread. The noise uprose, when it was first asped, 85 through the town, and generally was spoken, that Calchas traitor fled was, and alight with hem of Greece, and casten to ben roken on him that falsely had his faith so broken, and Sidon, he and all his kin at once 90 ben worthy for to brennin, fell and bones. Now had Calchas left, in this mischance, al unwist of this false and wicked deed, his daughter, which that was in great penance, for of her lyf she was full sore in dread, 95 As she that nist what was best to read, for both a widow was she, and a yon of any friend to whom she durst her man. Criseyde was this lady name a right, as to my dome, in Troy's city 100 nars noon so fair, for passing every white so angelic was her native beauty, that like a thing immortal seemed she, as doth an heavenish perfect creature, that down were sent in scorning of nature. 105 This lady, which that all day heard at her father's shame, his falseness and to sound, well nigh out of her wit for sore well and fear, in widew's habit large of summit brown, on knees she fell before an Hector a down, 110 With piteous voice, and tenderly weepinge, his mercy bad, herself an excusing. Now was this Hector piteous of nature, and saw that she was sorefully begoon, and that she was so fair a creature, 115 Of his goodness he glad her anoon, and said, Let your fathers to sangoon forth with mischance, and ye yourself, in how ye, dwelleth with us, whylu good list, in Troy. And health honour that men may do now have, 120 As for forth as your fader dwelled here, ye shall han, and your body shall men save, as far as I may aught enquire or hear. And she him thanked with full humble chere, and afterward, and it had been his will, 125 And took her leave, and whom, and held her still. And in her whose she abode with switch many as to her own and it was to hold, and while she was dwelling in that city, kept her estate, and both of young and oldie 130 full well beloved, and well men of her told. But whether that she children had or noon, I read it naught, the for I late it goon. The things fell in, as they doon of were, betwixt an hem of Troy and Greeks oft, 135 For som day boughten they of Troy it dare, and eft the Greeks founden no thing soft the folk of Troy, and thus fortune on loft, and under eft, gan hem to wheelen both after her cause, while they were wroth. 140 But how this town come to destruction any falleth naught to purpose me to tell, for it were a long digression fro my materia, and yow to long dwell. But the Trojan gestes, as they fell, 145 in Omer, or in des, or in dite, whoso that can, may read hem as they writ. But though that Greeks hem of Troilus and her cite by Criseyde a boot, her olde usage wold they not letten, 150 as for to honour her gods full devout, but aldermost in honour, out of doubt, they had a relic hight Palladian, that was her trist above and ever ichon. And so biful, when common was the time 155 of April, when clothed is the mead with new green, of lustive the prime, and swat smellen flowers white and reed, in sundry wisses showed, as I read, the folk of Troy her observances oldie, 160 Palladians fest for to hold. And to the temple, in her bist wis, in general, there went many a wight, to hearkening of Palladian service, and namely, so many a lusty knight, 165 so many a lady fresh and maiden bright, full well arrayed, both most and lest, both for the season and the fest. Among these other folk was Criseyde, in Wido's habit black, but Nathalis, 170 right as our first letter is now an A, in beauty first so stood she, Macles, her godly looking gladed al the priest. Nas never sane thing to ben praised dare, nor under cloud black so bright a star 175 as was Criseyde, as folk sid ever a tune that her behelden in her blake weed, and yet she stood full low and still alone, behinden other folk, in light breed, and nae the door, under shame's dread, 180 simple of atyr, and debonair of chere, with full assured loking and mania. This Troilus, as he was wont to gid his young knights, lad hem up and down in thilk large temple on every side, 185 beholding the ladies of the town, now here, now there, for no devotion had he to noon, to reven him his rest, but gan to praise and lacken whom him lest. And in his walk full fast he gan to waiten 190 if night or skyer of his company gan for to syke, or let his eye baten on any woman that he could espy, he wold smile, and holden it folly, and see him thus, God wot, she sleepeth soft 195 for love of thee, when thou tornest full oft. I have heard told, Pargio, of your livinge, ye lovers, and your lewd observances, and which a labour folk can in winninge of love, and, in the keeping, which thou taunces, 200 and when your prey is lost, woe and penances, ovary foals. Nice and blindy be ye, therenis not un can war by other be. And with that word he gan cast up the brow, askaunces, lo. Is this naught wysly spoken? 205 at which the god of love gan loken row right for despite, and shoop for to ben roken, he kiddy noon his bow nas not broken, for so dainly he hit him at the full, and yet as proud a peacock can he pull. 210 O blindy world, O blindy tansioin. How oft falleth elth effect contraire of cirquidry and foul presumption, for court is proud, and court is debonair. This Troilus is clommen on the stair, 215 and light winneth that he moot descenden. But all day falleth thing that falls any winden. As proud Bayard ginneth for to skip out of the way, so priketh him his corn, till he a lash have of the long whip. 220 Then thinketh he, though I prounce before and first in the trays, full fat and new shorn, yet am I but an horse, and horse's law I moot endure, and with my furs draw. So furred it by this furs and proud knight. 225 Though he a worthy king's son were, and when he nothing had he had switch might I ends his will that should his hurt steer, yet with a look his hurt wex a fear, that he, that now was most in pride above, 230 wex so dainly most subget un to love. For thy ensample taketh of this man, ye wis, proud, and worthy folks to scorn in love, which that so soon can the freedom of your hurts to him thrall. 235 For ever it was, and ever it shall by fall, that love is he that all thing may bind thee, for may no man fordo the law of kindly. That this be sooth, hath proved and doth yet, for this trow I ye knowen, al or some, 240 Men ridden not that folk han greater wit than they that han be most with love wynome, and strangest folk ben the with overcome, the worthiest and greatest of degree, this was, and is, and yet men shall it see. 245 And truly it sit well to be so, for all thou wisest han that are with ben pleased, and they that han ben aldermost in woe, with love han ben comforted most and est, and oft it hath the cruel hurt apest. 250 And worthy folk marred worthier of name, and causeth most to dridden vice and shame. Now sith it may not goodly be withstond, and is a thing so virtuous in kindly, refuseth not to love for to be bond. 255 Sin, as himselven list, he may yow bindy. The yed is bet that bowen wall and windy than that breast, and the fore I yow read to full when him that so well can yow led. But for to tellen forth in special 260 as of this king's son of which I told, and let another thing collateral, of him think I my tale for to hold, both of his ye, and of his cares cold, and all his work, as touching this matter. 265 For I it gan, I wall there to refer. Within the temple he went him forth pleinge, this Troilus, of every wight about, on this lady and now on that low kinge, whereso she were of town, or of without, 270 And up or on Caspifel, that through a root his eye pierced, and so dip it went, till on Criseyde it smoot, and there it stent. And so dainly he waxed there with astand, and gan higher bet behold in thrifty wis, 275 O mercy, God, thou'rt he, where hast o wand, that art so fair and goodly to devise. There with his hurt gan to spread and ris, and soft sighed, lest men might him hear, and caught in his first pleinge chere. 280 She gnaws not with the lest of her stature, but her limes so well answerange were unto womanhood, that creature was noy lass a manish in semming. And eke the pure wis of here meninge 285 Shued well, that men might in her jes honor, estat, and womanly noblesse. To Troilus right wonder well with Algan for to like her meninge and her chere, which Somdaldanus was, for she leet falle 290 her look a light a side, in switch mania, our scornces, what? May I not stonden here? And after that her loking gan she light, that never thou'd him seen so good a sight. And of her look in him there gan to quicken 295 so great desire, and switch affection, that in his hurt bottom gan to stiken of her his fikes and dip impression, and though he erst had poured up and down, he was though glad his horns into shrink. 300 unnevs wist he how to look or wink. Lo, he that leet himselven so conninge, and scorned him that love's pains drying, was full unwa that love had his dwelling within the subtile streams of her yen. 305 that so dainly him thought he felt dying, right with her look, the spirit in his hurt, blissed be love, that thus can folk convert. She, this in black, like inch to Troilus, over Lthyng, he stood for to behold. 310 any his desire, anywhere afore he stood thus, he neither chere made, any word told, but from afar, his main afore to hold, on other thing his look som time he cast, and eft on her, whyl that service last. 315 and after this, not foolish or apt, out of the temple Elisa like he went, repenting him that he had ever wyoped of love's folk, lest fully the descent of scorn fill on himself, but, what he meant, 320 lest it were wist on any main acid, his woe he gan dissimulan and hide. When he was fro the temple thus departed, he straight anon to his pales turneth, right with her look thirgshaten and thirg darted. 325 feigneth he in lust that he soilneth, and his chere and spesh also he borneth, and of love's servants every while, himself to rue, at him he gan to smile. And said, Lord, so ye live in lest, 330 ye lovers. For the conningest of you, that serveth most ongtantiflick and best, him titters often harm the of as prow, your hire is quit ein, ye, God wot how. Naught well for well, but scorn for good service. 335 in faith, your order is ruled in good wis. In noun certain ben your observances, but it assaily few points be, any no thing asketh so great attendances as doth your lay, and that now ye, 340 but that is not the worst, as mote I thee, but, told I yow the worst point. I live, sid I sooth, ye wolden at me grave. But tak this, that ye lovers oft shawe, or else doon of good ongtansioin. 345 full oft thy lady wallet misconstrue, and dim it harm in her opinion, and yet if she, for other encha sound, be ruth, then shalt thou han a groin anon, Lord. Well is him that may be of yaoon. 350 but for all this, when that he say his time, he held his peace, none other but him gained, for love began his feathers so to lime, that well unnev to his folk he feigned that other besineds him distrained. 355 for woe was him, that what to doon he nist, but bade his folk to goon where that hem list. And when that he in Shomba was a yon, he down up on his bed's feet him set, and first began to sigh, and eft to groan. 360 and thou on her so, without en let, that, as he sat and woke, his spirit meet that he her saw a temple, and the wis right of her loke, and gan it new avis. Thus gan he make a mirror of his mindy. 365 in which he saw fell wholly her figure, and that he well could in his hurt findy. It was to him a right good adventure to love switch oon, and if he died his cure to serven her, yet might he falle in grace. 370 or else, for oon of her servants pace. Imagining that travail nor gram any might, for so goodly oon, be lorn as she, any him for his desire any shame, al were it wist, but in prize and upborn. 375 of al lovers well more than beforen. Thus argument he in his ginninge, full unavist of his woe cominge. Thus took he purpose love's craft to sue, and thou he wold worken privily. 381. To hiden his desire in me from every white born, aloutily, but he might ought recovered be the bee, remembering him, that love to wide blow yelled bitter fruit, though sweat seed be so. 385 and over all this, yet much more he thought what for to speak, and what to holden in, and what to arten her to love he sought, and on a song anoon right to begin, and gan loud on his sore wherefore to win. 394 with good hope he gan fully assent Criseyde for to love, and naught repent. And of his song naught only the sentence, as writ myn author called Lollius, but plainly, save our tongue's difference. 395 idar well saying, in all that Troilus said in his song, lo. Every word right thus as I shall say'n, and whoso list it here, lo. Next this verse, he may it finden here. Cantus Troilus. If no love is, O God, what feel I so? 400 And if love is, what thing and which is he? If love be good, from whence cometh my woe? If it be wicked, a wonder thinketh me, when every torment and adversity that cometh of him, may to me savoury think. 405 For a thirst I, the more that I it drink. And if that at myno and lust I bren, fro whence cometh my wailing and my plaint. If harm agree me, where to plin I then? I note, any why unweary that I faint. 410 O quike death, O sweat harm so caint. How may of thee in me switch quantity, but if that I consent that it be? And if that I consent, I wrongfully complain, why wis, thus post to and fro. 415 L still ease within a boot my amid the sea, by twixen winds too, that in contrary stonden evermo. Alas! What is this wonder, my lady? For het of cold, for cold of het, id. 420 And to the God of love thus said he with piteous voice, O Lord, now yours is my spirit, which that ought yours be. Yow thank I, Lord, that han me brought to this, but whether goddess or woman, why wis, 425 she be, I note, which that ye do me serve, but as her man I will a live and stive. Ye stonden in higher ing mightily, as in a place you enter your virtue dign, wherefore, Lord, if my service or I 430 may like yow, so beth to me benign, for myns dat royal here I resign into her hond, and with full humble chere become her man, as to my lady dear. In him any Dane sparren blood royal 435 The fyr of love, wherefore God me bless, any him forbar in no degree, for all his virtue or his excellent prowess, but held him as his thrall low in distress, and brandy him so in sundry wisanu, 440 that 60 time a day he lost his hue. So much, day by day, his own thought, for lust to her, gan quicken and increase, that every other charge he set at naught, for thy aloft, his hurt fyr to sis, 445 to seen her goodly look he gan to prease, for thereby to benest well he wendy, and athener he was, the more he brandy. For athener the fyr, the hotter is, this, trow I, knoweth all this company. 450 but were he far or near, idarc this, by night or day, for wisdom or folly, his hurt, which that is his breast sue, was on her, that fairer was to say nay than ever were Ellen or Polixen. 455 eke of the day there passed naught an hour that to himself 1,000 time he said, goodly, to whom serve I and labour, as I best can, now wold God, Criseyde, ye wolden on me re-were that I did. 460 my dear hurt, Allahs. Myn hela and hue and lyf is lost, but ye will on me re-were. Allah their dreeds weren from him fleddy, both of the us and his salvation. Any in him discernun other founds bready 465 but arguments to his conclusion, that she on him wold han compassion, and he to be her man, whyl he made ure, lo, here his lyf, and from the death his cure. The sharp showers fell of arms prove. 470 that Hector or his other brethren dieden, any made him only the afore ones miv, and yet was he, where so men went or riden, found eun the best, and lengest time abiden the apparel was, and died eke such travail 475 in arms, that to think it was mavail. But for non-hate he to the Greeks had any also for the rescues of the town, any made him thus in arms for to mad, but only, lo, for this conclusion, 480 to liken her the bet for his renown, fro day to day in arms so he speed, that the Greeks as the death him dready. And fro this forth though reft him love his sleep, and made his meat his food, and eke his sore where 485 gan multiply, that, whoso took keep, it showed in his hue, both eve and more wet, the for a title he gan him for to bore well of other sinus, lest of him men wendy that the hurt fyr of love him brandy, 490 and sid, he had a fever and furdamis, but how it was, certain, can I not see, if that his lady understood not this, or feigned her she nist, un of the tway, but well I read that, by no manner way, 495 any seemed it as that she of him wrought, nor of his pain, or whatsoever he thought. But then fell to this Troilus such woe, that he was well nigh wood, for his dread was this, that she som white had loved so, 500, that never of him she wold have taken heard, for which him thought he felt his hurt blede. Any of his woe any durst he not begin to tellen it, for all this world to win. But when he had a space fro his care, 505 thus to himself aloft he gan to plin, he said, O fool, now art thou in the snare, that whilom me appeedest at love's pain, now art thou hent, now nor thyno and Cheney, thou were a wont esh love irreprehendi 510 of thing fro which thou canst thee not defendi. What will now every lover sayne of thee, if this be wist, but ever in thyn absence laughen in scorn, and sayne, lo, there goeth he, that is the man of so great sapience, 515 that held us lovers lowest in reverence. Now, thanked be God, he may goon in the daunts of hem that love list feebly for to avance, but, O thou woeful Troilus, God wold, sin thou most love and third thy destiny, 520 that thou beset were on switch un that should now al thy woe, al lacked her piety, but al so cold in love, towards thee, thy lady is, as frost in winter man, and thou fordoon, as snow in fyr is sown. 525 God wold I were arrived in the port of death, to which my sore way will me led. O, Lord, to me it were a great comfort, then were I quit of languishing in dread. For by myn hid sore way why blow on breed 530 I shall by Eopt been 1,000 time more than that fool of whose folly men rhyme. But now help God, and ye, sweat, for whom I plin, why caught ye, never white so fast. O mercy, dear hurt, and help me from 535 the death, for I, whyl that my lyf may last, more than myself will love yow to my last. And with som friendly look gladeth me, sweat, though never more thing ye me by het. This words and full many another to 540 he spake, and called ever in his complaint her name, for to tellen her his woe, till nay that he insult Terry's draint. Al was for naught, she heard naught his plaint, and when that he bethought on that folly, 545 1,000-fold his woe gan multiply. By wailing in his chamber thus ayone, a friend of his, that called was Pandor, come once in unwa, and heard him groan, and say his friend in switch distress and care, Alas, quod he, who causeth all this fare. 551 O mercy, God! What unap may this man han now thus sown Greeks marjouline? Or hast o som remorse of conscience, and art now fallet in som devotion, 555 and wailest for thy sin and thyn offence, and dost for third court attrition. God save him that besieged han our town, and so canly our iolit on press, and bring our lusty folk to holiness. 560 These words said he for the nuns all, that with switch thing he might him angry maken, and with an angered on his sore wefale, as for the time, and his courage awaken, but well he wist, as fur as tongues spaken. 565 There is a man of greater hardiness than he, any more desired worthiness. What cas quod Troilus, or what adventureth did thee to see my languis hinge, that am refus of you a creature? 570 But for the love of God, at my prayinge, go hen away, for certes, my dayinge wal thee dissis, and I monedsti, therefore go we, there is no more to see. But if thou when I be thus seek for dread, 575 it is not so, and therefore scorn naught, There is another thing I take of heard well more than aught the Greeks han why wrought, which causes of my death, foresaw well and thought. But though that I now tell thee it any lest, 580 be thou naught ruth, I hide it for the best. This Pandora, that name old for woe and wrath, full often said, alas, what may this be? Now friend quod he, if ever love or troth hath been, or is, by twixen thee and me, 585 ne do thou never switch a cruelty to hide fro thy friend so great a care, wast o naught well that it am my, Pandora. I will pardon with thee all thy pain, if it be so I do thee no comfort. 590 as it is friend's right, sooth for to sain, to on to pardon woe, as glad desport. I have, and shall, for true or false report, in wrong and right why loved thee all my life, hyd not thy woe fro me, but tell it blithe. 595 Then gan this sorrowful Troilus to Psyche, and said him thus, God leave it be my best to tell it thee, for sith it may thee like, yet will I tell it, though myn hurt breast, and well what I thou mayst do me no rest. 600 But lest thou dim I trust not to thee, now hearken, friend, for thus it stand with me. Love, yines the which whoso defendeth himselven most, him older lest availeth, with desesper so sorrowfully me offendeth. 605 That straight to the death myn hurt saileth. There to desire so brenningly me assaileth, that to ben slain it were a greater ye to me than King of Greece been and Troy. Sufficeth this, my full friend Pandora, 610 that I have said, for now wast o my woe, and for the love of God, my cold care so hyd it well, I tell it never to mo, for harms might full win, mo than two, if it were wist, but be thou in gladness. 615 And let me stive, unknow, of my distress how hast o thus unkindly and long hid this fro me, thou fool, quod Pandorus, paronta thou might after switch un long, that myn noon may helpen us. 620 This were a wonder thing quod Troilus, thou couldst never in love thyselven wis, how divil mayst o bringen me to bliss, ye, Troilus, now herc quod Pandora, though I be nice, it happeth oft so. 625 That un that exes doth full evil fare, by good counsel can keep his friend therefro. I have myself eke seen a blind man go there as he fell that could look wide, a fool may eke a wis man oft jid. 630 A whetstone is no carving instrument, and yet it maketh sharp carving tollis. And there thou woost that I have aught miswent, eschew thou that, for switch thing to thee skill is, thus oft wis men ben war by folis. 635 If thou do so, thy wit is well bywed, by his contrary is everything declared. For how might ever sweetness have been now to him that never tasted bitterness? Any no man may be inly glad, I trow. 640 That never was in sore or som distress, eke whyt by black, by shame eke worthiness, except by other, more for other semeth, as men may see, and so the wisit demeth. Sith thus of two contraries is a law. 645 I, that have in love so oft assayed grievances, outcon, and well the more counsel in thee of that thou art armoured. Eke thee any ought not benevil apaid, though I desire with thee for to berea 650 thyn heavy charge, it shall the lasser dear. I woot well that it fareth thus by me as to thy brother Parison Herdes, which that Wyclept was enan, row in a complaint of her heaviness. 655 Ye say the letter that she wrote, why Jess, nay, never yet, why wis quod Troilus. Now quod Pandora, her kneth, it was thus. Phoebus, that first fond art of medicine quod she, and could in every wight's care 660 remed and read, by her bees he knew fine, yet to himself his conning was full bare, for love had he him so bounden in a snare, al for the doubter of the kindred meet, that al his craft any could his sword beat. 665 Right so fair I, unhappily for me, I love un best, and that me smirteth sore, and yet, Paronta, can I read thee, and not myself, reprove me no more. I have no cause, I woot well, for to soar 670 as doth an hawk that listeth for to play, but to thyn help yet so what can I see. And of o thing right sick mayst o be, that certain, for to dn in the pain, that I shall never mo discover thee. 675 Ne, by my troth, I kept not restrain thee fro thy love, think that it were Ellen, that is thy brother's wife, if I ch it wist, be what she be, and love her as thee list. The four, as friend fullick in me assure, 680 and tell me plat what is thyn encha sound, and final cause of woe that ye endure, for doubteth no thing, myn ong tansioin nis naught to yow of reprehensioin, to speak as now, for no wight may buy of 685 a man to love, till that him list to live. And witeth well, that both two ben vices, mistrusten al, or else al lev, but well I woot, the man of it no vice is, for to trusten some wight is a proof 690 of troth, and for thy wold I fain remove thy wrong conceit, and do thee som white treast, thy woe to tell, and tell me, if thee list. The wisseth, woe him that is a yon, for, and he falle, he hath noon help to ris, 695 and sith thou'st a felor, tell thy man, for this nis not, certain, the necked wis to win and love, as tech in us the wis, to wall well and wep as niobe the cune, whose terries yet in marbel been wisane. 700 Lat be thy wepping and thydra inesh, and lat us listen woe with other spesh, so may thy woeful time seem less. Delight not in woe thy woe to sesh, as doon thys foals that her sore ways esh 705 with sore wet, when they han misaventure, and listen naught to sesh hem other cure. Men sane, to wreck cheer is consolation to have another felor in his pain, that ought well ben our opinion, 710 for, both thou and I, of love we plin, so full of sore well am I, soth for to sane, that certainly no more hard grace may sit on me, for why there is no space. If God will thou art not agust of me, 715 lest I wold of thy lady thee beguile, thou wast thyself whom that I love, pardie, as I best can, then long while. And sith thou wast I do it for no while, and sith I am he that thou treastest most. 720 Tell me soon what, sin all my woe thou wast. Yet Troilus, for all this, no word said, but long he lay as still as he did were, and after this with sick inch he abrayed, and to Pandarus' voice he lent his ear. 725 And up his eye cast he, that in fear was Pandarus, lest that in phrenesi he should fall, or else soon die, and cried a wakeful wonderly and sharp, What? Slumberest thou as in a lethargy? 730 Or art thou like an ass to the harp, that heareth sound, when men the strangers ply, but in his mind of that no melody may sinken, him to glade, for that he so dull is of his bestiality. 735 And with that, Pandar of his words stent, and Troilus yet him no word answered, for why to tell nas not his own tongue to never no man, for whom that he so furred. For it is said, man maketh oft a yet 740 with which the maker is himself why beaten in sundry manner as thys wistretten, and namely, in his counsel telling that toucheth love that ought be secret, for of himself it wold why enough outspringe. 745 But if that it the bet governed be, eke som time it is craft to seem flee fro thing which in effect men hunt he fast, al this gan Troilus in his hurt cast. But Nathiles, when he had heard him cry 750 awake, he gan to psych wonder sore, and said, Friend, though that I still lie, I am not deaf, now peace, and cry no more, for I have heard thy words and thy law, but suffer me my mischief to bewail. 755 For thy proverbs may me naught avail, nor other cure canst thou noon for me. Eke I nill not be cured, I wolde, what now I of the cune Niobe. Lat be tine oldie ensamples, I thee pray. 760 No quod though Pandarus, the for I see, switch is dilly of foals to buy weep her woe, but seeken but they any kep. Now I that the reason in the faileth. But tell me, if I wist what she were 765 for whom that thee all this misaunter aileth. Dorstest thou that I told her in her ear thy woe, sith thou darst not thyself for fear, and her by sat on thee to han som routh, why, nay quod he, by God and by my troth. 770 What? Not as by zilly quod Pandarus, as though myno and lyf lay on this nid, no, certes, brother quod this Troilus, and why? For that thou shouldest never spid wast thou that well. Ye, that is out of dread. 775 Quod Troilus, for all that ever ye can, she nil to noon switch wreck cheer as I be one. Quod Pandarus, Alas. What may this be, that thou didst art thus causeless? What? Liveth not thy lady? Benedicite. 780 How wast thou so that thou art graceless? Switch evil is not all we betellies. Why, put not impossible thus thy cure, sin thing to come is oft in a venture. I grant well that thou endurest woe. 785 As sharp as doth he, Tysius, in hell, whose stomach fowls tyran evermo that height vultures, as books tell. but I may not endure that thou dwell in so unskilful an opinion. 790 That of thy woe is no curation, but one's nil tau, for thy coward hurt, and for thyn ire and foolish wilfulness, for one trust, tellen of thy sore ways smirt, any to thyno and help do bison. 795 As much as speak a resound more or less, but liest as he that list of no thing recture. What woman could love switch a recture? What may she demand other of thy death, if thou thus do, and she not why it is. 800 But that for fear is yolden up thy breath, for Greeks han beist us, why wis? Lord, which a thank then shalt thou han of this? Thus wall she sane, and all the town at once, the recture is deed, the devil have his bones. 805 Thou mayst ayone hear weep and cry and knell, but love a woman that she woot it naught, and she will quit that thou shalt not feel, unknow, unkissed, and lost that is un sought. What? Many a man hath love full dear why bought. 810 20 Winter that his lady wist, that never yet his lady mouth he kissed. What? Shall be the fallen in despair, or be recreant for his own 10, or sleen himself, I'll be his lady fair. 815 Nay, but ever in be fresh and green to serve and love his dear heart's cune, and think it is a good on her to serve 1,000-fold more than he can deserve. Of that word took her Troilus, 820 and thou to noon what folly he was in, and how that sooth him Sid Pandarus, that for to sleen himself might he not win, but both do none manhood and a sin, and of his death his lady naught to wite. 825 For of his woe, God woot, she knew full light. And with that thought he gan full sore psyche, and said, Alas! What is me best to do? To whom Pandar answered, If thee like, the best is that thou tell me thy woe. 830 And have my troth, but thou it find so, I be thy but, or that it be full long, to pegs do me draw, and si then hong, ye, so thou sist quod Troilus though, alas! But, God wot, it is not the rather so. 835 Full hard were it to helpen in this case, for well find I that fortune is my foe. Any the men that riden can or go may of her cruel wheel the harm withstand, for, as her list, she plieth with free and bond. 840 Quod Pandarus, then blamest O fortune for thou art ruth, ye, now at erst I see, wast o not well that fortune is commune to every man a white in som degree. And yet thou hast this comfort, lo, pardie. 845 That, as her ioues mote an overgoon, so mote her sore ways pass an ever attune. For if her wheel stint anything to torn, then sest she fortune anoon to be, now, sith her wheel by no way may soyorn. 850 What wast o if her mutability right as thy selven list, wal doon by thee, or that she be not fur fro thyn helpinge? Paronta, thou hast cause for to singe. And the for wast o what I thee besesh. 855 Lat be thy woe and turning to the groundy, for whoso list have helping of his lush, to him be oveth first unre his woundy. To Cerberus in hell abi boundy, were it for my sister, al thy saw where, 860 by my will, she should lbthyn to more where. Look up, I see, and tell me what she is anoon, that I may goon about thy nid, now I see her aught. For my love, tell me this, then wold I hope rather for to spid. 865 Though gan the vein of Troilus to be lede, for he was hit, and wex read for shame, aha, quod Pandora, here beginneth game. And with that word he gan him for to shake, and said, Thief, thou shalt her name tell. 870 But though gan saily Troilus for to quake as though men should han led him into hell, and said, Alas! Of all my woe the well, then is my sweat for called Criseyde. And well nigh with the word for fear he died. 875 And when that Pandora heard her name Nevn, Lord, he was glad, and said, Friend so dear, now fare a right, for Iove's name in heaven, loveth by set the well, be of good chere, for of good name and wisdom and may near 880 sheeth enough, and eke of gentilesse, if she be fair, thou wast thyself, I guess, any I never saw a more bounteous of her estate, any a gladder, any of specia friendlier, any a more gracious 885 for to do well, any lasser had enid to sesh what for to doon, and all this. Bet to esh, in honour, to as far as she may stretch here, a king's hurt semeth by hers a wretchere. And for thy loke of good comfort thou be, 894 certainly. The first point is this of noble courage and well ordain, a man to have peace with himself, why wis, so oughtest thou, for naught but good it is to love and well, and in a worthy place. 895 Thee ought not to clepit hap, but grace. And also think, and therewith glade thee, that sith thy lady virtuous is all, so full weth it that there is som piety amongst all thys other in general. 900 And for thy see that thou, in special, require naught that is in her name, for virtue stretcheth not himself to shame. But well is me that ever that I was born, that thou by set art in so good a place. 905 For by my troth, in love I dost have sworn, thee should never hand tied thus fair a grace, and wast o why. For thou were wont to chase at love in scorn, and for despite him call saint idiot, lord of thys foals all. 910 How often hast o marred thy Niciopaes, and said, that love's servants ever each on of nicety been very God's apes, and some wold munch her meat alone, ligging a bed, and make hem for to groan. 915 And som, thou saidst, had he a blanche fever, and praydest God he should never kevier. And som of hem took on hem, for the cold, more than enough, so saidst full oft, and som han feigned oft time, and told 920 how that they wake, when they slepen soft, and thus they wold han brought himself aloft, and Nathiles were under at the last, thus saidst, and Eopedest full fast. Yet saidst, that, for the more part, 925 these lovers wolden speak in general, and doubten that it was a sicker art, for failing, for to assay an over all. Now may I yap of thee, if that I shall. But Nathiles, though that I should die, 930 That thou art noon of thou, that dost I see. Now beat thy breast, and say to God of love, thy grace, Lord. For now I me repent if I misspoke, for now myself I love thus say with lthyn hurt in good entente. 935 Quod Troilus, O Lord. I me consent, and pray to thee my ear pays thou forgive, and I shall never more whyl I live thou sist well quod Pandora, and now I hope that thou the gods wrathest elapsed. 940 And sithen thou'st weapon many a drope, and sid switch thing wherewith thy God is pleased, now wold never God but thou west, and think well, she of whom rist thy woe hereafter may thy comfort been also. 945 For thilk ground, that bereath the wed's wick, bereath eke thy's wholesome herbies, as full oft next the foul nettle, rough and thick, the rose waxeth swat and smooth and soft, and next the valley is the hila loft. 950 And next the dirk night the glade more wet, and also Iouye is next the fyn of sore wet. Now look that et emperor be thy bridle, and, for the best, a sufferer to the tide, or else our labor is onidle. 955 He hasteth well that wysly can abide, be diligent, and true, and a well hide. Be lusty, free, persevere in thy service, and all is well, if thou work in this wis. But he that parted is in every place. 960 Is nowhere whole, as writen clerks wis, what wonder is, those which oon have no grace. Eke wasto how it fareth of som service, as plantatra or herb, in sondry wis, and on the more we pull it up as blithe. 965 No wonder is, though it may never thrive. And sith that God of love hath thee bestowed in place dign to thy worthiness, stand fast, for to good port hast a road, and of thyself, for any heaviness. 970 Hope all we well, for, but if drinish or over haste our both labor shindy, I hope of this to maken a good endy. And wasto why I am the lasser a third of this matter with minustrit. 975 For this have I heard said of Wiswiled, was never man any woman yet by geet that was unapt to suffer in love's het, celestial, or else love of kindy, for thy som grace I hope in her to findy. 980 And for to speak of her in special, her beauty to be thinken and her youth, it sit her naught to be celestial as yet, though that her list both and couth, but truly, it set her well right now. 985 A worthy knight to loven and caress, and but she do, I hold it for a vice. Wherefore I am, and will be, a ready to pain me to do yow this service, for both yow to please thus hope I. 990 Her afterward, for ye both wis, and can it counsel kep in switch a wis that no man shall the wisser of it be, and so we may be glad l3. And, by my troth, I have right now of thee 995 a good conceit in my wit, as I guess, and what it is, I will now that thou see. I think, sith that love, of his goodness, hath thee converted out of wickedness, that thou shalt be the best post, I lev, 1000 of all his lay, and most his foos to grieve. Ensample why, see now these wis clerks, that en aldermust a yine law, and ben converted from her wicked workies through grace of God, that list hem to him draw. 1005 Then on they folk that han most God in awe, and strangest faithed been, I understand, and can an aerial alder best withstand. When Troilus had heard Pandar assented to been his help in loving of Criseyde, 1010 weeks of his woe, as who sith, untormented, but hotter weeks his love, and thus he said, with sober chere, although his hurt pled, now blissful Venus help, that I stive, of thee, Pandar, I may som thank deserve. 1015 But, dear friend, how shall myn woe ben less till this be doon? And good, eke tell me this, how wilt thou sain of me and my distress? Lest she be ruth, this dread I most, ywys, or nil not hear or trowen how it is. 1020 This dread I, and eke for the mania of thee, her she nil no switch thing here. Quod Pandarus, thou'st a full great care lest that the chul may falle out of the man. Why, Lord, I hate of the thy nice fair. 1025 Why, entreat of that thou'st to done. For God's love, I bid thee a bone, so let me alone, and it shall be thy best. Why, friend, quod he, now do right as the lest. But hark, Pandar, O word, for I nold 1030 that thou in me wendest so great folly, that to my lady I desire and should that toucheth harm or any villainy, for dreadelies. Me were liever die than she of me aught else understood. 1035 But that might sound into goad. Though lock this Pandar, and anoon answered, and I thy bore. Fy. No white doth but so, I rut naught though that she stowed and heard how that thou sist, but farewell, I will go. 1040 Adieu. Be glad. God spid us both too. Give me this labour and this business, and of my speed be thnl that sweetness. Though Troilus gan down on knees to falle, and Pandar in his arms hent he fast, 1045 And said, now, fy on the Greeks al. Yet, pardie, God shall help us at the last, and dreadelies, if that my lyf may last, and God to forerun, lo, som of hem shall smurt, and yet me athinketh that this avaunt me astet. 1050 Now, Pandar, I can no more see, but thou wys, thou wast, thou mayst, thou art al. My lyf, my deeth, who'll in thyn bondily, help now quod he, yes, by my troth, I shall God yeld thee, friend, and this in special 1055 Quod Troilus, that thou me recommandi to her that to the death me may commandi. This Pandarus though, desirous to serve his full friend, than sit in this mania, 1059 Farewell, and think I will thy thank deserve, have here my troth, and that thou shalt well hear. And went his way, thinking on this matter, and how he best might her beseech of grace, and find a time thereto, and a place. For every wight thatathan who's to found 1065 neath naught the work for to begin with Rakel Hond, but he will bide astound and sendi his herds line out fro within older first his purpose for to win. Al this pander in his hurt doubt, 1070 and cast his work full wisly, or hear it. But Troilus lay though no lenger down, but up anoon up on his stead bay, and in the feld he plid though lion, woe was that Greek that with him meet that day. 1075 and in the town his manor though forth so goodly was, and gat him so in grace, that eke him loved that looked on his face. For he become the friend least white, the gentilest, and eke the most free, 1080 the thriftiest and oon the best knight, that in his time was, or might be. Dd were his earpace and his cruelty, his high port and his mania strong, and eke of though gan for a virtue shonge. 1085 Now let us stint of Troilus astoundy, that fareth like a man that hurt is sore, and is somdal of a kinge of his woundy whilst well, but helate no del more, and, as an essay patient, the law 1090 a bit of him that goeth about his cure, and thus he driveth forth his adventure. Explicit Liber Primus. Book 2. Incipit Prohmium Secundi Libri. Out of these Blake wars for to sail, O wind, the weather ginneth clear, for in this sea the booteths which travail, of my conning, that unnever I it steer. This sea clep I the tempestuous mateer 5 of despair that Troilus was in, but now of hope the calendies begin. O Lady Myn, that called art Clio, thou be my speed fro this forth, and my muse, to rhyme well this book, till I have do, me needeth here noon other art to use. For why to every lover I me excuse, that of no sentiment I this endite, but out of Latin in my tongue it writ. Wherefore I nil have neither thank any blame 15 of this work, but pray you meekly, disblameth me if any word be lame, for as myn octasid, so see I eke though I speak of love unfeelingly, no wonder is, for it no thing of new is, 20 a blind man can not eugen well inhuis. Ye now eke, that in form of species shonge within 1,000 year, and words though that had an prize, now wonder nice and strong us thinketh hem, and yet they spake hem so, 25 and speed as well in love as men now do, eke for to win love in sundry ages, in sundry londs, sundry ben usages. And for thy if it happen any wis, that here be any lover in this place 30 that hearkeneth, as the story will devise, how Troilus come to his lady grace, and thanketh, so nil dinat love purchase, or wondreth on his spech or his doinge, I note, but it is me no wonder range. 35 For every wight which that to Rome went, hold not o path, or all we o mania, eke in som lond were al the game ancient, if that they ferd in love as men don here, as thus, in open doing or in chere, 40 in visitinge, in form, or sit higher soars, for thy men sane, ec contraieth his laws. Eke scarcely been there in this place 3 that han in love side like and doon in al, for to thy purpose this may liken thee, 45 and thee right naught, yet al is sid or shall, eke som men grave in tree, som in stone wall, as it bit it, but sin I have begun, myn octa shall I fulwen, if I can. Exclipit Prohmium Secundi Libri. Incipit liber secundus. In May, that moda is of months glade, 50 that fresh flowers, blue, and white, and reed, ben quike again, that winter dd made, and full of balm is flitting every mead, one Phoebus doth his bright beams spread right in the white bowl, it so btd 55 as I shall singe, on May's day the thrid, that Pandarus, for all his wis spech, felt eke his part of love's shots ken, that, could he never so well of loving preach, it made his hue a day full oft green, 60 so shoopit, that hym fill that day a 10 in love, for which in woe to bed he went, and made, ere it was day, full many a went. The swall were proiden, with a sorrowful lay, one more were come, gan make her way mentinge, 65 why she forshapen was, and ever lay pander a bed, half in a slummeringe, till she so nigh him made her chiterange how Troilus gan forth her sister take, that with the noise of her he gan awake, 70 and gan to call, and dress him up to ris, remembringe him his errand was to done from Troilus, and eke his great empress, and cast and knew in good plyt was the mun to doon voyage, and took his way full soon 75 un. To his nurses Pales the Abyssid, now Aeneas, god of entry, thou him jid. When he was come un to his nurse's place, where is my lady? To her folk said he, and they him told, and he forth in gan pace, 80 and fond, 2 other ladies set and she, within a paved parlour, and they 3 heard and a maiden ridden hem the jest of the sedge of the bees, whyl hem lest. Quod Pandarus, ma dame, God yau see, 85 with all your book and all the company, uncle myn, welcome why wis quod she, and up she rose, and by the hond in high she took him fast, and said, this night thry, to good mote turn, of yau I meet. 90 and with that word she down on bench him set. Ye shall fare well the bet, if God will, I'll this year quod Pandarus, but I am sorry that I have yau let to hearken of your book ye praisen thus, 95 for God's love, what saith it? Tell it us. Is it of love? Oh, som good ye me le, uncle quod she, your mistress is not here. With that they gone in laugh, and though she said, this romance is of the bees, that we read, 100 and we han heard how that King Laius dade third Oedipus his son, and all that dd, and here we stenten at these letters read, how the bishope, as the book can tell, Amphiarax, fill third the ground to hell. 105 quod Pandarus, all this now I myself, and all the usage of the bees and the care, for her have been the maked box 12, but lat be this, and tell me how ye fare, do we your bob, and show your face bare, 110 do we your book, rys up, and lat us dance, and lat us don to may som observance. God forbid, quod she. Be ye mad? Is that a why do's lyf, so God you save? By God, ye maken me right sore a drad, 115 ye ben so wild, it seemeth as ye rave. It set me well bet in a cave to bid, and read on holy saints' lives, lat maidens gan to dance, and young wives as ever thrive I quod this Pandarus, 120 yet could I tell a thing to doon you plea now, uncle dear quod she, tell it us, for God's love is than the usure way. I am of Greeks so furred that I deny, nay quod he, as ever mote I thrive. 125 It is a thing well bet than switch fiv ye, holy God, quod she, what thing is that? What? Bet than switch fiv. Nay, why wis? For all this world any can I ridden what it should been, som I trow, is this, 130 and but yourselven tell us what it is, my wit is for to audit to lean, as help me God, I knew't not what ye mean and I your burrow, any never shall, for me, this thing be told to yow, as mote I thrive. 135 And why so, Uncle Myn? Why so, quod she? By God, quod he, that will I tell as blithe, for prouder woman were there a noon on live, and ye it wist, in all the town of Troy, I up naught, as ever have I ow ye. 140 Though gan she wonderen more than before an 1,000-fold, and down her eye cast, for never, sith the time that she was born, to now thing desired she so fast, and with a syk she sid him at the last. 145 Now, Uncle Myn, I nil yow naught displease, nor axon more, that may do yow disis. So after this, with many words glade, and friendly tales, and with merry chere, of this and that they pled, and gun in wade 150 in many an uncouth glad and deep matter, as friends doon, when they ben met fear, till she gan axon him how Ector furred, that was the town's wall and Greeks yed. Full well, I thank it God, quod Pandarus, 155 Save in his arm he hath a light woundy, and eke his fresh brother Troilus, the wis worthy Ector the secoundi, in whom that ever virtue list aboundi, as al trouth and al gentillesse, 160 Wisdom, honour, freedom, and worthiness in good faith, quod she, that liketh me, they faren well, God save hem both two. For truly I hold it great dainty a king's son in arms well to do, 165 And been of good conditions thereto, for great power and moral virtue here is seld why see in o person why fear in good faith, that is sooth quod Pandarus, but, by my troth, the kingeth sons tway, 170 that is Timon, Ector and Troilus, that certainly, though that I should they been as void of vices, daric, as any men that liveth under the sun, her might is wide why now, and what they can. 175 Of Ector needeth it naught for to tell, in all this world there is a better knight than he, that is of worthiness well, and he well more virtueth than might. This knoweth many a wis and worthy wight. 180 The same prize of Troilus I see, God help me so, I now not switch tway by God, quod she, of Ector that is sooth, of Troilus the same thing trow I, for, dreadlies, men tellen that he doth 185 in alms day by day so worthily, and beareth him here at whom so gently to every wight, that all the prizeth he of him that me were leviest praised be ye say right sooth, why wis quod Pandarus, 194 Yesterday, whoso had he with him been, he might have wandered up on Troilus, for never yet so thick a swarm of been any flea, as Greeks fro him gone fleen, and through the feld, in every white's air. 195 There is no cry but Troilus is there, now here, now there, he hunted him so fast. There is but Greek's blood, and Troilus, now him he hurt, and him down he cast, where he went, it was arrayed thus, 200 he was her death, and shelled and lyf for us, that as that day the adorst noon withstond, whyl that he held his bloody sword in hand. The two he is the friendliest man of great estate, that ever I saw my life, 205 and where him list, best fellowship can to such as him thinketh able for to thrive. And with that word though Pandarus, as blithe, he took his leave, and said, I will go hen nay, blame have I, myn uncle quod sheathen. 210 What illeth thou to be thus were ye sown, and namelijk of woman? Wall ye so? Nay, sitteth down, by God, I have to done with yow, to speak of wisdom ye go. And every wight that was about him though, 215 that heard that, gan for we to stond, whyl they two had that him list in hand. One that her tale brought was to an end, of higher estate and of her governance, quod Pandarus, now is it time I wend 220 but yet, I see, Ariseth, let us dance, and cast your widow's habit to mischance, what list yow thus yourself to disfigure, sith yow is tied thus fair in a venture, well bethought. For love of God quod she, 225 Shall I not whiten what yemen of this, no, this thing axeth laser though quod he, and eke me wold mushgrave, why wis, if I it told, and ye it took amiss. Yet were it bet my tongue for to still 230 than see a sooth that were eins your will. For, ness, by the goddess Minerve, and Jupiter, that maketh the thunder ringe, and by the blissful Venus that I serve, ye been the woman in this world living, 235 without paramours, to my witting, that I best love, and lowtistem to grieve, and that ye whiten well yourself, I live why wis, myn uncle quod she, grant mercy, your friendship have I found and ever yet, 240 I am to no man holden truly, so much as yow, and have so light quit, and, with the grace of God, imputeth my wit, as in my guilt I shall you never offend, and if I have this, I will amend. 245 But, for the love of God, I yow beseech, as ye ben he that I love most and treast, let be to me your friend mania spech, and say to me, yourness, what yow list and with that word her uncle anoon her kissed, 250 and said, gladly, Levness dear, tak it for good that I shall see yow here. With that she gan her tien down to cast, and Pandarus to cog gan alight, and said, ness, alwe, lo. To the last, 255 Howso it be that som men hem delight with subtil art her tales for to endite, yet for that, in her untansioin her tale is for som conclusion. And sithenthan is every tale's strength, 260 and this matter is so beovely, what should I paint or draw in it on length to yow, that been my friend so faithfully. And with that word he gan right inwardly beholden her, and loken on her face. 265 And Sid, on such a myra good grace. Then thou'lt he thus, if I my tale endite aught hard, or make a process any while, she shall no save a hand therein but light, and trow I wold her in my will beguile. 274 Tendre wits winnen I'll be while there as they can not plainly understand, for thy her wit to serven while I fond, and loked on her in a busy wis, and she was war that he beheld her so. 275 And Sid, Lord, so fast ye me avis. Say ye me never now? What say ye? No, yes, yes quod he, and bet while I go, but, by my troth, I doubt now if ye be fortunate, for now men shall it see. 284 To every wight som goodly adventure som time is shape, if he it can receiven, and if that he will take of it no cure, one that it cometh, but wilfully it waven, lo, neither cas nor fortune him deceiven. 285 But right his very sloth and wretchedness, and switch a wight is for to blame, I guess. Good adventure, obleness, have ye full lightly founden, and ye can it take, and, for the love of God, and eke of me, 290 Cack it anoon, lest adventure slake. What should I lenger process of it make? Yife me your hond, for in this world is noon, if that thou list, a wight so well begoon. And sith I speak of good untansioin, 295 As I to you have told well here beforen, and love as well your honour and renown as creature in all this world why born, by all the oaths that I have you sworn, and ye be worth the for, or when I lie, 300 Any shall I never seen you eft with ye. Beth naught August, any quaketh not, whereto? Any shown jeth not for fear so your hue, for hardily the worst of this is due, and though my tale as now be to you new, 305 Yet trist alway, ye shall me find ye true, and were it thing that me thou unsitting, to you nuld I no switch tales bringe now, my good eam, for God's love, I pray quod she, come of, and tell me what it is. 310 For both I am agust what ye will see, and eke me longeth it to wite, why wis. For whether it be well or be amiss, say on, let me not in this fear dwell so will I doon, now hearkeneth, I shall tell. 315 Now, Nus myn, the king's dear son, the good, wis, worthy, fresh, and free, which all we for to do well is his one, the noble Troilus, so loveth thee, that, but ye help, it will his bane be. 320 Lo, here is all, what should I more see? Doth what you list, to make him live or die. But if ye let him die, I will stive, have her my trouthness, I nil not lying, I'll shall die with this knyf my throat cove. 325 With that the Teres brast out of his yen, and said, if that ye do us both dying, thus Gilteles, then have ye fished fair, what men do ye, though that we both a pair? Alas! He which that is my lord so dear, 330 That true man, that noble gentle knight, that naught desireth but your friendly chere, I see him there he goth upright, and hasteth him, with all his full might, for to be slain, if fortune will assent. 335 Allahs. That God yow switch a beauty sent. If it be so that ye so cruel be, that of his death yow list naught to recture, that is so true and worthy, as ye see, no more than of a perier or a recture. 340 If ye be switch, your beauty may not stretch ye to make amends of so cruel a deed, avisement is good before the need. Woe worth the fair gem virtuelles. Woe worth that herb also that doth no but. 345 Woe worth that beauty that is rather lees. Woe worth that white that trotteth underfoot. And ye, that been of beauty crop and rote, if the withal in you there be no routh, then is it harm ye liven, by my troth. 350 And also think well that this is no good, for me were liever, thou and I and he were hanged, than I should been his board, as men might on us lyc, I am thyn, the shame were to me. 355 As well as thee, if that I should assent, myn a bet, that he thyn on a shinty. Now understand, for I yow naught require, to bind ye yow to him through no behest, but only that ye make him better chere 360 than ye han do ner this, and more fest, so that his lyf be saved, at the lest, this l and som, and plainly our entente, God help me so, I never other meant. Lo, this request is not but skyle, why wis, 365 Any doubt of reason, pardie, is there anoon? I set the worst that ye dreaden this, men wolden wonderen seen him come or goon, there eins answer I thus anoon, that every wight, but he be full of kindy. 370 Woldimit love of friendship in his mindy. What? Who woldim, though he see a man to temple go, that he the image isiteth? Think eke how well and wisly that he can govern himself, that he no thing forgetteth. 375 That, where he cometh, he prize and thank him getteth, and eke thereto, he shall come here so seld, what force were it though the town beheld? Switch love of friends regneth this town, and reyow in that mantle evermo. 380 And God so wis be my salvation, as I have said, your best is to do so. But alway, goodness, to stint his woe, so lat your danger succoured ben a light, that of his death ye be naught for to wite. 385 Criseyde, which that heard him in this wis, doubt, I shall feel what he meaneth, why wis now, quod she, what wold ye devise? What is your rede I should doon of this, that is well said quod be. Certain, best is 390 that ye him love for his lovinge, as love for love is skillful gadoninge. Think eke, how eld wasteth every hour in esh of yow a party of beauty, and the that age thee devour. 395 Go love, for, oldie, there will no white of thee. Lat this proverb law you enter yow be, too late why war, quod beauty, when it paced, and daunteth danger at the last. The king's fool is one to crying loud, 401 That him thinketh a woman beareth her high, so long mote ye live, and proud, till crow's feet be grow under your ye, and send ye youthen a myra into pry in which that ye may see your face a more wet. 405ness, I bid wish yow no more sore wet. With this he stent, and cast adown the heed, and she began to breast a weapon and said, Alas, for woe! Why near I deed? For of this world the fight is a lagoon. 410 Alas. What sholden strong to me doen, when he, that for my best friend I wendy, ret me to love, and should it me defendy. Alas. I wold han trusted, doubtless, that if that I, third my disaventure, 415 had loved other him or Achilles, Hector, or any man's creature, Yenald han had no mercy any measure on me, but all we had me in reprieve, this false world, alas! Who may it live? 420 What? Is this all the ye and all the fest? Is this your rede, is this my blissful cass? Is this the very meed of your behest? Is all this painted Criseyde, alas! Right for this fyn. O Lady myn, Pallas. 425 Thou in this dreadful cass for me purvey, for so astonished am I that I die. With that she gan full sorrowfully to sigh, oh! May it be no bet, quod Pandarus, by God, I shall no more come here this wike. 430 And God to forerun, that am mistrusted thus, I see full well that ye set light of us, or of our death. Alas! I woeful wretched! Might he yet live, of me is naught to wretched. O cruel God, O despitous smart, 435 O furies 3 of hell, on yow I cry. So let me never out of this house depart, if that I meant harm or villainy. But sith I see my Lord Moneds die, and I with him, here I me shrive, and see 440 that wickedly ye do us both die. But sith it liketh yow that I be deed, by Neptunus, that God is of the sea, fro this forth shall I never eaten breed till I myno and hurt blood may see. 445 For certain, I waldy as soon as he, and up he stood, and on his way he wrought, till she again him by the lap caught. Criseyde, which that well nay staff for fear, so as she was the fullest white 450 that might be, and heard eke with her air, and saw the sorrowful earnest of the night, and in his prayer eke saw noon unright, and for the harm that might eke fallen more, she gan to rewell and dready her wonder sore. 455 And thou thus, unhaps fallen thick all day for love, and in switch manacas, as men ben cruel in himself and wick, and if this man slee here himself, alas! In my presence, it will be no solace. 460 What men wold of hit dim I can not see, it needeth me full slyly for to plea. And with a sorrowful syk she sid thry, oh! Lord! What me is tide a sorry shones. For myns dat lyth in eu part I, 465 And eke mynms lyth in balance, but natheless, with God's governance, I shall so doon, myn honour shall I keep, and eke his lyf, and stint for to wep. Of harms too, the less is for to chus, 470 Yet have I liever maken him good chere in honour, than mynms lyf to less, ye saying, ye no thing else me require, no, wis quod he, mynoanness dear now well quod she, and I wol doon my pain. 475 I shall myn hurt eins my lust constrain. But that I nil not holden him in hond, any love a man, any can I not, any may I eins my will, but else wol I fond, myn on a sorf, please him fro day to day. 480 The eternal die naught ones have said nay, but that I dready, as in my fantasy, but ses cause, a seseth malady. And here I make a protestation, that in this proceeds if ye deeper go, 485 That certainly, for no salvation of yow, though that yeast of both two, though all the world on o day be my foe, any shall I never on him han other wrath. I graunt well quod Pandora, by my troth. 490 But may I trust well thereto quod he, that of this thing that ye han hight me here, ye will it holden truly to me, ye, doubtless quod she, myn uncle dear any that I shall han cause in this matter 495 Quod he, to plin, or after yow to preach, why, no, pard, what needeth more spesh. Though fillen they in other tales glade, till at the last, O good quod she though, for love of God, which that us both made, 500, tell me how first ye wisten of his woe, what noon of hit but ye. He said, no can he well speak of love, quod she, I pray, tell me, for I the bet me shall purvey. Though Pandarus a light gan to smile, 505 and said, by my troth, I shall yow tell. This other day, naught gone full long while, in with the Pales Gardine, by a well, gan he and I well half a day to dwell, right for to speaken of an ordinance, 510 how we the Greeks mit disavance. Soon after that begon we to lep, and casten with our darts to and fro, till at the last he said he wold slep, and on the Gres down he led him though, 515 and I after gan roam to and fro till that I heard, as that I well cayon, how he began full woefully to groan. Though gan I stalk him softly behindi, and sickly, the soth for to sain, 520 as I can clep I now to my mindy, right thus to love he gan him for to plin, he said, Lord, have riled up on my pain, al have I been rebel in myn ontankt, now, mea culpa, Lord. I me repent. 525 O God, that at thy disposition leddest the fyn biased purveyance, of every wight, my low confession accept in gree, and send me switch penance as liketh thee, but from desesperance, 530 that may my goose depart or fro thee, thou be my sheld, for thy benignity. For certes, Lord, so soreth she me wounded, that stod in black, with looking of her yen, that to myn hurt spot mitis why sounded, 535 through which I woot that I moneds dying. This is the worst, idar me not by rien, and well the hotter been the gleeds reed, that men hemrien with arshen pale and dd with that he smoot his heed adown a noon, 540 and gan to Motra, I knew what, truly. And I with that gan still ori to goon, and lead the of as nothing wist had I, and come I in a noon and stood him by, and said, awake, ye slepen too long. 545 It seemeth not that love doth yow long, that slepen so that no man may yow wake. Who say ever or this so dull a man? Ye, friend, quod he, do ye your Hades ache for love, and let me liven as I can. 550 But though that he for woe was pale and wan, yet made he though as fresh a countenance as though he should have led the new dawns. This passed forth, till now, this other day, it fell that I come roaming alone 555 into his chamber, and found how that he lay up on his bed, but man so sore groan any heard I never, and what that was his man, any wist I naught, for, as I was cominge, also dainly he left his complinage. 560 Of which I took somewhat suspicion, and near I come, and found he wept sore, and God so wispy my salvation, as never of thing had I no wrath more. For neither with engine, any with no law, 565 Uneves might I fro the death him kep, that yet feel I myn hurt for him wep. And God wot, never, sith that I was born, was I so busy no man for to preach, any never was to white so dip why sworn. 570 Or he me told who might been his lush. But now to yow rehearsen his spech, or his woeful words for to sound, any bid me not, but ye will see me swown. But for to save his lyf, and else naught, 575 And to none harm of yow, thus am I driven, and for the love of God that us athwart, switch chere him doth, that he and I may liven. Now have I plaid to yow myn hurt shriven, and sin ye woot that myn on tongue 'tis clean. 580 Tak heard thereof, for I non evilman. And right good thrift, I pray to God, have ye, that hands which why caught without net, and be ye wis, as ye ben fair to see, well in the ring than is the ruby set. 585 There were never two so well met, one ye ben his hool, as he is your, the Almighty God yet grant us see that hour, nay, thereof spark I not, ha, quod she, as help me God, ye shinden every deal. 590 O mercy, dearness anoon quod he, whatso I spark, I meant naught but weal, by Mars the God, that helmed is of steel, now beth naught rueth, my blood, minus dear now well quod she, for even be it here. 595 With this he took his leave, and whom he went, and Lord, he was glad and well begoon. Criseyde arose, no lenger she any stent, but straught into her closet went anoon, and set here down as still as any stone. 600 And every word gan up and down to windy, that he had said, as it come her to mindy, and wex somdala stonied in her thought, right for the new cass, but one that she was full though fond she right naught 605 of peril, why she ought afford be. For man may love, of possibility, a woman so, his hurt may to breast, and she naught love ein, but if her lest. But as she sat alone and thou thus, 610 thus cry arose at skirmish without, and men cried in the street, see, Troilus athright now put to flight the Greeks' rout. With that gan Alcmene for to shout, go we see, cast up the lattice wide, 615 for third this strait he moved to Palais ride, for other we is fro the yate noon of Dardanus, the open is the Cheney. With that com he and his folk noon and essay pars ridding, in routes twain, 620 right as his happy day was, sooth to sayn, for which, men say, may naught disturbed be that shall betiden of necessity. This Troilus sat on his bay stead, alarmed, save his heed, full richly, 625 and wounded was his horse, and gan to be lede, on which he rude a pass, full softly, but swych a nightly sight, truly, as was on him, was naught, without en fail, to look on Mars, that God is of bataille. 630 so like a man of arms and a knight he was to seen, full filed of high prowess, for both he had a body and a might to doon that thing, as well as hardiness, and eke to seen him in his gear him dress, 635 so fresh, so young, so well de-seemed he, it was an heaven up on him for to see. His helm to hewen was in 20 places, that by a t so hang, his back behindi, his sheld to dashed was with swords and maces, 640 in which men might many an we find that thirled had horn and nerf and rindy, and the people cried, here cometh our ye, and, next his brother, holder up of Troy. For which he wecks a light reed for shame, 645 when he the people up on him heard crying, that to behold it was a noble game, how so like he cast down his yen. Criseyde gan his chere spying, and leet so soft it in her hurt sink, 650 that to herself she said, who yaff me drink. For of her own thought she wecks reed, remembering her right thus, lo, this is he which that myn uncle swareth he moot be deed, but I on him have mercy and piety, 655 and with that thought, for pure ashamed, she gan in her heed to pull, and that as fast, whyl he and the people for by paced, and gan to cast and rollen up and down within her thought his excellent prowess, 660 and his estat, and also his renown, his wit, his shap, and eke his gentilesse, but most her favour was. For his distress was for her, and thou it was a routh to sleen switchoon, if that he meant trouth. 665 now might somnvoc engle thus, this was a sodane love, how might it be that she so lightly loved Troilus right for the first sight, ye, pardie. Now whoso sith so, mote he never thee. 670 for everything, a jinningeth it nidder be wrought, without any dread. For I say naught that she so sodanely yaff him her love, but that she gan encline to like him first, and I have told ya why, 675 and after that, his manhood and his pine made love within her for to min, for which, by process and by good service, he gat her love, and in no sodane wis. And also blissful Venus, well arrayed, 680 sat in her seventh house of heaven though, disposed well, and with aspects paid, to help and sally Troilus of his woe. And, sooth to sayn, she knows not Elifer to Troilus in his native it. 685 God woot that well the sooner speed he. Now let us stint of Troilus a throw, that rideth forth, and let us turn fast to Criseyde, that hang her heedful low, there as she sat ayone, and gan to cast 690 whereon she wold appoint her at the last, if it so were her many wold cess, for Troilus, up on her for to press. And, Lord, so she gan in her thought argue in this matter of which I have yow told, 695 and what to do'n best were, and what issue, that plighted she full oft in many fold. Now was her hurt warm, now was it cold, and what she thou so what shall I writ, as to myn auctor listeth for to endite. 700 she thought well that Troilus person she knew by sight and eke his gentilesse, and thus she said, Al were it naught to done, to grant him love, yet, for his worthiness, it were honour, with plea and with gladness. 705 in honesty, with switch a lord to dealy, for myn stat, and also for his hele. Eke, well what I my king's son is he, and sith heeth to see me switchedly, if I wold utterly his sight flee. 710 peronta he might have me in despite, third which I might stand in worse plyt, now were iwis, me hate to purchase, without need, there I may stand in grace. In everything, I woot, there lyth measure. 715 For though a man forbid drunkenness, he naught forbet that every creature be drinkelies for alway, as I guess, eke sith I woot for me is his distress, I any ought not for that thing him despise. 720 Sith it is so, he meaneth in good wis. And eke I now, of long time agone, his thews good, and that he is not nice. Any avaunt sith men, certain, he is known, to wis is he to do so great a vice. 725 Any else I nell him never so carice, that he may make avaunt, by est cause, he shall me never bind in switch a clause. Now set a cas, the hardest is, why wis, men mightn't him that he loveth me. 730 What dishonour were it to me, this? May I him let of that? Why nay, pardie. I now also, and alder hear and see, men love and women all this town about, be they the wes. Why, nay, without any doubt. 735 I think eke how he able is for to have of all this noble town the thrifty east, to been his love, so she her honour save, for out and out he is the worthiest, save only Hector, which that is the best. 740 And yet his lyth now in my cure, but switch is love, and eke myn a venture. Any me to love, a wonder is it naught, for well what I myself, so God me spid, I'll wold I that noon wist of this thought. 745 I am moon the fairest, out of dreed, and goodliest, whoso taketh heard, and so men sayn in all the town of Troy. What wonder is it though he of me have I ye? I am myn woman, well at ease. 750 I thank it God, as after myn stat, right young, and stond unted in lusty less, without any jealousy or switch debat, shall noon house bond sane to me checkmate. For either they ben full of jealousy, 755 or masterful, or love and novel wry. What shall I do'n? To what fyn live I thus? Shall I not loven, in cas if that me lest? What, pardio? I am not religious. And though that I am yn hurt set at rest 760 upon this night, that is the worthiest, and kep all we yn honour and my name, by all right, it may do me no shame. But right as when the sun shineth bright, in March, that shone jeth oft time his face, 765 and that a cloud is put with wind to flight which overspread the sun as for a space, a cloudy thought gan through her soul pace, that oversped her bright thoughts all, so that for fear almost she gan to falle. 770 that thought was this, alas! Sin I am free, should I now love, and put in you part I my sickness, and thrall in liberty. Alas! How dorst I thinken that folly? May I not well in other folk spy 775 her dreadful ye, her constraint, and her pain. There loveth noon, that she nath why to plin. For love is yet the most stormy lyf, right of himself, that ever was begun, for ever som mistrust, or nice stryf, 780 there is in love, som cloud is over that son, there to we wretched woman no thinken, when us is woe, but weep and sit and think, our reach is this, our own woe to drink. Also these wicked tongues been so pressed 785 to speak us harm, eke men be so unto, that, right anoon as cessed is her lest, so cesseth love, and forth to love anew, but harm why doon, is doon, whoso it re-wear. For though these men for love hem first to rendi, 790 full sharp beginning breaketh oft at endi. How oft timeth it why known be, that a son, that to womaneth be do. To what fyn is switch love, I can not see, or where becometh it, when it is ago, 795 there is no wight that woot, I trow so, where it bikenth, lo, no wight on it spunneth, that erst was no thing, into naught it turneth. How busy, if I love, eke most I be to pleasen him that angle of love, and demon, 800 and coy him, that they say none harm of me. For though there be no cause, yet hem seemen be for harm that folk her friends quemmen, and who may stop an every wicked tongue, or sound of bells whyl that they be wrong. 805 and after that, her thought began to clear, and said, he which that no thing undertaketh, no thing any achieveth, be him loath or dear. And with another thought her heart quaketh, then sleepeth hope, and after dread awaketh. 810 now hoot, now cold, but thus, by twigs and tway, she raised her up, and went her for to play. Adown the stair noon right though she went into the garden, with her nurses 3, and up and down there made many a went, 815 flexip, she, Thub, and Antigone, to plein, that it ye was to see, and other of her woman, a great root, her foal weed in the garden all about. This yard was large, and railed al the ales, 820 and shadwed well with blosmy bowscreen, and benched new, and sont al the wees, in which she walketh arm in arm by twin, till at the last Antigone the shan on a Troyan song to singe Clare, 825 that it in heaven was her voice to hear. She said, O love, to whom I have and shall been humble subject, true in myn entente, as I best can, to Yao, Lord, Yevichl forevermore, myn hurts lust to rant. 834 Never yet thy grace no white sent so blissful cause as me, my lyf to lead in liau ye and certi, out of dread. Ye, blissful God, han me so well beset in love, why wis, that that bereth lyf 835 imagine an any cowed how to ben bet, for, Lord, without any alacy or stryf, I love un which that is most attentive to serve well, unweary or unfeigned, that ever was, and list with harm distrained. 840 As he that is the well of worthiness, of troth ground, Myra of goodly heed, of wit Apollo, stoon of sickness, of virtue wrote, of lust find and heed, third which is also wefro me deed, 845 Why wis, I love him best, so doth he me, now good thrift have he, whereso that he be. Whom should I thank but Yao, God of love, of all this bliss, in which to bathe I gin. And thanked be ye, Lord, for that I love. 850 This is the right lyf that I am in, to flamen mania vice and sin, this doth me so to virtue for to entendi, that day by day I in my will amendi. And whoso saith that for to love is vice, 855 Or thraldom, though he feel in it distress, he either is envious, or right nice, or is unmighty, for his shrewdness, to loven, for switch main folk, I guess, defamen love, as no thing of him now, 860 There speaken, but they bent never his bow. What is the son wes, of kindy right, though that a man, for feebless of his yen, may not endure on it to see for bright. Or love the wes, the wretches on it crying. 865 No well is worth, that may no sore wear drying. And for thy, who that athen heed of ver, fro cast of stones wore him in the wear. But I with myn hurt and my might, as I have said, will love, un to my last, 870 My dear hurt, and myn owen night, in which myn hurt grown is so fast, and his in me, that it shall ever last. Already I first to love him to begin, now woot I well, there is no peril in. 875 And of her song right with that word she stent, and the withal, now, Nas quod Criseyde, who made this song with so good entente. Antigone answered anon, and said, Ma dame, why wis, the goodliest maid 880 of Greet estat in the town of Troy, and let her lyf in most honour and I ye forceth, so it semeth by her song quod though Criseyde, and gan therewith to Psyche, and said, Lord, is there switch bliss among 885 these lovers, as they confer endite, ye, wis quod fresh Antigone the white, for all the folk that han or been on live any can well the bliss of love describe. But when ye that every recture woot 890 the parfait bliss of love. Why, nay, why wis, they when an be love, if un be hoot, do we, they woot no thing of this. Men most in acts at saints if it is aught fair in heaven, why? For they can tell, 895 and axen fence, is it foul in hell? Criseyde un to that purpose naught answered, but said, why wis, it will be night as fast. But every word which that she of her heard, she gan to prenten in her heart fast, 900 and gan love her lasser for to August than it died erst, and sinken in her heart, that she wex so wert able to convert. The day's honor, and the heavens ye, the night's foe, all this clep I the son, 905. Gan western fast, and downward for to rue, as he that had his day's cause whereon, and white things wexen dim and done for lack of light, and stars for to appear, that she and all her folk in went why fear. 910 So when it liked her to goon to rest, and voided weren they that voiden aught, she said, that to sleep well her lest. Her woman sown till her bed her brought. When all was hust, then lay she still, and thou 915 of all this thing the mania and the wis. Rehearse it needeth naught, for ye ben wis. A nightingale, upon a cedar green, under the chamber wall there as she lay, full loud sang I in the mansion, 920 Paronter, in his brid's wis, a lay of love, that made her heart fresh and gay. That hearkened she so long in good entente, till at the last the deedy sleep her henty. And as she sleep, a noon right though her meet, 925 how that an eagle, feathered whyt as boon, under her breast his long claws set, and out her hurt he rant, and that a noon, and died his hurt into her breast to goon, of which she naught agrees, any no thing smurt, 930 and forth he flee, with hurt left for hurt. Now let her slep, and we our tales hold of Troilus, that is to Paley's Riden, fro the scarmuch, of the which I told, and in his chamber sit, and doth abiden 935 till 2 or 3 of his messages yeden for Pandarus, and soughten him full fast, till they him found and brought him at the last. This Pandarus come leaping in at once, and stood thus, who hath been well why beat 940 today with swords, and with slinge stones, but Troilus, that hath caught him and het. And gan to eop, and said, Lord, so ye sweat. But RYS, and let us soup and go to rest. 944 And he answered him, do we as thee lest. With all the haste goodly that they might, they speed him fro the super un to bed, and every wight out at the door him dight, and where him list upon his wee him speed, but Troilus, that thou his hurt bled 954 woe, till that he heard som tiding, he said, Friend, shall I now weep or singe? Quod Pandarus, lie still and let me slep, and don thyn hood, thy ned's speed be, anxious, if thou wilt singe or dance or lep, 955 At short words, thou shalt trow me. Sire, minus will do well by thee, and love thee best, by God and by my troth, but lack of pursuit make it in thy slouth. For thus for forth I have thy work begun, 960 fro day to day, till this day, by the more wet, her love of friendship have I to thee won, and also hath shielded her faith to bore where. Alga to foot is harmled of thy sore where. What should I lend a sermon of it hold? 965 As ye han heard before, I'll he him told. But right as flowers, through the cold of night why closed, stoopen on her stalk low, redressen hem a yine the sun bright, and spridden on her kindy cause by row. 970 Right so gan though his eyeing up to throw this Troilus and Criseyde, O Venus dear, thy might, thy grace, why Herod be it here. And to Pandora he held up both his hands, and said, Lord, I'll thyn be that I have, 975 For I am whole, I'll brosten been my bonds, 1,000 Trojans whoso that me yave, each after other, God so wis me save, any might me so gladen, lo, myn hurt, it spreadth so for I ow ye. It waltested. 980 But Lord, how shall I doon, how shall I liven? When shall I next my dear hurt see? How shall this long time we be driven, till that thou be in at her fro me? Thou mayst answer abyd, abyd but he 985 that hangeth by the neck, sooth to sain, in great disease abideth for the pain easily, now, for the love of Mart quod Pandarus, for everythingeth time, so long abide till that the night depart. 994 L so sicca as thou lyst here by me, and God to forerun, I will be there at prime, and for thy work so much as I shall see, or on som other white this chargely. For pardie, God wot, I have ever yet 995 been ready thee to serve, and to this night have I naught feigned, but imforth my wit don thy lust, and shall with my might. Do now as I shall see, and fare aright, and if thou nilt, white thyself thy care. 1,000 on me is naught along thyn evil fair. I woot well that thou wisser art than I 1,000-fold, but if I were as thou, God help me so, as I wold doubtily, write of myno and hond, writ her right now 1005 a letter, in which I wold her tellen how I furred amiss, and her besesh of wrath. Now help thyself, and leave it not for slouth. And I myself shall therewith to her goon, and when thou wast that I am with her there, 1010 worth thou up on a courser right anoon, ye, hardily, right in thy best gear, and ryd forth by the place, as naught any were, and thou shalt find us, if I may, sitting at som window, into the street low kinge. 1015 And if thee list, then mayst us salue, and up on me make thy countenance, but, by thy lyf, be war and fast sure to tarian aught, God shield us fro mischance. Ryd forth thy wee, and hold thy governance. 1020 And we shall speak of thee som what, I trow, when thou art goon, to do thine glow. Touching thy letter, thou art wys enough, I woot thou nilt it digny like endite, as make it with thy arguments tough. 1025 Any scrivenish or craftily thou it writ, be blotted with thy Teresica light, and if thou writ a goodly word soft, though it be good, rehearse it not too oft. For though the best harp or upon live 1030 wold on the best sound ioli harp that ever was, with all his fine grace fiv, tush ao string, or ao warble harp, were his nails pointed never so sharp, it should make an every wight to dull. 1035 To hear his glee, and of his strokes full. Any on preek no discordant thing why fear, as thus, to use in terms of physique, in love's terms, hold of thy materia the form alway, and do that it be like. 1044 If a painter wold paint a pyk with ass's feet, and heard it as an ape, it cordeth naught, so near it but a eop. This counsel liked well to Troilus, but, as a dreadful lover, he said this, 1045 Alas, my dear brother Pandarus, I am ashamed for to writ, why wis, lest of myn innocence I said amiss, or that she nulled it for despite receive, than were I deed, there might it no thing wave. 1050 To that Pandar answered, if thee lest, do that I see, and let me the with goon, for by that Lord that formed east and west, I hope of it to bring chancery a noon right of her hond, and if that thou nilt noon, 1055 Lat be, and sorry mote he been his life, I eins thy lust that helpeth thee to thrive. Quod Troilus, Depagio, I assent, sin that thee list, I will aris and writ, and blissful God pray ich, with good entente, 1060 The vig, and the letter I shall endite, so speed it, and thou, Minerva, the white, if thou me wit my letter to devise and set him down, and wrote right in this wis. First he gan her his right lady call, 1065 His hurts lyf, his lust, his sore waislush, his bliss, and eke these other terms that in switch cast these lovers sesh, and in full humble wis, as in his spesh, he gan him recommend to her grace, 1070 To tell how it axeth muchel space. And after this, full lowly he her prayed to be naught ruth, though he, of his folly, so hardy was to her to writ, and said, that love it made, or else most he die. 1075 And piteously gan mercy for to cry, and after that he said, and lay full loud, himself was light worth, and less he could, and that she should han his conning excused, that light was, and eke he dready her so, 1080 And his unworthiness he accused, and after that, then gan he tell his woo, but that was endelees, with out enho, and said, he wold in troth alway him hold, and the it over, and gan the letter fold. 1085 And with his salt terries gan he bade the ruby in his signet, and it set upon the wex deliver like and wrath, there with 1,000 tims, he let, he kissed though the letter that he shette, 1090 And said, letter, a blissful destiny thee shapen is, my lady shall thee see. This Pandora took the letter, and that by time amor wept, and to his nurse's pales stood, and fast he swore, that it was past prime, 1095 And gan to eop, and said, why wis, myn hurt, so fresh it is, although it sore smurt, I may not slep never amaze more where, I have a ioli woe, a lusty sore where. Criseyde, when that she her uncle heard, 1100 with dreadful hurt, and desirous to hear the cause of his coming, thus answered, Now by your faith, myn uncle, quod she, dear, what manner winds doth thou now here? Tell us your ioli woe and your penance. 1105 How for forth be ye put in love's dance by God, quod he, I hope all we behindi. And she to laugh, it thou her hurt breast. Quod Pandarus, loke all we that ye find ye game in myn hood, but herkneth, if yow lest. 1110 There is right now come into town a jest, a Greek espy, and telleth new things, for which I come to tell yow tidings. Into the garden go we, and we shall hear, al privily, of this a long sermon. 1115 With that they went an arm in arm fear into the garden from the chamber down. And when that he so fur was that the sound of that he speak, no man hear might, he said her thus, and out the let replied, 1120 Lo, he that is al huli yours free him recommendeth lowly to your grace, and sent to you this letter here by me, aviseth you on it, when ye han space, and of som goodly answer yow purchase. 1125 Or, help me God, so plainly for to sayn, he may not long liven for his pain. Full dreadfully though gan she stand still, and took it naught, but her humble chere gan for to shonge, and said, Scree any bill, 1134 Love of God, that toucheth switch materia, any bring me noon, and also, uncle dear, to myns dat have more reward, I pray, than to his lust, what should I more see? And locketh now if this be reasonable, 1135 and letteth naught, for favour any for slouth, to sayn a sooth. Now were it covenable to myns dat, by God, and by your trouth, to taken it, or to han of him routh, in harming of myself or in reprove. 1140 Ber it a yine, for him that ye on live. This Pandarus gan on her for to stare, and said, Now is this the greatest wonder that ever I say. Lat be this nice fair. To death mote I smitten be with thunder, 1145 If, for the sight which that standeth yonder, wold I a letter un to yow bringe or take to harm of yow, what list yow thus it make? But thus ye faren, well nay all and some, that he that most desireth yow to serve, 1150 of him ye rectualist where he become, and whether that he live or else stive. But for all that ever I may deserve, refuse it naught, quod he, and hent he her fast, and in her bosom the letter down he thrust. 1155 And sit higher, now cast it o'er noon, that folk may seen and goren on us tway. Quod she, I can abide till they begoon and gan to smile, and sid I pray, switch answer as yow list, yourself purvey. 1164 Truly I nil no letter it no. Then wall I, quod he, so ye endite. The with she lock, and said, Go we dine. And he gan at himself to eat fast, and said, Nurse, I have so great a pine 1165 for love, that every other day I fast, and gan his bestia pays forth to cast, and made her so to laugh at his folly, that she for laughter wended for to die. And when that she was comen into Halley, 1170 now, quod she, we will go dine anoon, and gan some of her women to her call, and straight into her chamber gan she goon, but of her businesses, this was une amongs other things, out of dread. 1175 full privily this letter for to read, arvayest word by word in every line, and fond no lack, she thought he could good, and up it put, and went her in to dine. But Pandarus, that in a study stood, 1180 he was war, she took him by the hood, and said, Ye were caughter that ye wist, I vouchsafe quod he. Do what thou list. Though wes hen they, and set him down and it, and afternoon full slyly Pandarus 1185 gan draw him to the window next the street, and said, Nus, who atherade thus the yonder whose, that stand affoyen us, which whose, quod she, and gan for to behold, and knew it well, and whose it was him told. 1190 and fillen forth in spech of things smell, and setten in the window both tway. When Pandarus saw time to his tale, and saw well that her folk were all away, now, nus myn, tell on quod he, I see. 1195 How liketh thou the letter that ye woot? Can he thereon? For, by my troth, I knew't. The withal rosy hued though wex she, and gan to hum, and said, So I trow acquit him well, for God's love quod he. 1200 Myself to meads wall the letter so, and held his horns up, and sat on now, goodness, be it never so light, if me the labour, it to sow and plight ye, for I can so writ quod she though. 1205 And eke I knewt what I should to him sine, nus quod Pandor, say not so, yet at the least thanketh him, I pray, of his goodwill, and doth him not to d. Now for the love of me, minus dear, 1210 refuseth not at this time my pray departio quod she, God leave I'll be well. God help me so, this is the first letter that ever I wrote, ye, al or any del. And into a closet, for to avis her betra, 1215 she went alone, and gan her hurt unfetter out of disdain's prison but a light, and set her down, and gan a letter writ, of which to tell in short is myn on tongue thefect, as far as I can understand. 1220 She thanked him of all that he well meant towards her, but holden him in hond she not naught, any make herself an bond in love, but as his sister, him to please, she wold fain to doon his hurt a niece. 1225 She shettte it, and to Pandarus in Gangoon, there as he sat and looked into the street, and down she set her by him on a stone of Easpar, up on a cushion gold beat, and said, as Wisley help me God the Great. 1230 I never died a thing with more pain than writ this, to which ye me constrain, and took it him, he thanked her and said, God woot, of thing full oft luth begone cometh nd good, and nus myn, Criseyde, 1235 That ye to him of hard now ben why one ought he be glad. by God and yonder son. For why men sith, impressions lightful lightly been a ready to the flight, but ye han plid tyrant nay too long. 1240 and hard was it your hurt for to grave, now stint, that ye no longer on it hong, I'll wold ye the form of danger save. But hasteth yow to doon him I ye have, for trusteth well, too long why doon hardness. 1245 causeth despiteful often, for distress. And right as they declaimed this matter, lo, Troilus, right at the strait's end, come riding with his 10th some wifeer, softly, and thitherward gan bendi 1250 there as they set, as was his way to Wendy to Paley's ward, and Pandora him spied, and said, Nurse, why see who cometh here ride? O flee not in. He seeth us, I suppose, lest he may think that ye him eschew. 1255 Nay, nay quod she, and wex as reed as rose. With that he gan her humbly to salue with dreadful chere, and oft his hues mawe, and up his look debonairly he cast, and becked on Pandora, and forth he paced. 1260 God woot if he sat on his horse right, or goodly was besane, that ilk day. God woot where he was like a manly knight. What should I direct or tell of his array? Criseyde, which that these things say, 1265 to tell in short, her liked wifeer, his person, his array, his look, his chere, his goodly mania, and his gentilesse, so well, that never, sith that she was born, any had she switch routh of his distress. 1270 and howso she'th hard been her beforen, to God hope I, she'th now caught a thorn, she shall not pull it out this next wike, God send mo switch thorns on to pike. Pandora, which that stood her fast by, 1275 felt iron hoot, and he began to smit, and said, Nurse, I pray yow her tell me that I shall axon yow light, a woman, that were of his death to white, without his guilt, but for her lacked routh, 1280 were it well doon. Quod she, Nay, by my troth, God help me so quod he, ye say me sooth. Ye feelen well yourself that I not lie, lo, yond he writ. Quod she, ye, so he doth, well quod Pandora, as I have told yow thry, 1285 lat be your nice shame and your folly, and speak with him in essing of his hurt, lat nicety not do yow both smirt. But thereon was to heaven and to done, considered thing, it may not be, 1290 and why, for shame, and it were eke to sown to graunten him so great a liberty. For plainly her own tongue to said she, was for to love him unwist, if she might, and gooden him with no thing but with sight. 1295 But Pandora's doubt, it shall not be so, if that I may, this nice opinion shall not be holden fully yours too. What should I make of this a long sermon? He most assent on that conclusion, 1300 as for the time, and when that it was eve, and all was well, he rose and took his leave. And on his way full fast homeward he speed, and right for ye he felt his hurt daunts, and Troilus he fond alone a bed. 1305 that lay as doth these lovers, in a trance, betwixt hope and dark desesperance. But Pandarus, right at his incoming, he song, as who saith, Lo, soon would I bring and Cid, who is in his bed so soon 1310 why buried thus, it am I, friend quod he. Who, Troilus? Nay, help me so the mun quod Pandarus, thou shalt aris and see a charm that was sent right now to thee, the which can helen thee of thyn excess. 1315 if thou do forthwith thy business ye, through the might of God, quod Troilus. And Pandarus gan him the letter take, and said, Pardie, God hath holpen us, have here a light, and look on this blake. 1320 but oft gan the hurt glade and quake of Troilus, whyl that he gan it read, so as the words of him hope or dread. But finally, he took for the best that she him wrote, for so would he by held 1325 on which, him thought, he might his hurt rest, covered she the words undershelled. Thus to the more worthy part he held, that, what for hope and Pandarus by hest, his great woe foryede he at the lest. 1330 but as we may alder ourselven see, through more woe or call, the more fyr, right so increase hope, of what it be, the withful often causeth eke desire, or, as an ok cometh of a light lspyr. 1335 so through this letter, which that she him sent, in cousin gan desire, of which he brent. Wherefore I see alway, that day and night this Troilus gan to desiren more than he died erst, third hope, and died his might 1340 to pressen on, as by Pandarus law, and written to her of his sore ways sore fro day to day, he let it not refraid, that by Pandora he wrote so would or Cid, and died also his other observances 1345 that to a love longeth in this case, and, after that these dees turned on shownces, so was he the glad or Cid alas. And held after his gestes his pause, and after switch answers as he had 1350 so were his days sorry the gladdy. But to Pandora alway was his recourse, and piteously gan till him to plin, and him by sut of reed and som succours, and Pandarus, that say his woed pain. 1355 wex well nay deed for routh, sooth to sane, and busily with his hurt cast som of his woe to sleen, and that as fast, and Cid, Lord, and friend, and brother dear, God woot that thy disease doth me woe. 1360 but Walt Stinton this woeful chere, and, by my troth, or it be days too, and God to forerun, yet shall I shape it so, that thou shalt come into a certain place, there as thou mayst thyself her prey of grace. 1365 and certainly, I knew if thou it wast, but though that being expert in love it see, it is one of the things that furthereth most, a man to have a laser for to pray, and sick a place his woe for to bury, 1374 in good hurt it moot som routh impress, to hear and see the guiltils in distress. Paraunteth and kesto, though it be so that kindy wold doon her to begin to han a main a routh up on my woe. 1375 Sith danger, nay, thou shalt me never win, so ruleth her heart's ghost within, that, though she bendy, yet she stand on road. What in effect is this un to my but, think here I eins, one that the sturdy ok, 1380 on which men hacketh oft, for the nuns, receiveth the happy falling stroke, the great sway doth it come all at once, as doon these rock keys or these millstones. For swifter cause cometh thing that is of white, 1385 when it descendeth, than dawn things light. And read that boweth down for every blast, full lightly, says wind, it wall aris, but so nil not an ok when it is cast, it needeth me naught thee long to forbise. 1390 men shall reison of a great empress achieved well, and stand without end doubt, al han men been the lenger thereabout. But, Troilus, yet tell me, if thee lest, a thing now which that I shall axon thee, 1395 which is thy brother that thou lovest best as in thy very heart's privity, why wis, my brother Deiphobus quod he. Now quod Pandora, hours twice 12, he shall thee ease, unwist of it himself. 1400 now let me ayone, and worken as I may quod he. And to Deiphobus went he though which had he his lord and great friend bene, save Troilus, no man he loved so. To tell in short, without en words mo, 1405 quod Pandarus, I pray you that ye be friend to a cause which that toucheth me yes. Pardie quod Deiphobus, well thou wast, in all that ever I may. And God to for, I'll near it but for man I love most, 1410 my brother Troilus, but say wherefore it is, for sith that day that I was bore, I knows, any never mo to been I think, I eins a thing that might thee forethink. Pandora gan him thonk, and to him said, 1415 lo. Sire, I have a lady in this town, that is minus, and called is Criseyde, which some men wolden doon oppression, and wrongfully have her possession, wherefore I of your lordship yow by sesh 1420 to been our friend, without more spesh. Deiphobus him answered, O, is not this, that thou speakest of to me thus strongly, Criseyde, my friend? He said, Ye's the needeth quod Deiphobus, hardily, 1425 no more to speak, for trusteth well, that I will be her champion with spore and yed, I rut naught though all her foes it heard. But tell me how, thou that woost all this matter, how I might best availen. Now let's see. 1430 quod Pandarus, if ye, my lord so dear, wolden as now don this honour to me, to prain her to more wet, lo, that she come un to yow her plints to devise, her adversaries wold of it agris. 1435 And if I more dorst pray as now, and charge yow to have so great travail, to han som of your brethren here with yow, that mighten to her cause better avail, than, woot I well, she might never fail. 1444 to be holpen, what at your instaunce, what with her other friends governance. Deiphobus, which that common was, of kindy, to all honour and bounty to consent, answered, it shall be doon, and I can find 1445 yet greater help to this in myn entente. What wilt thou sayn, if I for Ellen sent to speak of this? I trow it be the best, for she may laden Paris as her lest. Of Hector, which that is my lord, my brother, 1450 it needeth naught to pray him friend to be, for I have heard him, o time and eke other, speak of Criseyde switch honour, that he may say no bet, switch hap to him ath she. It needeth naught his helps for to crave, 1455 he shall be switch, right as we will him have. Speak thou thyself also to Troilus on my behalf, and pray him with us dine sire, al this shall be doon. Quod Pandarus, and took his leave, and never gan to fine, 1460 but to his nurses whose, as straight as line, he come, and fond her fro the meat Aris, and set him down, and spark right in this wis. He said, O vera e God, so have I wron. Lo, nurse myn, see ye naught how I sweat? 1465 I note whether ye the more thank me can. Be ye naught war how that false Polyphet is now about eft zones for to plead, and bring on yow advocacies new, I. No quod she, and shonged al her hue. 1470 What is he more about, me to drek cheer and doon me wrong? What shall I do, alas? Yet of himself no thing any will direct cheer, near it for Antenor and Ennius, that been his friends in switch Manacas, 1475 but, for the love of God, myn uncle dear, no force of that, let him have al wifeer, without en that I have yna for us nay quod Pandor, it shall no thing be so. For I have been right now at Deiphobus, 1480 and Hector, and min other lords mo, and shortly make tesh of him his foe, that, by my thrift, he shall it never win for aught he can, when that so he begin. And as they casten what was best to done, 1485 Deiphobus, of his own courtesy, come her to pray, in his proper person, to hold him on the more where company at dinner, which she nold not deny, but goodly gan to his pray obey. 1490 he thanked her, and went up on his way. When this was doon, this Pandar up a noon, to tell in short, and forth gan for to wendy to Troilus, as still as any stoon, and all this thing he told him, word and nd, 1495 and how that he Deiphobus gan to blendy, and said him, now is time, if that thou can, to berear thee well to more wet, and all is one. Now speak, now pray, now piteously complain, lat not for nice shame, or dread, or slouth, 1500 som time a man mo tell his own pain, by levit, and she shall han on thee routh, thou shalt be saved by thy faith, in troth. But well what thou art now in a dread, and what it is, I lay, I can add 1505. Thou thinkest now, how should I do this? For by my shares most in folk are spy, that for her love is that I fare amiss, yet had I leave her unwist for sore where die. Now think not so, for thou dost greet folly. 1510. For I right now have found an omanier of slate, for to coven thy chere. Thou shalt gon overnight, and that as blithe, to Deiphobus whose, as thee to plea, thy malady we the bet to drive. 1515. For why thou semest syk, soth for to see. Soon after that, down in thy bed thee lie, and say, thou mayst no lenger up endure, and lie right there, and bide thyn a venture. Say that thy fever is wont thee for to take 1520 the same time, and lassen till a more wear, and lat see now how well thou canst it make, for, pardie, syk is he that is in sore wear. Go now, farewell. And, Venus here to bore wear, I hope, and thou this purpose hold firm. 1525. Thy grace she shall fully there confirm. Quod Troilus, why wis, thou nedlees concealest me, that cyclish I me fain, for I am syk in earnest, doubtlees, so that well nay I stove for the pain. 1530. Quod Pandarus, thou shalt the better plin, and est the lasser need to counterfeit, for him mendeman hoot that men seen sweat. Lo, hold thee at thy treest clues, and I shall well the day to thy bow drive. 1535. The with he took his level softly, and Troilus to Pales went blithe. So glad any was he never in his life, and to Pandarus reed gan assent, and to Deiphobus whose at night he went. 1540. What needeth thou to tellen the chere that Deiphobus to his brother made, or his excess, or his seek-like mania, how men gan him with clothes for to lade, when he was lid, and how men wold him glade. 1545. But for naught, he held forth the wis that ye han heard Pandora this devise. But certain is, Troilus him lid, Deiphobus had him prayed, overnight, to been a friend and helping to Criseyde. 1550. God woot, that he it granted anon right, to been her full friend with all his might. But switchen it was to pray him than, as for to bid a woodman for to reign. The more when come, and naen gan the time 1555 of meal tyd, that the fair Cunellin shoop her to been, an hour after the prime, with Deiphobus, to whom she nuld fain, but as his sister, whomly, sooth to sayn, she come to diner in her play in entente. 1560. But God and Pandora wist what this meant. Comique Criseyde, al innocent of this, Antigone, her sister Tab also, but flee we now prolixity best is, for love of God, and let us fast go. 1565. Right to the effect, without tales mo, why this folk assembled in this place, and let us of her saluinges pace. Gret honor died hem Deiphobus, certain, and fed hem well with all that might like. 1570 But evermore, alas, was his refrain, my good brother Troilus, the psych, lyth yet, and the withal he gan to psych, and after that, he pained him to glade hem as he might, and chere good he made. 1575 Complind Ellen of his sinus so faithfully, that piety was to hear, and every wight gan waxen for excessation, and said, in this mania men curen folk, this charm I wol le. 1580 But the Saturn, I'll list her naught to tesh, that thou'lt, best could I yet been his lush. After complaint, him gone in they to praise, as folk don yet, when som whiteth begon to praise a man, and up with prize him raise 1585 1,000-fold yet higher than the sun, he is, he can, that few lords can. And Pandarus, of that they wold affirm, he not forgat her praising to confirm. Heard this thing Criseyde well enough, 1590 and every word gan for to notify, for which with so chere her hurt lock, for who is that any wold her glorify, to mow and switch a night don live or die. But pass I, lest ye too long dwell, 1595 for ofyn is that ever I tell. The time come, fro dina for to ris, and, as hem ought, arisen ever I coon, and gone a while of this and that devise. But Pandarus brak this specianoon, 1600 and said to Deiphobus, wall ye goon, if your will be, as I yow prayed, to speak here of the Neds of Criseyde. Ellen, which that by the hond her held, took first the tale, and said, go we blithe, 1605 and goodly on Criseyde she beheld, and said, I oves lat him never thrive, that doth yow harm, and bringe him soon of life. And yev me sore wet, but he shall it re-wear, if that I may, and folk be true. 1610 Tell thou thynesses quod Deiphobus to Pandarus, for thou canst best it tell. My lords and my ladies, it stand thus, what should I lenge quod he, do yow dwell. He rong hem out a proceeds like a bell, 1615 up on her foe, that height Polyphet, so heinous, that men might on it spit. Answered of this eke worse of him than other, and Polyphet they gone in thus to Warian, and honged be switchoon, were he my brother, 1620 and so he shall, for it any may not varian. What should I lenge in this tale Tarian? Plainly, all at once, they her heighten to been her help in all that ever they mighten. Spark then Ellen, and said, Pandarus, 1625 woot ought my lord, my brother, this matter, Iman, Hector. Or woot it Troilus? He said, ye, but will ye now me hear? Methinketh this, sith Troilus is here, it were good, if that ye wold assent. 1630 She told herself him all this, she went. For he will have the more her grief at hurt, by cause, lo, that she a lady is, and, by your leave, I will but write instant, and do yow white, and that anoon, why wis, 1635 if that he slep, or wol aught hear of this. And in he leapt, and sid him in his ear, God have thy soul, why brought have I thy burial? To smilen of this gan though Troilus, and Pandarus, without reckonage, 1640 out went anon to Ellen and Deiphobus, and sid hem, so there be no to rynge, any more praise, he will well that ye bringe Criseyde, my lady, that is here, and as he may enduren, he will hear. 1645 But well ye woot, the chamber is but light, and few folk may lightly make it warm, now locketh ye, for I will have no wight, to bringe in priest that might doon him harm or him dissison, for my better arm. 1650 Where it be bet she bide till eft sones, now locketh ye, that knowen what to doon is. I say for me, best is, as I can now, that no wight in any went but ye tway, but it were I, for I can, in a throw. 1655 Rehearse her case unlike that she can see, and after this, she may him once pray to ben good Lord, in short, and take her leave, this may not much of his ease him rev. And eke, for she is strong, he will forb 1660 his ease, which that him thou naught for yow, eke other thing that toucheth not to hear, he will me tell, I woot it well right now, that secret is, and for the town's prow. And they, that no thing knew of his entente, 1665 without more, to Troilus in they went. Ellen, in all her goodly soft wis, gan him salue, and womanly to plea, and sid, Ye ye most always Aris. Now fair brother, Bethel, I pray. 1670 And gan her arm right over his shoulderly, and him with all her wit to recomfort, as she best could, she gan him to disport. So after this quod she, we yow bisk, my dear brother, Deiphobus and I, 1675 For love of God, and so doth Pandar eke, to being good lord and friend, right heartily, to Criseyde, which that certainly receiveth wrong, as woot well here Pandar, that can her case well bet than I declare. 1680 This Pandarus gan knew his tunja fill, and all her case rehearse, and that anon, when it was sid, soon after, in a while, quod Troilus, as soon as I may goon, I will right fain with all my might benoon. 1685 Have God my troth, her cause to certain good thrift have ye quod Ellen the Cune. Quod Pandarus, and it your will be that she may take her leave, that she go, else God forbid though quod he. 1690 If that she vouchsafe for to do so. And with that word quod Troilus, ye two, Deiphobus, and my sister lief and dear, to yow have I to speak of mater, to be narvaist by your read the betra, 1695 And fond, as hap was, at his bed's heed, the copy of a treatise and a lettre, that Hector had him sent to Axon read, if switch a man was worthy to ben deed, woot I naught who, but in a grisly wis 1700 he prayed him anon on it avis. Deiphobus gan this lettre to unfold in earnest greet, so did Ellen the Cune, and Rome in outward, fast it gan behold, downward a stair, into an herb green. 1705 This ilk thing they redden hem by twin, and largely, the mount haunts of an hour, they are gone on it to ridden and to pour. Now let hem read, and turn we anoon to Pandarus, that gan full fast pry 1710 that earl was well, and out he gan to goon into the great chamber, and that in high, and said, God save all this company. Com, Nus myn, my lady Queen Ellen abideth yow, and eke my lords twain. 1715 Rys, take with yow Jonas Antigone, or whom yow list, or no force, hardily, the less prease, the bet, come forth with me, and look that ye thonk humbly hem 3, and, when ye may goodly 1720 your time yc, taketh of hem your lev, lest we too long his rests him byev. Al innocent of Pandarus ontangt, quod though Criseyde, go we, uncle dear, and arm in wood with him she went. 1725 Arvaist well her words and her chere, and Pandarus, in earnest full mania, said, Al folk, for God's love, I pray, stinteth right here, and softly youply. Aviseth yow what folk ben here within, 1730 and in what plytune is, God him amendy. And in would thus full softly begin, nurse, I conjure and highly yow defendi, on his half, which that Saulus earl sendi, and in the virtue of crowns twain. 1735 Slee naught this man, thateth for yow this pain. Fy on the devil. Than quitune he is, and in what plyt he lyth, of a noon, think el switch tarid tyd, but lost it nis. That wall ye both sane, when ye benoon. 1740 Delic, there yet divineth noon up on yow too, come of now, if ye can, whyl folk is blent, lo, al the time is won. In tittering, and pursuit, and delays, the folk divine at Waginjavastri, 1745 and though ye wold han after merry days, then dar ye naught, and why? For she, and she spark switch a word, thus loked he, and he, lest time I lost, I dar not with yow deally, of the four, and bringeth him to helle. 1750 But now to yow, ye lovers that ben here, was Troilus naught in a canky dort, that lay, and might whispringe of hem here, and thou't, O Lord, right now reneath my sort fully to die, or han a noon comfort. 1755 And was the first time he shuld her pray of love, O mighty God, what shall he see? Explicit Secundus Liber. Book 3. Incipit Prohmium Tertii Libri. O blissful light of which the beams clear one adorneth earl the thrid heaven fair. O son's leaf, O Iove's doubter dear, pleasaunce of love, O goodly debonair, in gentle hurts a ready to repair. 5 O the ray cause of helle and of gladness, why Herod be thy might and thy goodness. In heaven and hell, in earth and salt sea is felt thy might, if that I well discern, as man, bread, best, fish, herb and green tree ten thee feel in tims with vapour etern. God loveth, and to love will naught wern, and in this world no live's creature, without en love, is worth, or may endure. Ye Ioves first to thilk effects glade, 15 through which that things liven and be, comfden, and amorous him made on mortal thing, and as yow list, ye yev him in love ease or adversity, and in 1,000 forms down him sent 24 love in earth, and whom yow list, he henty. Ye fierce Mars apason of his ire, and, as yow list, ye maken hurts dign, algots, hem that ye wol set a fear, they dridden shame, and vices they resign. 25 Ye do hem courtes be, fresh and benign, and high or low, after a white on 10 death, the ye's that heeth, your might him sendeth. Ye holden regn and whose in unity, ye soothfast cause of friendship been also, 30 Ye now thilk covered quality of things which that folk on wonderen so, when they cannot construe how it may she loveth him, or why he loveth her, as why this fish, and naught that, cometh to were. 35 Ye folk a law hands set in universe, and this now by him that lovers be, that whoso striveth with yoweth the worse, now, Lady bright, for thy benignity, at reverence of him that serven thee, 40 Whose clerk I am, so techeth me devise som ye of that is felt in thy service. Ye in my naked hurt sentiment inheld, and do me shew of thy sweetness. Calliope, thy voix be now present, 45 For now is nid, sisto not my distress, how I mo tell anon write the gladness of Troilus, to Venus heringe. To which gladness, who niddeth, God him bringe. Explicit prohmium tertii libri. Incipit liber tertius. Lay this man while Troilus, 50 recordinge his lesson in this mania, Marfe, thought he, thus will I see and thus will I plin unto my lady dear, that word is good, and this shall be my chere, this nil I not forietten in no wis. 55 God leave him worken as he can devise. And, Lord, so that his hurt gan to quop, heringe her come, and short for to psyche. And Pandarus, that led her by the lap, comno, and gan in at the curtain pike, 60 And sid, God do but on psyche. See, who is here yow comen to visit, lo, here is she that is your death to white. Therewith it seemed as he wept almost, quod Troilus so reufly, 65 Where me be woe, O mighty God, thou wast. Who is there? I see naught truly sire quod Criseyde, it is Pandar and I ye, sweat hurt. Alas, I may naught ris to knell, and do yow honor in som wis. 70 And dressed him upward, and she right though gan both hear hons soft upon him lee, oh, for the love of God, do ye not so to me quod she, What is this to see? Sire, come am I to yow for causes tway, 75 First, yow to thonk, and of your lordship eke continuance I wold yow bisk. This Troilus, that heard his lady pray of lordship him, wex neither quick any deed, any might a word for shame to it see, 80 Although men should smitten of his heed. But Lord, so he wex so dean like reed, and sire, his lesson, that he when deacon, to prain her, is third his wit whyron. Criseyde this aspied well why enough, 85 For she was wis, and loved him nevertheless, al near he malapert, or made it tough, or was too bold, to singe a fool a mass. But when his shame gan so would to pass, his reasons, as I may my rhymes hold, 90 I yow wol tell, as tech in box oldie. In shonst vwa, right for his verade read, which vwa equook, and there to his mania goodly are based, and now his hues read, now pale, to Criseyde, his lady dear, 95 with look downcast and humble yolden chere, lo, the older first word that him asked it was, twice, mercy, mercy, sweat hurt. And stint awhyl, and when he might outbringe, the next word was, God wot, for I have, 100 as faithfully as I have had coninge, ben yours, also God so my soul save, and shall till that I, woeful wight, be grave. And though I darne can to yow plin, why wis, I suffer naught the lasser pain. 105 Thus much as now, O woman like wyf, I may outbringe, and if this yow displease, that shall I rick upon myn own lyf right soon, I trow, and doon your hurt a niece, if with my death your hurt I may apes. 110 But sin that ye han heard me som watsy, now reck cheer I never how soon that I de. There with his manly saw where to behold, it might han marden hurt of stoon to re-wep, and pander weep as he to what a wold, 115 And poked ever his ness new and new, and said, woe begin ben hurts true. For love of God, make of this thing an end, or slee us both at once, that ye wendy I. What, quod she, by God and by my troth, 120 I noot naught what ye willn that I see I. What, quod he, that ye han on him routh, for God's love, and doth him naught to de now than thus quod she, I wold him pray to tell me the fyn of his entente, 125 Yet wist I never well what that he meant what that I mean, O sweat hurt dear. Quod Troilus, O goodly, fresh free. That, with the streams of your eye clear, ye wold som time friendly on me see, 130 And then agreen that I may ben he, without branch of vice on any wis, in troth alway to doon yow my service, as to my lady right and chief resort, with all my wit and all my diligence, 135 And I to han, right as yow list, comfort, under your yed, eagle to myn offence, as death, if that I break your defence, and that ye deign me so much honour, me to commanden aught in any hour. 140 And I to ben your very humble true, secret, and in my pains patient, and evermo desire freshly new, to serven, and been like a diligent, and, with good hurt, I'll holly your talent 145 Receiven well, how saw that me smirt, lo, this man I, myno and sweat hurt. Quod Pandarus, lo, here in hard request, and reasonable, a lady for to wern. Now, nus myn, by natal Ioves fest, 150 Were I a god, ye should of as yewn, that hun well, this man wall no thing yewn but your honour, and seen him almost stiff, and been so loath to suffer in him yow serve. With that she gan her eye on him cast 155 full easily, and full debonairly, avasing her, and hide not too fast with never a word, but sit him softly, myn on a source, I wol well truly, and in switch form as he can now devise, 160 receiving him fully to my service, by seeking him, for God's love, that he wold, in honour of troth and gentillesse, as I wellman, eekman well to me, and myn honour, with wit and business 165 a kep, and if I may don him gladness, from henceforth, why wis, I nil not fain, now beeth hool, no lenger ye any plin. But Nathelese, this warn I yow quod she, a king's son although ye be, why wis, 170 ye shall no more have sovereignty of me in love, than right in that cases, any I nil forb, if that ye do nay miss, to rathen yow, and whyl that ye me serve, carison yow right after ye deserve. 175 And shortly, dear hurt and my knight, beth glad, and drawth yow to lustiness, and I shall truly, with my might, your bitter turn in into sweetness. If I be she that may yow do gladness, 180 For every woe ye shall recover a bliss, and him in arms took, and gan him kiss. Phil Pandarus on knees, and up his eyeing to heaven threw, and held his haunts high, immortal God, quod he, that mayst naught dying, 185 Cupid of this mayst glorify, and Venus, thou mayst make an melody, without en hond, me semeth that in the town, for this merveil, I hear eke bell sown. But ho! No more as now of this matter, 194 Why this folk wol comen up anoon, that han the letter read, lo, I am here. But I conjure thee, Criseyde, and Doon, and two, thou Troilus, when thou mayst goon, that at myn whose ye been at my warninge, 195 For I full well shall shape your cominge, and saith there your hurts right enough, and lat see which of yow shall be rear the bell to speak of love a right, there with he lock, for there have ye a laser for to tell. 200 Quod Troilus, how long shall I dwell this be doon? Quod he, when thou mayst ris, this thing shall be right as I yow devise. With that Ellen and also Deiphobus though comen upward, right at the stairs nd, 205 And Lord, so then gan groan Troilus, his brother and his sister for to blendi. Quod Pandarus, it time is that we wendi, tack, nus myn, your lev at L3, and lat hem speak, and cometh forth with me. 210 She took her lev at hem full thriftily, as she well could, and they her reverence to the full diden hardily, and speaken wonder well, in her absence, of her, in praising of her excellence, 215 Her governance, her wit, and her mania commendeden, it I ye was to hear. Now lat her wendi to her own place, and torn we to Troilus a yine, that gan full lightly of the letter past 220 that Deiphobus had in the garden sane. And of Ellen and him he wold fain delivered been, and sid that him lest to slep, and after tales have rest. Ellen him kissed, and took her lev blithe, 225 Deiphobus eke, and whom went every wight, and Pandarus, as fast as he may drive, to Troilus though come, as line right, and on a palet, al that glade night, by Troilus he lay, with mere chere, 230 to tale, and well was hem they were wifeer. One every white was voided but they two, and all the doors were fast yshettee, to tell in short, without words mo, this Pandarus, without any let, 235 uprose, and on his bed sid him set, and gan to speaken in a soberwis to Troilus, as I shall yow devise, myn older levist lord, and brother dear, God woot, and thou, that it sat me so sore, 240 when I thee saw so languishing to year, for love, of which thy woe wex all we more, that I, with all my might and all my law, have ever. Si then doen my bisoness to bring thee to ye out of distress, 245 and have it brought to switch plyt as thou wast, so that, through me, thou standest now in way to farewell, I see it for no bost, and wast o which. For shame it is to see, for thee have I begun a game enply 250 which that I never doen shall eft for other, although he were 1,000-fold my brother. That is to see, for thee am I becomen, betwixen game and earnest, switcherman as maken woman to men to common, 255 I'll say I naught, thou wast well what I mean. For thee have I minus, of vices clean, so fully marred thy gentilesse treast, that all shall been right as thyself list. But God, that all what, take I to witness, 260 that never I this for covetise writ, but only for to a break that distress, for which well nygh thou dadest, as me thou'rt. But, good brother, do now as thee ought, for God's love, and keep her out of blame, 265 sin thou art wis, and save always her name. For well thou wast, the name as yet of here among the people, as who saith, hal wed is, for that man is unbore, idar well swore, that ever wist that she died amiss. 270 But woe is me, that I, that cause all this, may thinken that she is minus dear, and I her and tratter equi fear. And were it wist that I, through myn engine, had in minus y put this fantasy, 275 to do thy lust, and wholly to be thyn, why, all the world up on it wold cry, and see, that I the worst treachery died in this case, that ever was begun, and she for lost, and thou right naught why one. 280 Wherefore, I will further guna pause, yet eft I thee by sesh and fully see, that privity go with us in this case, that is to see, that thou us never re, and be naught ruth, though I thee oft pray 285 to hold and secre switch and high materia, for skillful is, thou wast well, my pray. And think what woe the earth bitted this, for making javavance, as men read, and what mischance in this world yet there is, 290 fro day to day, right for that wicked dd, for which these wis clerks that ben dd han ever yet proverbed to us young, that first virtue is to keep tongue and, near it that I willnas now tabreg 295 diffusion of spesh, I could almost 1,000 oldie stories the leg of woman lost, through foals and foals bost, proverbes canst thyself why now, and wast. I eins that vice, for to been a lab, 300 sid men sooth as often as they gab. O tongue, alas! So often here before and hast O made many a lady bright of Chaucer, well the day that I was born. And many a maid saw ways for to know, 305 and, for the more part, allies unto that men of Yelp, and it were brought to prove, of kindy non avontur is to live. Avontur and a lie, allies on, as thus, I pose, a woman graunt me 310 her love, and sith that other wall she none, and I am sworn to holden it secret, and after I go tell it 2 or 3, why wis, I am avontur at the lest, and lie, for I break my behest. 315 Now look then, if they be naught to blame, switch main a folk, what shall I clep hem, what, that hem avaunt of woman, and by name, that never yet be it hem this any that, any knew hem more than myn oldie hat. 320 No wonder is, so God me sendi hele, though woman dreed with us men to dealy. I say not this for no mistrust of yow, any for no wis man, but for foals nice, and for the harm that in the world is now. 325 As well for folly oft as for malice, for well what I, in wis folk, that vice no woman drat, if she be well avayest, for wis ben by foals harm chastest. But now to purpose, lev brother dear, 330 Have this thing that I have said in mindy, and keep thee close, and be now of good chere, for at thy day thou shalt me true findy. I shall thy proceeds set in switch a kindy, and God to forerun, that it shall thee suffice. 335 For it shall been right as thou wilt devise. For well I woot, thou menest well, pard, the 4 idea this fully undertake. Thou wast eke what thy lady granted thee, and day is set, the charters up to make. 340 Have now good night, I may no lenger wake, and bid for me, sin thou art now in bliss, that God me send thee death or soneless. Who might tell half the ye or fest which that the soul of Troilus thou felt, 345 Heringe the effect of Pandarus by Hest. His oldie woe, that made his hurt swelt, gan though for ye wasten and to melt, and the richess of his psyche saw at once fleddy, he felt of him no more. 350 But right so as these holds and these hays, that han in winter been and dray, revesten hem in green, when that May is, when every lusty liketh best to play, right in that self wis, sooth to see. 355 Wax so dane like his hurtful of ye, that gladder was there never man in Troy. And gan his look on Pandarus upcast full soberly, and friendly for to see, and said, Friend, in April the last, 360 As well thou wast, if it remember thee, how nay the death for woe thou found me, and how thou didst thy business to now of me the cause of my distress. Thou wast how long I it forbar to see 365 To thee, that art the man that I best treast, and peril was it noon to thee by ray, that wist I well, but tell me, if thee list, sith I so loath was that thyself it wist, how dorst I mo tellen of this matter, 370 That quake now, and no wight may us hear. But Nathiels, by that God I thee swore, that, as him list, may this world govern, and, if I lie, Achilles with his spermyn hurt cleave, al were my lyf turn. 375 As I am mortal, if I late or yen wold it by ray, or dorst, or sholdken, for al the good that God made under son, that rather de I wold, and determine, as thinketh me, now stocked in prison, 380 in wretchedness, in filth, and in vermin, caitiff to cruel King Agamemnon, and this, in all the temples of this town. Upon the gods all, I will thee swear, to more day, if that thee liketh here. 385 And that thou'st so much why doon for me, that I any may it never more deserve, this now I well, al might I now for thee 1,000 times on a more wenstove. I can no more, but that I will thee serve 390 right as thy sclave, why do so thou wendy, for evermore, to my life's endy. But here, with lmyn hurt, I thee bisesh, that never in me thou dim switch folly as I shall sain, me thou'lt, by thy spesh, 395 That this, which thou me dost for company, I should when it were a bordery, I am naught would, if you'd be, it is not so, that woot I well, pardie. But he that goth, for gold or for riches, 400 on switch message, call him what thee list, and this that thou dost, call it gentillesse, compassion, and fellowship, and tryst, depart it so. For wide where is wist how that there is diversity required 405 betwixt things like, as I have led. And, that thou now I think naught any when that this service a shame be or yep, I have my fair sister Polixen, Cassandra, Ellen, or any of the frape, 410 be she never so fair or well why shape, tell me, which thou wilt of ever itch on, to han for thyn, and lat me thana yon. But, sith that thou'st done me this service my lyf to save, and for noon hope of meed, 415 so, for the love of God, this great empress perform it out, for now is most need. For high and low, without any dread, I will always tine hestes kep, have now good night, and lat us both slep. 420 Thus held him of other well apaid, that the world any might it better mendy, and, on the more wet, when they were arrayed, to his own neds gan on tendy. But Troilus, though as the fyr he brendy 425 for sharp desire of hope and of pleasance, he not forgat his good governance. But in himself with manhood gan restrain rakel dd and unbridled chere, that although that liven, sooth to sain, 430 any should han wist, by word or by mania, what that he meant, as touching this matter. From every white as fur as is the cloud he was, so well dissimulan he could. And the whyl which that I yow devise, 435 this was his lyf, with all his full might, by day he was in Mart's high service, this is to sain, in arms as a knight, and for the more part, the long night he lay, and doubt how that he might serve 440 his lady best, her thank for to deserve. Nil I naught swore, although he lay soft, that in his thought he na soon would dist, any that he turned on his pill ways oft, and wold of that him mist han bensist, 445 But in swich cas men is naught alway pleased, for aught I wot, no more than was he, that can idem of possibility. But certain is, to purpose for to go, that in this while, as written is in jest, 450 he say his lady som time, and also she with him spark, one that she dorst or lest, and by her both are veis, as was the best, appointed full warly in this nid, so as they dorst, how they wold proceed. 455 But it was spoken in so short a wis, in swich await alway, and in swich fear, lest any wyght divinen or devise wold of hem to, or to it leonair, that this world so lief to hem any were 460 as that Cupido wold hem grace sendi to maken of her special right and endi. But thilk litel that they spake o'er it, his wisgoose took a of swich heard, it seemed her, he wist what she thought 465 without en word, so that it was no need to bid him aught to done, or aught forbid, for which she thought that love, come it late, of I ye had opened her the yate. And shortly of this proceeds for to pace, 470 so well his work and words he byset, that he so full stood in his lady grace, that 20,000 times, or she let, she thanked God she ever with him meet, so could he him govern in swich service, 475 that the world any might it bet devise. For why she fond him so discreet in so secret, and of swich obeisance, that well she felt he was to her a wall of steel, and shelled from every displeasance, 480 that, to ben in his good governance, so wis he was, she was no more afford, as far as aught ben required. And Pandarus, to quike alway the fyr, was ever like pressed and diligent, 485 to ease his friend was set his desire. He chauffe on, he to and fro was sent, he letters bar when Troilus was absent. That never man, as in his friends nid, any bar him bet than he, without end dread. 490 But now, paraunter, som man waiten wold that every word, or sond, or look, or chere of Troilus that I rehearse and shold, in this while to his lady dear, I trow it were a long thing for to hear. 495 Or of what white that stand in swich disjoint, his words or every look, to point. Forsooth, I have not heard it do nor this, in story noon, any no man here, I win, and though I wold I could not, why wis, 500, for there was som epistle hem between, that wold, as sith myn octa, well contain nay half this book, of which him list not writ, how should I than a line of it endite? But to the great effect, then say I thus, 505 that standing in concord and in quiet, thys ilk too, Criseyde and Troilus, as I have told, and in this time's sweat, save only often might they not meet, any laser have her speeches to fulfill, 510 that it befall right as I shall yow tell. That Pandarus, that ever died his might write for the fyn that I shall speak of here, as for to bringe to his whose som night his fairness, and Troilus wifeer, 515 whereas at laser this high materia, touching her love, were at the full upboundy, had he out of doubt a time to it found he. For he with great deliberation had he everything that her to might avail 524 and cast, and put in execution. And neither laughed, for cost any for travail, come if hem list, hem should no thing fail, and for to been in aught espite there, that, wist he well, an impossible were. 525 Dreidelies, it clear was in the wind of every pie and every let game, now all is well, for all the world is blind in this matter, both frommed and tame. This timber is already up to frame, 530 us lacketh naught but that we whiten wold a certain hour, in which she come and should. And Troilus, that all this purveyance knew at the full, and waited on it had he hereupon eke made great ordinance, 535 and found he his cause, and there to his array, if that he were missed, night or day, there while he was about this service, that he was goon to doon his sacrifice, and most at switch a temple alone wake, 540 answered of Apollo for to be, and first to seen the holy Laura quake, that Apollo spark out of the tree, to tell him next one Greek's shoulden flee, and forthy. Let him no man, God forbid, 545 but pray Apollo helpen in this need. Now is there light more for to doon, but pander up, and shortly for to sain, right soon upon the shonging of the man, one littles is the world a night or twain, 550 and that the well can shoop him for to reign, he straight amore where you to his ness went, ye han well heard the fyn of his entente. When he was come, he gan anon to plea as he was wont, and of himself to eop, 555 and finally, he swore and gan her see, by this and that, she should him not escape, any lenger doon him after her to gape, but certainly she most, by her leave, come soupen in his house with him at eve. 560 at which she lock, and gan her fast excuse, and said, it raineth, lo, how should I goon, lat be quod he, any stond not thus to muse, this moot be doon, ye shall be there anon. So at the last her of they fell at oon, 565 or else, soft he swore her in her air, he nold never come there as she were. Soon after this, to him she gan to roun, and asked him if Troilus were there. He swore her, nay, for he was out of town 570 and said, nurse, I pose that he were, yow thirft never have the more fear. For rather than men might him there spy, me were liever 1,000-fold to die. Naught list myn octa fully to declare 575 what that she thought when he said so, that Troilus was out of town why fair, as if he said there of sooth or no, but that, without any weight, with him to go, she granted him, sith he her that by such 580 and, as hisness, obeyed as her ought. But Nathiles, yet gan she him by sesh, although with him to goon it was no fear, for to be war of goosish pepples spesh, that drement things which that never were, 585 and well avis him whom he brought there, and said him, sin imo on yow treast, loke el be well, and do now as yow list. He swore higher, yees, by stock keys and by stones, and by the gods that in heaven dwell, 590 or else were him leavia, soul and bones, with Pluto king as dip been in hell as Tantalus. What should I more tell? When was well, he rose and took his leave, and she to supper come, when it was eve, 595 with a certain of her own men, and with her fairness Antigone, and other of her women 9 or 10, but who was glad now, who, as trow ye, but Troilus, that stood and might it see 600 thirg out a light window in a stew, there he beshet, sin midnight, was in mew, unwist of every wight but of Pandora. But to the point, now when that she was why come with ye, and friend is fair, 605 her noon in armseth her gnome, and after to the supper, and some, when time was, full soft they set, God wot, there was no dainty for to fet. And after supper gone in they to ris, 610 at ease well, with hurts fresh and glade, and well was him that could best devise to liken her, or that her laughen made. He song, she pled, he told tale of Wade. But at the last, as everything athendy, 615 she took her leave, and Ned's wold Wendy. But oh, fortune, executrice of weirds, O influences of thy's heavens high. So 'tis, that, under God, ye ben our hyads, though to us best's been the causes re. 620 this man I now, for she gan whom would high, but execute was albized her leave, at the God's will, for which she most believe. The bent mun with her horns pale, Saturn, and Iove, in cancro and were, 625 that switch a rain from heaven gan aval that every main woman that was there had of that smoky rain of Arabia, at which Pandora though Locke, and Sidthan, now were it time a lady to go hen. 630 but goodness, if I might ever please yow anything, then pray I yow quod he, to do myn hurt as now so great an ease as for to dwell here this night with me, for why this is your own whose, pardie. 635 for, by my troth, I say it not a game, to Wendy as now, it were to me a shame. Criseyde, which that could as much good as half a world, took heard of his prey, and sin it ron, and was on a flood, 640 sheath out, as good chep may I dwell in here, and graunt it gladly with a freen chere, and have a thank, as Gruckcheer and Thurnabide, for whom to goon, it may not well betide I wol quod she, myn uncle Leaf and dear, 645 sin that yow list, its skyle is to be so, I am right glad with yow to dwell in here, I sid but a game, I wold go why wis, graunt mercy. Ness, quod he though, were it a game or no, soth for to tell, 650 now am I glad, sin that yow list to dwell. Thus is well, but though begin aright the new ye, and the fest again, but Pandarus, if goodly had he might, he wold han hide her to bed fain, 655 and sid, Lord, this is an huge rain. This were a wedder for to slepen in, and that I read us soon to begin. Andness, woot ye where I wol yowly, for that we shall not liggen fur asunder, 660 and for ye neither shallen, daric, hun noise of rains nor of thundra. by God, right in my light closet yonder. And I will in that outer whose yon be wardane of your woman ever ich on. 665 And in this middle chamber that ye see shall your woman slepen well and soft, and there I sid shall yourself be, and if ye liggen well tonight, come oft, and careth not what wedder is on loft. 670 The win anon, and one so that yow lest, so go we slep, I trow it be the best. There is no more, but hereafter sown, the void dronk, and travers draw anon, gan every wight, that had naught to done. 675 More in the place, out of the Schombergen. And evermo so sternly it ron, and blew there with so wonderlike loud, that well nay no man another could. Though Pandarus, her aim, right as him ought, 680 With women switch as were her most about, full glad to her bed sid her brought, and took his leave, and gan full low lout, and sid, here at this closet door without, right over thwart, your woman liggen al. 685 That, whom yow list of him, ye may here call. So one that she was in the closet lid, and al her woman forth by ordinance a bed weren, there as I have said, there was no more to skippen nor to trounce. 690 But Boden go to bed, with mischance, if any wight was strange anywhere, and late hem slept that a bed were. But Pandarus, that well could del the oldie daunce, and every point therein, 695 One that he say that thing was well, he thought he rolled up on his work bygin, and gan the stew door soft pin, and still as stoon, without en lengelet, by Troilus a downright he him set. 700 And, shortly to the point right for Tugan, of this work he told him word and end, and said, make thee ready right anon, for thou shalt into heaven bliss when now blissful Venus, thou me grace send 705 Quod Troilus, for never yet known it had I now, any Harvendel the dreed. Quod Pandarus, any dreed thee never adel, for it shall been right as thou wilt desire, so thrive I, this night shall I make it well. 710 Or casten the growel in the furiate blissful Venus, this night thou me inspire Quod Troilus, as wis as I thee serve, and ever bet and bet shall, till I stave. And if I had O Venus full of mirth, 715 Aspects body of Mars or of Saturn, or thou combust or let were in my birth, thy fade pray thil calm discern of grace, and that I glad I may turn, for love of him thou lovedest in the shore. 720 Imanadune, that with the boar was slaw. O Iovik, for the love of fair Europe, the which in form of Bolori thou fet, now help, O Mars, thou with thy bloody cope, for love of Cypris, thou me naught any let. 725 O Phoebus, thank one dane herselven shette under the bark, and Laura wex for dreed, yet for her love, O help now at this nid. Mercury, for the love of Hyazik, for which Pallas was with a gloros ruth, 730 now help, and eke Diane, I thee bisk that this voyage be not to thee looth. O fatal Sistine, which, any cluth me shapen was, my destin me spon, so helpeth to this work that is bygone. 735 Quod Pandarus, the wretched mouse is hurt, art thou agest so that she will thee bite? Why, don this furred cloak up on thy shirt, and follow me, for I will have the white, but be wily, and let me go before a light. 740 And with that word he gan undo a trap, and Troilus he brought in by the lap. The stern wind so loud gan to root that no white other noise might hear, and they that layen at the door without, 745 full cycly they slept an ly fear, and Pandarus, with a full sober chere, goth to the door anon without let, there as they lay, and softly it shette. And as he come in would privily, 750 his nurse awoke, and asked, Who goth there, my dearness? Quod he, It am I, any wondereth not, any have of it no fear, and na he come, and sit her in her air, no word, for love of God I yall by sesh. 755 Lat no white ris and hun of our spesh what, which we be ye common, benedicite. Quod she, and how thus unwist of Hemel, here at this secret trap door? Quod he. Quod thou Criseyde, lat me som white call. 760 God forbid that it should falle. Quod Pandarus, that ye switch fully writ. They might dim thing they never earth out. It is naught good a sleeping hound to wake, any yever white a cause to divine. 765 Your woman slepen I undertake, so that, for him, the whose men might min, and slepen wool until the sun shine. And when my tale brought is to an end, unwist, right as I come, so will I wendy. 770 Now, nurse myn, ye shall well understand. Quod he, so as ye woman dimmen that for to hold in love a man in hond, and him her lief and dear hurt call, and maken him an halve above a call. 775 Iman, as love another in this while, she doth herself a shame, and him a guile. Now where be that I tell yow this? Ye woot yourself, as well as any white, how that your love fully granted is. 780 To Troilus, the worthiest knight, boon of this world, and there to troth plyght, that, but it were on him along, ye nold him never falsen, while ye live and should. Now stand it thus, that sith I fro yow went, 785 This Troilus, right platly for to sain, is thurgotter, by a prive went, into my chamber comin this reign, unwist of every manner white, certain, save of myself, as wisly have I ye. 790 And by that fight I shall priam of Troy. And he is come in switch pain and distress that, but he be fully would by this, he so dainly mo falle into wadness, but if God help, and cause why this is, 795 He sith him told is, of a friend of his, how that ye should love un that hat horrest, foresaw well of which this night shalt been his last. Criseyde, which that this wonder heard, gan so dainly about her hurt cold, 800 And with a syk she sorrowfully answered, Alas! I wendy, who so tales told, my dear hurt wold me not hold so lightly falls. Alas! Consits wrong, what harm they doon, for now live I too long. 805 Horest. Alas! and falsen Troilus. I now him not, God help me so, quod she. Alas, what wicked spirit told him thus? Now certes, to more where, and I him see, I shall there of as full excuse en me 810 as ever died woman, if him like, and with that word she gan full sore psych. O God, quod she, so worldly Selines, which clerks callen false felicity, why meddled is with many a bitterness. 815 full anguish house than is, God woot, quod she, condition of vain prosperity, for either ioues come and naught why fear, or else no whiteth hem all we hear. O tell well of man's iouie unstable. 820 with what white so thou be, or how thou plea, either he woot that thou, iouie, art mwable, or woot it not, it moot benoon of tway. Now if he woot it not, how may he see that he hath the ray iouie and Selines? 825 that is of ignorance in darkness. Now if he woot that iouie is transitory, as every iouie of worldly thing mo flee, then every time he that hath in memory, the dread of lessing maketh him that he 830 may in no perfect Selines be. And if to less his iouie he set omit, then seemeth it that iouie is worthful light. Wherefore I will define in this matter, that truly, for aught I can espy, 835 there is no very well in this world here. But O, thou wicked serpent, Ulysses, thou misbelieved and envious folly, why hast O Troilus me mad untrist, that never yet a guilt him, that I wist. 840 quod Pandarus, thus fallen is this case why, uncle myn quod she, who told him this. Why doth my dear hurt thus, alas, ye woot, Eunice myn quod he, what is, I hope shall be well that is amiss. 845 for ye may quench this, if that ye lest, and doth right so, for I hold it the best so shall I do to more wet, why wis quod she, and God to forerun, so that it shall suffice to more wet. Alas, that were a fair, quod he, 850 nay, it may not stonden in this wis, for, Nas myn, thus written clerks wis, that peril is with dretching in wide draw, nay, switch abodes being naught worth an whore. Nas, al thingeth time, idar avow, 855 for one a shomba afyr is, or an halley, well morn it is, it so dainly rescow than to dispute, and ax amongst how is this candle in the straw why falle. O benedicite. For among that fair 860 the harm is done, and farewell fell defaria. And, Nas myn, any take it not a grief, if that ye suffer him all night in this woe, God help me so, ye had him never leave, that dai sane, now there is but we two, 865 but well I woot, that ye will not do so, ye been to wis to do so great folly, to put his lyfl night in upati. Had I him never leave? By God, I when ye had never things so leaf quod she. 870 now by my thrift quod he, that shall be sane, for, sin ye make this ensample of me, if I all night wold him in sore wessy for all that saw in the town of Troy, I bid God, I never mote have I all ye. 875 Now look then, if ye, that been his love, shall put night his lyf in you part I for thing of naught. Now, by that God above, naught only this delacant of folly, but of malice, if that I shall naught lie. 880 What, platly, and ye suffer him in distress, ye neither bounty doen any gentilesse. Quod though Criseyde, while ye do no thing, and ye therewith shall stint his disease. Have here, and bereath him this blue ringe, 885 For there is no thing might him better please, save I myself, any more his hurt apes, and say my dear hurt, that his sore well is causals, that shall be seen to more well a ring, quod he, ye, hazel woads shaken. 890 Genus myn, that ring most hannestoon that might dd men alive maken, and switch a ring trow I that ye have noon. Discrisioin out of your heed is goon, that feel I now quod he, and that is routh. 895 O time why lost, well mayst o cursen slouth. Wot ye not well that noble and high courage any saweth not, any stinteth eke for light. But if a fool were in a earless rage, Einold setten at his sore well amit, 900, but fef him with a few words white another day, one that I might him findy, but this thing stant in another kindy. This is so gentle and so tender of hurt, that with his death he will his sore ways rick, 905 For trusteth well, how sore that him smurt, he will to yow no earless words speak. And for thy-ness, that his hurt break, so speak yourself to him of this matter. For with a word ye may his hurt steer. 910 Now have I told what peril he is in, and his coming unwist is to every wight, any pardy, harm may there be noon, any sin, I will myself be with yow this night. Ye now eke how it is your own night, 915 And that, by right, ye most upon him treast, and I'll pressed to feck cheer him when yow list. This accident so pitous was to hear, and eke so like a sooth, at prime face, and Troilus her knight to her so dear, 920 His prive coming, and the sicker place, that, though that she died him as than a grace, considered all things as they stowed, no wonder is, since she died for good. Criseyde answered, as wisly God at rest 925 My soul bringe, as me is for him woe. And why wis, fain wold I doen the best, if that I had grace to do so. But whether that ye dwell or for him go, I am, till God me better mindy sendi, 930 At Dulconnen, right at my wits' endy. Quod Pandarus, ye-ness, while ye hear. Dulconnen called is Fleming of wretches, it seemeth hard, for wretches will not lair for the race louth or other wilful techies. 935 This sid by him that be not worth two fetches. But ye ben wis, and that we han on hondness neither hard, any skilful to withstand than, quod she, doth her of as yow list, but he come, I will up first Aris, 940 And, for the love of God, sin my trist is on yow too, and ye ben both wis, so were chetth now in so discreet a wis, that I honour may have, and he please saunce, for I am here in your governance. 945 That is well said, quod he, minus dear there a good thrift on that wis gentle hurt. But liggeth still, and taketh him right here, it needeth not no further for him stit, and eke of yow ease other sore ways smirt. 950 For love of God, and Venus, I the Heri, for soon hope I we shall ben Almary. This Troilus full soon on knees him set full soberly, right be her bed's heed, and in his bist wis his lady gret. 955 But Lord, so she wex so dane like reed. Any, though men sholden smitten of her heed, she could naught a word a right out bringe so danely, for his so dane come inch. But Pandarus, that so well could feel 960 in everything, to plea noon biggin, and sidness, see how this lord can nell. Now, for your troth, seeth this gentleman. And with that word he for a question ran, and said, Knelleth now, whyl that yow lest. 965 The God your hurts bringe soon at rest. Can I not sayn, for she bade him not ris, if saw well it put out of her remembrance, or else that she took it in the wis of duety, as for his observance. 970 But well find I she died him this pleasance, that she him kissed, although she sight sore, and bade him sit down without any more. Quod Pandarus, now will ye well begin, now doth him sit, goodness dear. 975 Upon your bed sit there within, that eke of yow the bet may other hear. And with that word he drew him to the fear, and took a light, and fond his countenance, as for to look up on an old romance. 980 Criseyde, that was Troilus' lady right, and clear stood on a ground of sickness, althout she, her servant and her knight any should of right non untrouth in her jess, yet Natheless considered his distress. 985 And that love is in cause of switch folly, thus to him spark she of his jealousy, lo, hurt myn, as wold the excellence of love, eins the which that no man may, any aught eke goodly maken resistance. 990 And eke by cause I felt well and say your great trouth, and service every day, and that your hurt lmyn was, sooth to sayn, this drove me for to re-well up on your pain. And your goodness have I found alway yet. 995 Of which, my dear hurt and my knight, I thonk it yow, as fur as I have wit, can I naught as much as it were right, and I, imforth my conninge and my might, have and shall, how sore that me smirt, 1000 ben to yow true and whole, with a myn hurt, and dreadalies, that shall be found at priv. But, hurt myn, what this is to sayn shall well be told, so that ye not yow grieve, though I to yow write on yourself complain. 1005 For the withman I finally the pain, that hold your hurt and myn in heaviness, fully to sleen, and every wrong redress. My good myn, not I for yne how that jealousy, alas, that wicked wivia, 1010 thus cause leases cropen into yow, the harm of which I wold fain deliver. Alas, that he, whool, or of him sliveria, should have his refute in so dign a place, the I of him sown out of your hurt arras. 1015 But oh, thou Iove, O auctor of nature, is this an honour to thy deity, that folk unguiltif suffering here in a Ure, and who that guiltif is, alquit goth he. O were it lawful for to plin on thee, 1020 that undeserved suffrest Eulacy, of that I wold up on thee plin and cry. Eke my woe is this, that folk now you send to saying right thus, ye, Eulacy is love. And wold a bushel venom excusen, 1025 for that O grain of love is on it shove. But that what high God that sit above, if it be like a love, or hate, or gram, and after that, it ought be rear his name. But certain is, som mana Eulacy 1030 is excusable more than som, why wis. As one cause is, and som switch fantasy with piety so well repressed is, that it unneth doth or sith amiss, but goodly drinketh up his distress, 1035 and that excuse I, for the gentilesse. And som so full of fury is and despite that it sour mounteth his repression, but hurt myn, ye be not in that plyt, that thank I God, for which your passion 1040 I will not call it but illusion, of abundance of love and by the cure, that doth your hurt this disease endure. Of which I am right sorry but not ruth, but, for might of war and your hurt's rest, 1045 whereso thou list, by order or by ooth, by sort, or in what wis so thou lest, for love of God, lat prove for the best. And if that I be guilty, do me d, Allahs. What might I more do nor see? 1050 with that a few bright terries knew out of her eyeing fill, and thus she said, now God, thou wast, in thought nedd unto to Troilus was never yet Criseyde. With that her head down in the bed she lid, 1055 and with the shet it re, and Sid saw, and held her peace, not a word spark she more. But now help God to quench in this sore wet, so hope I that he shall, for he best may, for I have seen, of a full misty more way 1060 full when full after merry summer's day, and after winter full weth green May. Men seen all day, and ridden eke in stories, that after sharp showers been victories. This Troilus, when he her words heard, 1065 have ye no care, him list not to sleep, for it doubt him no strokes of a yed to hear or seen Criseyde, his lady wep, but well he felt about his hurt crep, for every tale which that Criseyde asted, 1070 the cramp of death, to strain him by the hurt. And in his mind he gan the time accurse that he cam there, and that he was born, for now is wick quite turned into worse, and all that labour he hath doen beforen, 1075 he when it lost, he thought he nas but lorn. O pandarus thought he, Allahs. Thy while serveth of naught, so wheel away the while. And the withal he hang down the heed, and fill on knees, and sorrowfully he sight, 1080 what might he sayn. He felt he nas but deed, for ruth was she that shuld his sore ways light. But Natheless, when that he speaken might, then said he thus, God woot, that of this game, when all is wist, then am I not to blame. 1085 The with the sore where so his hurt shette, that from his eyeing fill there not a tear, and every spirit his vigour in it, so they astened or oppressed were. The feeling of his sore where, or of his fear, 1090 or of aught else, fled was out of town, and down he fell so dainly a swoon. This was no light saw wherefore to see, but was hust, and pander up as fast, onus, peace, or we be lost quod he, 1095 Beth naught August, but certain, at the last, for this or that, he into bed him cast, and said, O thief, is this a man's hurt? And of he rant to his bare shirt, and said, Nurse, but ye help us now, 1100 Allahs, your own Troilus is lawn, why wis, so wold I, and I wist how, full fain quod she, Allahs, that I was born, ye, nurse, while ye pullen out the thorn that stiketh in his hurt, quod Pandora, 1105 say foriv and stint is this fair, ye, that to me quod she, full liever were than the good the son about gooth, and the withal she swa him in his air, why wis, my dear hurt, I am naught ruth. 1110 have here my troth and many another ooth, now speak to me, for it am I, Criseyde. But for naught, yet might he not braid. The with his poos and palms of his haunts they gan to froat, and wet his temples twain, 1115 and, to deliver him from bitter bonds, she oft him kissed, and, shortly for to sain, him to revoken she died her pain. And at the last, he gan his breath to draw, and of his soon after that adore, 1120 and gan bet mindy and reason to him take, but wonder saw he was based, why wis. And with a syk, when he gan bet awake, he said, O mercy, God, what thing is this, why do ye with yourselven thus amiss? 1125 Quod thou Criseyde, is this a man's game? What, Troilus? While ye do thus, for shame. And the withal her arm over him shielded, and forif, and oft time him kest. He thanked her, and to her spark, and said 1130 as fill to purpose for his hurt rest. And she to that answered him as her lest, and with her goodly words him disport she gan, and oft his sore ways to comfort. Quod Pandarus, for aught I can espying, 1135 this light, nor I any servant hear of naught, light is not good for psych folks yen. But for the love of God, sin ye be brought in thus good plyt, lat now non heavy thought ben hanging in the hurts of Yahweh 1140 and bar the candle to the chimney. Soon after this, though it known it were, when she switch others as her list devise had he of him take, her thou though no fear, any cause eke none, to bid him thans ris. 1145 Yet less thing than others may suffice in many a case, for every wight, I guess, that loveth well meaneth but gentilesse. But in effect she wold white a noon of what man, and eke where, and also why 1150 he illuse was, sin there was cause noon, and eke the scener, that he took it by, she bade him that to tell her bisily, or else, certain, she bar him on hond, that this was doon of Marley's, her to fond. 1155 Without en more, shortly for to sayn, he most obey un to his lady hest, and for the lasser harm, he most fain. He said her, when she was at switch a fest, she might on him han looked at the lest. 1160 Not I not what, I'll dear why enough a ris, as he that neds most a cause fish. And she answered, Sweat, I'll were it so, what harm was that, sin I non evilman. For, by that God that bought us both to, 1165 in Elthinges myn ongtonged clean. Switch arguments any been not worth a bean, while ye the childish earless counterfeit. Now were it worthy that ye were why beat. Though Troilus gan sorrowfully to Psyche, 1170 lest she be ruth, him thou his hurt dade, and said, Alas! Upon my sore ways Psyche have mercy, sweat hurt myn, Criseyde. And if that, in the words that I said, be any wrong, I will no more trespass. 1175 Do what thou list, I am all in your grace. And she answered, Of guilt misrecord. That is to sayn, that I forever this, and evermore on this night y'all record, and beth well war ye do no more amiss. 1180 Nay, dear hurt myn quod he, why wis and now quod she, that I have do y'all smurt, for if it me, myn owen sweat hurt. This Troilus, with bliss of that suppressed, put all in God's hand, as he that meant 1185 nothing but well, and, so dainly arvayest, he her in arms fast to him henty. And Pandarus, with a full good entente, led him to sleep, and said, If ye ben wis, swowneth not now, lest more folk aris. 1190 What might or may the saily lark see, when that the sprouketh it in his foot? I can no more, but of thy ilk tway, to whom this tale succour be or soot, though that I tarry a year, som time I moot. 1195 After myn octa, tellen her gladness, as well as I have told her heaviness. Criseyde, which that felt her thus why take, as writen clerks in her box oldie, right as an asp's leaf she gan to quake. 1200 When she him felt her in his arms fold. But Troilus, al-hul of cares cold, gan thanken though the blissful gods sev'n, thus sundry pains bringen folk in heaven. This Troilus in arms gan her strain, 1205 and said, O sweat, as ever mote I goon, now be ye caught, now is there but we twain, now yell death yow, for other boot is noon. To that Criseyde answered thus anoon, any had I now, my sweat hurt dear, 1210 ben yold, why wis, I were now not here. Oh, sooth is said, that hellade for to be as of a fever or other great sinus, men most drink, as men may often see, full bitter drink, and for to han gladness. 1215 Men drinken often pain and great distress, I mean it here, as for this aventure, that thou a paineth found and all his cure. And now sweetness semeth more sweet, that bitterness assayed was beforehand. 1224 out of woe in bliss now they fleet, non switch they felten, sith they were born, now is this bet, than both to be lorn. For love of God, take every woe manhood to work and thus, if it cometh to the need. 1225 Criseyde, I'll quit from every dread and ten, as she that erst cause had him to treast, made him switch fest, it I how ye was to say nay, when she his trouth and clean on tongue twist. And as about a tree, with many a twist, 1230 bitent and wryth the sot wode bindy, Ganesh of hem in arms other windy. And as the new arbashed nightingale, that stinteth first when she beginneth to singe, when that she heareth any herd tale, 1235 or in the hegs any white sterange, and after sicker doth her voice outringe, right so Criseyde, when her dread stent, opened her hurt and told him her untongued. And right as he that seeth his death why shapen, 1240 and demute, in aught that he may guess, and so dainly rescues doth him escapen, and from his death is brought in sickness, for all this world, in switch present gladness was Troilus, and doth his lady sweat, 1245 with worse hap God let us never meet. Her arms smell, her straight back and soft, her sides long, fleshly, smooth, and white he gan to stroke, and good thrift bad full oft her snowish throat, her breast roundy and light, 1250 thus in this heaven he gan him to delight, and there withal 1,000 time her kissed, that, what to done, for I how ye unnev he wist. Then said he thus, O, love, O, charity, thy moder eke, Cytherea the sweat, 1255 after thyself next Herod be she, Venus Mani, the well-willy planet, and next that, Imnus, I thee gret, for never man was to yow God's hold as I, which ye han brought fro cares cold. 1260 Benign love, thou holy bond of things, whoso wall grace, and list thee naught honoren, lo, his desire wall flee without en wings. For, null desto of bounty hem succoren that serven best and most all we laboren, 1265 yet were all lost, that dai well sane, certes, but if thy grace passed our deserts. And for thou me, that could least deserve of him that numbered been you to thy grace, hast holpen, there I likely was to stive, 1270 and me bestowed in so high a place that thilk bounds may no bliss pace, I can no more, but louder and reverence be to thy bounty and thyn excellence. And the withal Criseyde anon he kissed, 1275 of which, certain, she felt no disease, and thus said he, now wold God I wist, myn hurt sweat, how I yow might please. What man quod he, was ever thus at ease as I, on which the fairest and the best 1280 that ever I say, deigneth her hurt rest. Here may men seen that mercy passeth right, the experience of that is felt in me, that am unworthy to so sweat a wight. But hurt myn, of your benignity, 1285 sothen keth, though that I unworthy be, yet mo einid amenden in som wis, right thou the virtue of your hay service. And for the love of God, my lady dear, sin God athwart me for I shall yow serve. 1290 as thus Iman, that ye will be my steer, to do me live, if that yow list, or stave, so techeth me how that I may deserve your thank, so that I, thirg myn ignorance, any do no thing that yow be displeasance. 1295 for certs, fresh woman like wyf, this daric, that trouth and diligence, that shall ye finden in me my lyf, any will not, certain, breaken your defense, and if I do, present or in absence, 1300 for love of God, lat slee me with the dd. If that it like you enter your womanhood why wis quod she, myn own hurts list, my ground of ease, and lmyn hurt dear, graunt mercy, for on that is my tryst. 1305 but let us falle or fro this matter, for it sufficeth, this that Sid is here. And at o word, without en repentance, welcome, my knight, my peace, my sufficance. Of her dilly, or I ye soon the lest 1310 were impossible to my wit to see, but you geth, ye that han been at the fest, of switch gladness, if that hem list plea. I can no more, but thus thy ilk tway that night, betwixen dread and sickness, 1315 felten in love the great worthiness. O blissful night, of hem so long why sought, how blithe you into hem both two thou were. Why any had I switch on with my soul why bought, ye, or the least I owe ye that was there. 1320 awe, thou foul danger and thou fear, and lat hem in this heaven bliss dwell, that is so hey, that any can I tell. But sooth is, though I can not tell an as can myn octa, of his excellence, 1325 yet have I said, and, God to forerun, I shall in everything holy his sentence. And if that I, at love's reverence, have any word in etched for the best, doth the withal write as yourselven lest. 1330 form in words, here and every part, I speak hem under correction of yow, that feeling han in love's art, and put it in your discrecy oin to incas or maken diminution 1335 of my language, and that I yow by sesh, but now to purpose of my rather spesh. Thys ilk too, that ben in arms laughed, so looth to hem a sonder goon it were, that eke from other wendy been byreft. 1340 or else, lo, this was her most fear, that this thing but nice drums were, for which full oft eke of hemsid, O sweat, clip ich yow thus, or else I it meet. And, Lord, so he gan goodly on her see, 1345 that never his look any blint from her face, and said, O dear hurt, may it be that it be sooth, that ye ben in this place, ye, hurt myn, God thank I of his grace. Quod though Criseyde, and the withal him kissed, 1350 that where his spirit was, for I ye he nist. This Troilus full oft her to gan for to kiss, and said, O Clare, it were ye that writ me switch woe, ye humble nets of my lady dear. 1355 Though there be mercy written in your chere, God wot, the text full hard is, sooth, to find ye, how could ye without en bond me bind ye? The with he gan her fast in arms take, and well 100 times gan he psych, 1360 noughts which saw full psyches as men make for woe, or else one that folk ben psych, but esse psyches, switch has been to like, that showed his affliction within, of switch psyches could he naught bylin. 1365 Soon after this they speak of sundry things, as fill to purpose of this adventure, and pleingentry shown jeden her rings, of which I can naught tellen no scripture, but well I woot, a brooch, gold and azure, 1370 in which a ruby set was like an hurt, Criseyde him yaff, and stark it on his shirt. Lord, trow ye, a covetous, a wreck, that blameth love and hold of it despite, that, of those pens that he can mock and keck, 1375 was ever yet why of him switchedly, as is in love, in no point, in somplyt. Nay, doubtless, for also God me save, so parfit I how ye may no negard have. They wall say ye's but Lord. So that they lie, 1380 though by ze wretches, full of woe and dread. They callen love a woodness or folly, but it shall fallay hem as I shall ya read. They shall forego the white and eke the reed, and live in woe, the God yev hem mischance, 1385 and every lover in his trow the vaunts. As wold God, the wretches, that despise service of love, had ye sal so long as had ye mida, full of covetise, and the to dronken had ye as hoot and strong 1390 as Crassus died for his affectis wrong, to tech in hem that they ben in the vice, and lovers naught, although they hold hem nice. Thys ilk too, of whom that I yall see, one that her hurts well assured were, 1395 though gone they to speaken and to plea, and eke rehearsen how, and when, and where, they knew him first, and every woe and fear that past was, but else which heaviness, I thank it God, was turned to gladness. 1400 and evermo, one that hem fell to speak of anything of switch a time agoon, with kissing that tail should break, and fallen in a new how ye anoon, and died an her might, sin they were oon. 1405 for to recover in bliss and been at ease, and past woe with how ye pace. Reason will not that I speak of sleep, for it accordeth naught to my materia. God woot, they toke of that full light I'll keep. 1410 but lest this night, that was to him so dear, any should in vain escape in no mania, it was by set in how ye and by siness of al that soundeth into gentleness. But when the cock, commune astrologer, 1415 gan on his breast to beat, and after crow, and Lucifer, the day's messenger, gan for to ris, and out her bims throw, and estward ruse, to him that could it now, fortuna maya, than a noon Criseyde, 1420 with hurt sore, to Troilus thus said, myn hurts lyf, my tryst and my pleasaunce, that I was born, alas! What me is woe, that day of us mo make disseverance. For time it is to ris, and hence go, 1425, or else I am lost for evermo. O night, alas! Why nilt thou over us hove, as long as when all men lay by I ove? O Blake night, as folk in books read, that shapen art by God this world to hide 1430 at certain times with thy dirk weed, that under that men might in rest abide, well ought best splin, and folk thee chid, that there as day with labour wold us breast, that thou thus fleest, and deignest us naught rest. 1435 thou dost, alas! Too shortly thyn office, thou rakel knight, the god, make career of kindy, thee, for thynest and thyn unkindy vice, so fast to our hemis bindy, that never more under the ground thou windy. 1444 now, for thou so highst out of Troy, have I forgone thus hastily my ye. This Troilus, that with thou words felt, as thou him though, for Pietu's distress, the bloody terries from his hurt melt, 1445 as he that never yet switch heaviness assayed had he, out of so great gladness, gan the withal Criseyde his lady dear in arms strain, and sid in this mania, O cruel day, accuser of the ye 1450 that night, and love hands stole and fast wiry accursed be thy coming into Troy, for every borathune of thy bright yen. Envious day, what list thee so to spying? What hast thou lost, why seekest thou this place? 1455 the God thy lyght so quench, for his grace. Alas! What han thy's lovers thee a guilt, dispitous day? Thyn be the pine of hell. For many a love ear hast thou shint, and wilt, thy pouring in wall nowhere let him dwell. 1460 What preferest thou thy light here for to sell? Go sell it him that small sales graven, we will thee naught, us needeth no day haven. And eke the son Titan gan he chid, and said, O fool, well may men thee despise. 1465 Thatest the doring night by thy sid, and sufferest her so sewn up fro thee ris, for to dissison lovers in this wis. What? Hold your bed there, thou, and eke thy more wet. I bid God, so yev yow both saw wet. 1470 The withful saw he sight, and thus he said, my lady right, and of my well or woe the well and wrote, O goodly myn, Criseyde, and shall I ris, alas? And shall I go? Now feel I that myn hurt moot too. 1475 For how should I my lyf an hour save, sin that with yow is the lyf I have? What shall I doon, for certes, I not how, anyone, alas? I shall the time see, that in this plyt I may be eft with yow, 1480 and of my lyf. God woot, how that shall be, sin that disseer right now so beteth me, that I am deed anoon, but I return. How should I long, alas? fro Yausoyan. But Nathiles, myno and Lady Bright, 1485. Yet were it so that I wist outly, that I, your humble servant and your knight, were in your hurt set so firmly as ye in myn, the which thing, truly, me liever were than these worlds twain. 1490. Yet should I bet enduren all my pain. To that Criseyde answered right anon, and with a syk she said, O hurt dear, the game, why wis, so for forth now is goon, that first shall Phoebus falle fro his spere. 1495. And every eagle been the dove's fear, and every roche out of his place stit, Troilus out of Criseyde's hurt. Ye he so dip in with myn hurt grave, that, though I wold it turn out of my thought, 1500 as wisly vere God my soul save, to dying in the pain, I could not. And, for the love of God that us thwart, lat in your brain none other fantasy so crep, that it cause me to die. 1505. And that ye me wold han as fast in mindy as I have yow, that wold I yow by sesh, and, if I wist soothly that to find ye, God might not appoint my yow ye's esh. But, hurt myn, without more spesh, 1510 beth to me true, or else were it routh. For I am thyn, by God and by my trouth. Beth glad for thy, and live in sickness, thus sid I never this, any shall to mo, and if to yow it were a great gladness. 1515 To turn ein, soon after that ye go, as fain wold I as ye, it were so, as wisly God myn hurt bringe at rest. And him in arms took, and oft kest. Against his will, sin it moneds be. 1520 This Troilus uprose, and fast him cleddy, and in his arms took his lady free 100 time, and on his wee him speed, and with switch words as his hurt bleddy, he said, farewell, Mr. dear hurt sweat. 1525 The God us graunt soundy and sown to meet. To which no word foresaw where she answered, so saw gan his parting her distrain, and Troilus to his palace furred, as woebegone as she was, sooth to sayn. 1530 So hard him wrong of sharp desire the pain for to ben eft there he was in pleasance, that it may never out of his remembrance. Returned to his real palais, soon he soft into his bed gan for to slink. 1535 To sleep long, as he was wont to done, but for naught. He may well lig and wink, but sleep any may there in his hurt sink. Thinking how she, for whom desire him brendy, 1,000-fold was worth more than he wendy. 1540 And in his thought gan up and down to windy her words and every countenance, and firmly impressen in his mindy the lest point that to him was pleasance, and veralage, of thilk remembrance. 1545 Desire knew him brendy, and lust to breed gan more than erst, and yet took he none heed. Criseyde also, right in the same wis, of Troilus gan in her hurt shette his worthiness, his lust, his deeds wis. 1550 His gentilesse, and how she with him meet, thonkinge love he so well her byset, desiring eft to have her hurt dear in switch aplyt, she dorst make him chere. Pandor, a more which that common was 1555 to his nurse, and gan her fair gret, sid, al this night so reigned it, alas. That my dread is that ye, nurse sweat, han light laser had to slep and meet, al night quod he, a thrain so do me wake. 1560 that som of us, I trow, her hades ache. And na he come, and sid, how stunt it now this mere more wetness, how can ye fare? Criseyde answered, never the bet for yow, fox that ye been, God ye've your hurt care. 1565 God help me so, ye caused all this fair, trow I quod she, for all your words white, oh. Whoso seeth yow knoweth yow full light. With that she gan her face for to re with the shet, and wex for shame I'll read, 1570 and Pandarus gan under for to pry, and sid, nurse, if that I shall be deed, have here a sword, and smitteth of myn heed. With that his arm so dainly he thrist under her neck, and at the last her kissed. 1575 I pass that which chargeth naught to see, what? God for if his death, and she also for if, and with her uncle gan to plea, for other cause was there noon than so. But of this thing right to the effect to go, 1581 time was, whom till her whose she went, and Pandaruseth fully his entente. Now torn we ein to Troilus, that restles full long a bed lay, and privily sent after Pandarus, 1585 to him to come in all the haste he may. He come anoon, naught one sid he nay and Troilus full soberly he gret, and down upon his bed sid him set. This Troilus, with all the affliction 1590 of friend's love that hurt may devise, to Pandarus on knees fill down, and that he wold of the place Aris, he gan him thonken in his best wis, 100 scythe he gan the time bless, 1595 that he was born, to bringe him fro distress. He said, O friend of friendes the older best that ever was, the sooth for to tell, thou'st in heaven why brought my soul at rest fro flage town, the furry flood of hell, 1600 that, though I might 1,000 tims sell, upon a day, my lyf in thy service, it might naught emote in that suffice. The sun, which that the world may see, saw never yet, my lyf, that daily, 1605 so inly fair and goodly as is she, whose I am and shall, till that I die, and that I thus am hires, dic, that thanked be the high worthiness of love, and eke thy kind biceness. 1610 Thus hast o me no light thing whyev, for which to thee obliged be for a my lyf, and why? For thrifty hyn help I live, for else deed had I be many a day. And with that word down in his bed he lay, 1615 and Pandarus full soberly him heard till was said, and then he thus answered, my dear friend, if I have doen for thee in any case, God wot, it is me lief, and am as glad as man may of it be. 1620 God help me so, but tak now a grief that I shall sain, be war of this mischief, that, there as thou now brought art into bliss, that thou thyself any cause it naught to miss. For of fortune's sharp adversity 1625 the worst kind of infortune is this, a man to have been in prosperity, and it remembern, when it past is. Thou art wis enough, for thy do naught amiss, be not to rakel, though thou sit warm, for if thou be, certain, it will thee harm. 1631 Thou art at ease, and hold the well therein. For also sir as read is every fyr, as greet a craft is kept well as win, bridle always well thy spesh and thy desire. 1635 For worldly ye hold not but by a wyr, that proveth well. It breast all day so oft, for thine it is to work with it soft. Quod Troilus, I hope, and God to forerun, my dear friend, that I shall so me berea. 1640 That in my guild there shall no thing be lorn, any I nil not rackle as for to groven here, it needeth not this matter oft here. For wististo myn hurt well, Pandor, God woot, of this thou woldest lie tell care. 1645 Though gan he tell him of his glade night, and whereof first his hurt dready, and how, and said, Friend, as I am true knight, and by that faith I shall to God and yow, I had it never half so hurt as now. 1650 And the more that desire me beteth to love her best, the more it me delighteth. I knew't myself not wisely what it is, but now I feel a new quality, all another than I died this. 1655 Pandar answered, and said thus, that he that ones may in heaven bliss be, he feeleth otherwise, daily, than thilk time he first heard of it see. This is a word for all. This Troilus 1660 was never full to speak of this matter, and for to praise and to Pandarus the bounty of his right lady dear, and Pandarus to thank and maken chere. This tale was span new to begin, 1665 till that the night departed hem a twin. Soon after this, for that fortunate world, I comen was the blissful time sweat, that Troilus was warned that he should, there he was erst, Criseyde his lady meet, 1670 for which he felt his hurt in ye fleet, and faithfully gan all the gods harry, and lat see now if that he can be merry. And holden was the form and all the wis, of her comminge, and eke of his also, 1675 as it was erst, which needeth naught devise. But plainly to the effect right for to go, in ye and surt Pandarus hem to a bed brought, when that hem both lest, and thus they ben in quiet and in rest. 1680 Naught needeth it to yow, sin they ben met, to ask at me if that they blithe were, for if it erst was well, though was it better thousandfold, this needeth not enquire. Agan was every sore well and every fear, 1685 and both, why wis, they had and so they wendi, as much ye as hurt may comprendi. This is no light thing of for to see, this passeth every wit for to devise, for each of hem gan others lust obey. 1690 Felicite, which that thys clerk Swiss commenden so, any may not here suffice. This I ye may not write and been with ink, this passeth that hurt may bethink. But cruel day, so well or the stoundy. 1695 gan for to approach as they by scenes knew, for which hem thou feelen devs woundy, so woe was hem, that changen gan her hue, and they goonen to despise knew, calling it traitor, envious, and worse. 1700 and bitterly the day's light they curse. Quod Troilus, alas! Now am I war that Pyrrhus and those swift steeds three, which that drawen forth the son's char, han goon som by path in despite of me. 1705 that maketh it so soon day to be, and, for the son him hasteth thus to ris, any shall I never doon him sacrifice. But Ned's day depart most hem soon, and when her spech doon was and her chere, 1710 they twin a noon as they were wont to done, and setten time of meeting fty fear, and many a night they writ in this mania. And thus fortune a time lad in ye Criseyde, and eke this king's son of Troy. 1715 in suffisaunce, in bliss, and in singings, this Troilus gan his lyf to led, he spendeth, ersteth, maketh festanges, he yeveth frilly oft, and shonjeth weed, and held about him alwy, out of dread. 1720 a world of folk, as cam him well of kindy, the freshest and the best he could findy, that switch a voice was of Hym and a Stephen throughout the world, of honour and largesse, that it uprong to the yate of heaven. 1725 and, as in love, he was in switch gladness, that in his hurt he deemed, as I guess, that there nis love in this world at ease so well as he, and thus gan love him please. The god lied or beauty which that kindy 1730 in any other lady had set can not the mount haunts of a not unbindy, a boot his hurt, of Criseyde's net. He was sown away masked and knit, that it undone on any mania sid, 1735 that nil not been, for aught that may betide. And by the handful oft he wold take this Pandarus, and into garden led, and switch a fest and switch a proceeds make him of Criseyde, and of her womanhood, 1740 and of her beauty, that, without end dread, it was in heaven his words for to hear, and then he wold singe in this mania. Love, that of earth and seeth governance, love, that his hestesseth in heaven high, 1745 love, that within wholesomely owns hold peples owind, as him list hem jai, love, that not floor of company, and couples doth in virtue for to dwell, bind this accord, that I have told and tell, 1750 that the world with faith, which that is stable, diverseth so his stounds concordinge, that elements that been so discordable holden a bond perpetually duringe, that Phoebus mote his rosy day. Fourth Bringe, 1755 and that the moneth lordship over the nights, Al this doth love, a Herod be his mites. That the sea, that greedy is to flowen, constraineth to a certain end so his floats, that so fursely they any growen 1760 to drench in earth and al for evermo, and if that love ought let his bridle go, al that now loveth a sonder should lep, and lost were al, that love hold now to hep. So wold God, that auctor is of kindy, 1765 that, with his bond, love of his virtue list to circle hurts al, and fast bindy, that from his bond no white the we outwist. And hurts cold, hem wold I that he twist to make hem love, and that hem lest a rewe 1770 on hurts sore, and kep hem that ben true. In al neds, for the towns where he was, and a the first in arms dight, and certainly, but if that boxer, say Vector, most wide rad of any white, 1775 and this increase of hardiness and might cam him of love, his lady's thank to win, that altered his spirit so within. In time of true, on Hawkinge wold he ride, or else hunten boar, Berea, or Leown, 1780 the smile best sleet he gan by Sid. And when that he come riding into town, full oft his lady, from her window down, as fresh as falcon comin out of ma wet, full ready was, him goodly to salute. 1785 and most of love and virtue was his spec, and in despite had el wretchedness, and doubtless, known it was him by sesh to honoren hem that had worthiness, and easen hem that were in distress. 1790 and glad was he if any white well furred, that lover was, when he it wist or heard. Forsooth to sayn, he lost held every white but if he were in love's high service, I man folk that ought it been of right. 1795 and over all this, so well could he devise of sentiment, and in so uncouthwis all his array, that every lover thought, that all was well, whatso he said or it. And though that he become of blood royal, 1800 him list of pride at no white for to chase, benign he was to eke in general, for which he gat him thank in every place. Thus wold love, why Herod be his grace, that pride, envy, ire, and avarice 1805 he gan to flee, and every other vice. Thou lady bright, the doubter to Dian, thy blindy and winged so neek, dawn cooped, ye susten nine eek, that by Elicone in Hil Parna so listen for to abide, 1810 that ye thus hand deigned me to jid, I can no more, but sin that ye wall wendy, ye Herod been for a, without an nd. Thou yall have I said fully in my song theffect and I owl ye of Troilus service, 1815 be that there was som disis among, as to myn auctor listeth to devise. My thrid book now ndich in this wis, and Troilus in lust and in quiet is with Criseyde, his own hurt sweat. 1820 explicit liber tertius. Book 4. Incipit prohomnium liber quartus. But earl to litel, wheel away the while, last deaths which I owe ye, why thonkt be fortune. That semeth truest, when she wall beguile, and can to foals so her song entune, that she hem hent and blent, tritter commune, 5 and 1 a white is from her wheel why throw, then laugheth she, and maketh him the moe. From Troilus she gan her bright face o'erterith, and took of him none heard, but cast him clean out of his lady grace, 10 and on her wheel she set up Diomed, for which right now myn hurt ginneth blede, and now my pen, alas, with which I writ, quaketh for dread of that I moot endite. For how Criseyde Troilus forsook, 15 or at the least, how that she was unkindy, mo henceforth ben matter of my book, as written folk through which it is in mindy. Alas, that they should ever cause findy to speak her harm, and if they on her lie, 20 why wis, himself should han the villainy. O ye herons, knights doutrin 3, that endalees complinin ever in pine, Majora, elite, and eke Thesaphone, thou cruel Mars eke, fader to quirine, 25 this ilk firth book me helpeth fine, so that the loss of lyf and love why fear of Troilus be fully showed here. Explicit prohamium. Incipit quartus liber. Ligingenost, as I have sidder this, the Greeks strong, about Troy town, 30 bifle that, one that Phoebus shining is up on the breast of Hercules Leon, that Hector, with full many a bold baroun, cast on a day with Greeks for to fight, as he was wont to grave hem what he might. 35 Not I how long or short it was between this purpose and that day they fight meant, but on a day well armed, bright and shone, Hector, and many a worthy wight out went, with spre in hand and big bow spent, 40 and in the herd, without lengelet, her foeman in the feld noon hem meet. The long day, with spres sharp groundy, with their wace, darts, swords, maces fell, they fight and bringen horse and man to groundy, 45 and with her axes out the brains queller. But in the last shower, sooth for to tell, the folk of Troy hemselven so misleden, that with the worse at night homeward they fledden. At which day was taken Antenor, 50 more Polydamas or Munistio, Xantip, Sarpedon, Polynester, Polit, or eke the Trojan Dawn Rufio, and other lasser folk, as Fabusio. So that, for harm, that day the folk of Troy 55 dreaden to less a great part of her ye. Of Priamus was Yev, at Greek request, a time of true, and though they gone in trit, her prisoners to Shonjan, most and lest, and for the surplus Yevon soms gret. 60 This thing anoon was cuth in every street, both in thasj, in town, and everywhere, and with the first it came to Calchas air. One Calchas knew this treatise should hold, in consistory, among the Greeks, soon 65 he gan in Thringe forth, with Lord Zoldy, and set him there as he was wont to done, and with a shonged face hem bade a bone, for love of God, to don that reverence, to stint noise, and yev him audience. 70 Answered he thus, Lo, lordsmen, I was Troyan, as it is known out of dread, and, if that you remember, I am Calchas, that older first yaff comfort to your nid, and told well how that ye shoulden spid. 75 For dreadalies, threfjou, shall, in astoundy, ben Troy brend, and beaten down to groundy. And in what form, or in what manner wis this town to shindy, and all your lust to achieve, ye han this well heard it me devise, 80 this now ye, my lords, as I live. And for the Greeks were in me so live, I come myself in my proper person, to teach in this how ya was best to done, having you into my to saw any my rant 85 right no resport, to respect of your ease. Thus all my good I lost and to ya went, winning in this you, lords, for to please. But all that loss any doth me no dissis. I vouchsafe, as wisely have I owe ye, 90 for you to less all that I have in Troy, save of a doubter, that I laughed, alas. Slepinge at whom, when out of Troy I stood. O stern, O cruel fader that I was! How might I have in that so hard and hurt? 95 alas. I had brought her in her shirt. For saw well of which I will not live to more wet, but if ye lords re-well upon my sore wet. For, by that cause I say no time now her to deliver, I hold and have my peace, 100 but now or never, if that it like yow, I may her have right soon, doubtless. O help and grace! Amongst all this priest, re-well on this oldie caitiff in distress, sin I through yow have all this heaviness. 105 ye have now caught and feted in prison Trojans why now, and if your wills be, my child withun may have redemption. Now for the love of God and of bounty, boon of so feel, alas. So yev him me. 110 What need were it this pray for to wern, sin ye shall both han folk and town as yown. On peril of my lyf, I shall not lie, Apollo hath me told it faithfully, I have eke found it be astronomy, 115 by sort, and by augury eke truly, and dar well see, the time is fast by, that fyr and flamb on all the town shall spread, and thus shall Troy turn to ocean dd. For certain, Phoebus and Neptunus both, 120 that make it in the walls of the town, ben with the folk of Troy always so wroth, that their wall bring it to confusion, right in despite of King Lamedown. By cause he not payen hem her hire, 125 the town of Troy shall ben set on fire. Telling his tale always, this oldie grey, humble in spesh, and in his lokin jeek, the salt terries from his eye eng twafel fast running down by the cheke. 130 So long he gan of succor him by seek that, for to helay him of his sore ways saw, they yath him Antinor, without more. But who was glad why enough but Calchas though? And of this thing full soon his nets lid 135 on him that sholden for the treatise go, and him for Antinor full oft prayed to bringen whom King Troilus and Criseyde, and when Priam his safeguard sent, th' ambassadors to Troy straight they went. 140 The cause why told of her cominge, the oldie Priam the king full soon in general let hear upon his parliament to hold, of which the effect rehearsen yow I shall. Th' ambassadors ben answered for final, 145 Thess of prisoners and all this nid hem liketh well, and forth in they proceed. This Troilus was present in the place, when axt was for Antinor Criseyde, for which full soon Shonjan gan his face, 150 as he that with tho words well naded. But Natheless, he no word to it said, lest men should his affliction espy, with man's hurt he gan his sore ways dry. And full of anguish and of grisly dread 155 abud what lords wold you into it see, and if they wold grant, as God forbid, thes change of her, then thought he things tway, first, how to save her honour, and what way he might best thes change of her withstand. 160 full fast he cast how this might stand. Love him made pressed to doon her bide, and rather die than she should go, but resounded him, on that other side, without assent of her any do not so. 165 lest for thy work she wold be thy foe, and saying, that through thy meddling is why blow your bother love, there it was erst unknow. For which he gan deliberen, for the best, that though the lords wold that she went, 170 he wold lat hem grant what hem lest, and tell his lady first what that they meant. And when that she had said him her untongued, thereafter wold he worken also blive, though all the world I in it wold strive. 175 Hector, which that well the Greeks heard, for Antenor how they wold han Criseyde, gan it withstand, and soberly answered, Sires, she is no prisoner he said, I knew on Yahoo that this charge led, 180 but, on my part, ye may eftsoon hem tell, we you sen here no woman for to sell. The noise of people upstart then at once, as brummers bliss of straw why set on fire, for infortunate world, for the nuns, 185 they shoulden her confusion desire. Ector quod they, what gust may you inspire this woman thus to shield and doon us less dawn Antenor? A wrong we now yeachus, that is so wis, and eke so bold barown, 190 and we han nid to folk, as men may see, he is ecoon, the greatest of this town, O Hector, lat tho fantasies be. O King Priam quod they, thus segen we, that our voices to forgan Criseyde, 195 and to deliver Antenor they prayed. O Juvenal, Lord, true is thy sentence, that light whiten folk what is to yen that they any find in her desire offense, for cloud of error let him not discern 200 what best is, and lo, here ensample as yen. This folk desiren now deliverance of Antenor, that brought him to mischance. For he was after traitor to the town of Troy, alas. They quit him out to wrath, 205 O nice world, lo, thy disgrace Criseyde, which that never died hem scath, shall now no lenger in her bliss bathe, but Antenor, he shall come home to town, and she shall out, thus sidden here and hown. 210 for which delivered was by Parliament for Antenor to yelden out Criseyde, and it pronounced by the President, Althea that Hector Nafel oft prayed. And finale, what white that it withsid, 215 it was for naught, it most been, and should, for substance of the Parliament it wold. Departed out of Parliament econe, this Troilus, without words mo, to his chamber speed him faster yon, 220 but if it were a man of his or two, the which he bade out fast for to go, by cause he wold slepen, as he said, and hastily up on his bed him lid. And as in winter leves been bereft, 225 after other, till the tree be bare, so that there is but bark and branch while aft, lyth Troilus, bereft of eke welfare, why bounden in the blake bark of care, disposed would out of his wit to braid, 230 so saw him sat the shonginge of Criseyde. He rist him up, and every door he shette and window eke, and though this sorrowful man up on his bed side down him set, full like a dead image pale and wan, 235 and in his breast the hept woe began out breast, and he to worken in this wis in his woodness, as I shall yow devise. Right as the wild bull beginneth springe now here, now there, why darted to the hurt, 240 and of his death roareth in complinage, right so gan he about the chamber stood, smitting his breast with his fests smirt, his head to the wall, his body to the ground full oft he swapped, himselven to confound 245 his eyeing to, for pity of his hurt, outstremeden as swift wells tway, the high sobs of his sore ways smirt his spesh him reft, unnevs might he see, O death, alas! Why nilt thou do me 250 Cursed be the day which that nature shoop me to ben a life's creature. But after, when the fury and the rage which that his hurt twist and fast threst, by length of time so would gan assuage, 255 up on his bed he laid him down to rest, but though begone his terrors more outbreast, that wonder is, the body may suffice to half this woe, which that I yow devise. Then said he thus, Fortune, alas the while. 260 What have I done, what have I thus a guilt? How mightest thou for youth me beguile? Is there no grace, and shall I thus be spilt? Shall thus Criseyde oi, for that thou wilt? Alas! How mayst thou in thyn hurt find 265 to been to me thus cruel and unkind? Have I thee naught honoured all my life, as thou well wast, above the gods all? Why wilt thou me fro ye thus deprive? O Troilus, what may men now thee call 270 but wretched of wretches, out of honour falle into misery, in which I wall by wail Criseyde, alas! Till that the breath me fail. Alas, Fortune! If that my lyf in ye displeased had to thy foul envy, 275 yne hadst o my fader, King of Troy, by raft the lyf, or doen my brethren die, or slain myself, that thus complain and cry, I, combe world, that may of no thing serve, but ever die, and never fully stive. 280 If that Criseyde yon were me laughed, naught rut I whider thou woldest me steer, and ho, alas! Then hast o me bereft. But evermore, lo! This is thy mania, to rever white that most is to him dear, 285 to prevent that thy full violence. Thus am I lost, there helpeth no defence. O the ray Lord of love, O God, alas! That knowest best myn hurt and all my thought, what shall my sorrowful lyf don in this cast 290 if I forego that I so dear have bought? Sin ye Criseyde and me handfully brought into your grace, and both our hurts sailed, how may ye suffer, alas, it be repelled. What I may doon, I shall, while I may dure 295 on live in torment and in cruel pain, this infortune or this disaventure, ayon as I was born, why wis, complin, any never will I seen it shine or rain, but nd I will, as Oedip, in darkness 300 my sorrowful lyf, and dying in distress. O worry ghost, that erst to and fro, why nilt thou fleen out of the wofullest body, that ever might on ground go? O soul, lurking in this woe, unnist, 305 flee forth out of myn hurt, and lat it breast, and full well all we Criseyde, thy lady dear, thy right place is now no lenger here. O woeful ing too, sin your disport was to seen Criseyde's ing bright, 310 what shall ye doon but, for my discomfort, stonden for naught, and weapon out your sight. Sin she is kaint, that wont was yow to light, in vain fro this forth have I ing tway why formed, sin your virtue is away. 315 O my Criseyde, O Lady sovereign of thilk woeful soul that thus crieth, who shall now yeven comfort to the pain? Alas, no wight, but when myn hurt dieth, my spirit, which that so you enter yow hieth, 320 receive in gree, for that shall yow serve, for thy no forces, though the body stiff. O ye lovers, that high upon the wheel ben set of fortune, in good adventure, God leave that ye find a love of steel, 325 and long mo your lyf in how ye endure. But when ye comen by my sepulture, remembreth that your feelor resteth there, for I loved eke, though I unworthy were. O oldie, unwholesome, and mislived man, 330 Calcasiman, alas, what aileth thee to been a Greek, sin thou art born Troyan? O Calchas, which that wilt my bane be, in cursed time was thou born for me. As wold blissful Iove, for his ye, 335 that I thee had where I wold, in Troy. 1,000 Psyches, hotter than the gleed, out of his breast eke after other went, meddled with plints new, his woe to fed, for which his woeful terries never stent, 340 and shortly, so his pains him to rant, and wex so mat, that ye nor penance he feeleth noon, but lyth forth in a trounce. Pandor, which that in the parliament had heard what every lord and burgess said, 345 and how full graunted was, by un assent, for Antenor to Yelden so Criseyde, gan well nay would out of his wit to braid, so that, for woe, he nist what he meant, but in a race to Troilus he went. 350 a certain knight, that for the time kept the chambador, you ended it him anoon, and Pandor, that full tendry like wept, into the dirk chamber, as still as stoon, toward the bed gan softly to goon, 355 so confess, that he nist what to see, for the ray woe his wit was nay away. And with his chere and looking to torn, foresaw well of this, and with his arms folden, he stood this woeful Troilus beforen, 360 and on his piteous face he gan beholden, but Lord, so often gan his hurt colden, seeing his friend in woe, whose heaviness his hurt slow, as thought him, for distress. This woeful wight, this Troilus, that felt 365 his friend Pandora why comen him to see, gan as the snow in the sun melt, for which this sorrowful Pandora, of pity, gan for to weep as tendry like as he, and specialies thus been thys ilk tway, 370 that nithamito word foresaw Wessy. But at the last this woeful Troilus, nay deed for smurt, gan breasten out to roar, and with a sorrowful noise he said thus, among his sobs and his sighs sore, 375 low. Pandora, I am deed, without any more. Hast thou naught heard at Parliament he said, for Antenor how lost is my Criseyde. This Pandarus, full deed and pale of hue, full piteously answered and said, Yes. 380 as wisely were it false as it is true, that I have heard, and what how it is. O mercy, God, who wold have trod this? Who wold have went that, in so light a throw, fortune our ye wold han overthrow. 385 For in this world there is no creature, as to my doom, that ever saw ruin stronger than this, throughcas or adventure. But who may eschew, or divine? Switch is this world, for thy eye thus defin. 390 Any trust no wight to find in fortune property, her yeftes been commune. But tell me this, why thou art now so mad to soar when thus? Why liest thou in this wis, sin thy desire wholly hast thou had, 395 So that, by right, it ought why now suffice. But I, that never felt in my service a friendly chere or loking of an ye, let me thus weep and wail, till I die. And over all this, as thou well wast thyself, 400 this town is full of ladies all about, and, to my doom, fairer than switch 12 as ever she was, shall I find in som route, ye, un or two, without any doubt. For thy be glad, myno and dear brother, 405 If she be lost, we shall recover another. What, God forbid all we that eke pleasaunce in o thing were, and in none other wight. If un can singe, another can well dance, if this be goodly, she is glad and light, 410 And this is fair, and that can good right. Eke for his virtue holden is for dear, both heroine and falcon for reverie. And eke, as writ Zanzis, that was full wis, the new love outchaseth oft the oldie, 415 And up on Newcastle yth new arveis. Think eke, thyself to save an art our hold, switch fyr, by proceeds, shall of kindy cold. For sin it is but casual pleasaunce, som cas shall put it out of remembrance. 424 Also sir as day cometh after night, the new love, labour or other woe, or else seld singe of a wight, don oldie afflictions all overgo. And, for thy part, thou shalt have one of thou 425 to abrig with thy bitter pains smirt, absence of her shall drive her out of hurt. These words said he for the nuns all, to help his friend, lest he foresaw where dade. For doubtless, to doon his woe to falle. 430 He rut not what unthrift that he sid. But Troilus, that ne foresaw where dade, tok lie tell heard of all that ever he meant, oon ere it heard, at the other out it went, but at the last answered and sid, Friend. 435 This lashecraft, or hellate thus to be, were well sitting, if that I were afeed, to tracen her that true is unto me. I pray God, lat this consale never why thee, but do me rather sterven on right here. 440 I thus do as thou me woldest le. She that I serve, why wis, whatso thou see, to whom myn hurt en habit is by right, shall han me wholly hires till that I die. 4. Pandarus, sin I have trouth her height. 445 I will not been unto you for no white, but as her man I will live and sterve, and never other creature serve. And there thou sist, thou shalt as fair find thee as she, lat be, make no comparison. 450 To creature why formed here by kindy. O lev Pandar, in conclusion, I will not be of thyn opinion, touching all this, for which I thee by sesh, so hold thy peace, thou sleest me with thy spesh. 455 Thou biddest me I should love another al freshly new, and lat Criseyde go. It lyth not in my power, lev brother. And though I might, I wold not do so. But canst en raket, to and fro, 460 nettle in, dock out, now this, now that, Pandar. Now foul falle ho, for thy woe that care. Thou farest eke by me, thou Pandarus, as he, that when a white is woe by goon, he cometh to him a pass, and sith right thus. 465 Think not on smirt, and thou shalt feel noon. Thou most me first transma when in a stoon, and rev me my passions all, thou so lightly do my woe to falle. The death may well out of my breast depart. 470 The lyf. So long may this sore wear but fro my soul shall Criseyde start out nevermo, but down with Proserpine, when I am dead, I will go one in pine, and there I will eternally complain. 475 My woe, and how that twinned be we twain. Thou'st here modern argument, for fyn, how that it should alas a pain be Criseyde to forgoon, for she was myn, and live in ease and in felicity. 480 Why Gabesto, that siddest thus to me that him is worse that is fro well why throw, than he had erst none of that well why now, but tell me now, sin that thee thinketh so light to shongen so in love, to and fro. 485 Why hast thou not done busily thy might to shongen her that doth thee all thy woe? Why nilt thou let her fro thyn hurt go? Why nilt thou love another lady sweat, that may thyn hurt setten in quiet? 490 If thou'st had in love a yet mischance, and canst it not out of thyn hurt drive, I, that lived in lust and in pleasance with her as much as creature on live, how should I that forget, and that so blive? 495 O where hast thou been hid so long in my wet, that canst so well and formally argue? Nay, nay, God wot, naught worth is all thy rede, for which, for what that ever may befall, without words mo, I will be deed. 500. O death, that ender out of sore ways al, come now, sin I so oft after thee call, for saily is that death, soth for to sane, that, oft why clept, cometh and endeth pain. Well what I, whyl my lyf was in quiet, 505 thou me slow, I wold have yeven higher, but now thy coming is to me so sweet, that in this world I no thing so desire. O death, sin with this sore where I am may fear, thou outher do me anoon why enteries drench, 510 or with thy cold stroke myn het quench. Sin that thou sleest so feel in sundry ends her will, unprayed, day and night, do me, at my request, this service, deliver now the world, so dost o right, 515 of me, that am the wofullest wight that ever was, for time is that I sterve, sin in this world of right naught may I serve. This Troilus in Terry's gan distill, as liquor out of a lambic full fast, 520 and Pandarus gan hold his tunge still, and to the ground his eyeing down he cast. But Natheless, dost thou he at the last, what, pard, rather than my feel or d, yet shall I som what more un to him see 525 and Sid, friend, sin thou'st switch distress, and sin thee list myn arguments to blame, why nilt thyself and help and doon redress, and with thy manhood let an this gram. Go ravish her any cansto not for shame. 530 and outher lat her out of town fair, or hold her still, and leave thy nice fare. Art thou in Troy, and dost non hardiment to take a woman which that loveth thee, and wold herself and been of thyn assent. 535 Now is not this a nice vanity? Rys up anoon, and lat this weeping be, and kyth thou art a man, for in this hour I will be deed, or she shall blev an hour. To this answered him Troilus full soft, 540 and Sid, pard, lev brother dear, al this have I myself yet thought full oft, and more thing than thou devisest here. But why this thing is laughed, thou shalt well hear, and when thou mayest yeven audience, 545 thereafter mayst thou tell all thy sentence. First, sin thou wast this towneth all this wherefore ravishing of women so by might, it should not be suffered me to as it stand now, any doon so great unright. 550 I should han also blame of every wight, my fathers graunt if that I so withstode, since she is shoned for the town's good. I have eke thought, so it were her assent, to ask her at my fader, of his grace, 555 Then think I, this were her accusement, sin well I woot I may her not purchase. For sin my fader, in so high a place as Parliament, ath her eschorn gensild, he nil for me his letter be repelled. 560 Yet dread I most her hurt to perturb with violence, if I do switch a game, for if I wold it openly disturb, it most been disclondra to her name. And me were liever deed than her defame, 565 As nold God but if I should have her honour liever than my lyf to save. Thus am I lost, for aught that I can see, for certain is, sin that I am her knight, I most her honour liever han than me 570 in every case, as lovier aught of right. Thus am I with desire and resin twite, desire for to destuben her me readth, and resin nil not, so myn hurt dreadth. Thus wepinge that he could never cess. 575 he said, Alas! How shall I, recture, fare? For well feel I alway my love increase, and hope is lasser and lasser alway, Pandora. Increasen eke the causes of my care, so well away, why nil myn hurt breast. 584, as in love, there is but little rest. Pandora answered, Friend, thou mayst, for me, don as thee list, but had ich it so hurt, and thyns dat, she should go with me, though all this town cried on this thing by note. 585 Einold set at all that noise a grota. For when men han well cried, then wall they round, a wonder last but 9 night never in town. Divin not in reson so dip any courteously, but help thyself anoon. 590 bet is that other than thyself and wep, and namely, sin ye to been alone. Rys up, for by myn heed, she shall not goon, and rather be in blame a light why found thanst of here as a gnat, without woundy. 595 It is no shame you enter yow, any no vice her to withholden, that ye loveth most. Paronta, she might holden thee for nice to let her go thus to the Greeks ost. Thank eke fortune, as well thyselven wast, 600 helpeth hardy man to his empress, and waveth wretches, for her cowardice. And though thy lady wold a light tell her grove, thou shalt thy peace full well hereafter make, but as for me, certain, I cannot live 605 that she wold it as now for evil take. Why should then forferd thyn hurt quake? Think eke how Pariseth, that is thy brother, a love, and why shalt thou not have another? And Troilus, O thing idea thee swore, 610 that if Criseyde, which that is thy leaf, now loveth thee as well as thou dost here, God help me so, she nil not take a grief, though thou do but a noon in this mischief. And if she will neth throw thee for to pass, 615 then is she false, so love her well the lasser. For thy tack hurt, and think, right as a knight, thou love is broken alder every law. Kyth now soon would thy courage and thy might, have mercy on thyself, for any or. 620 Lat not this wretched woth in hurt nor, but manly set the world on 6 and 7, and, if thou dear martyr, go to heaven. I will myself be with thee at this dd, though ich and all my kin, upon astoundy, 625 shall in a strait as dogs ligan dd, thou are girt with many a wyd and bloody woundy. In every case I will a friend be foundy. And if thee list hearst of an as a recture, you, the devil spid him that it recture. 630 This Troilus gan with tho words quicken, and said, Friend, grant mercy, ich assent, but certainly thou mayst not me so pricken, any pain noon any may me so torment, that, for no case, it is not myn entente. 635 At short words, though I die en should, to ravish her, but if herself it wold why, so many quod pandarus, al this day. But tell me then, hast o her will assayed, that sawest thus? And he answered, Nay, whereof art thou quod Pandora, the name made, 640 that know'st not that she wol ben wyvel appaid to ravish her, sin thou'st not been there, but if that I have told it in thyn. For thy rys up, as naught any were, anoon, 645 and wash thy face, and to the king thou wendy, or he may wonderen whither thou art goon. Thou most with wisdom him and other blendy, or, upon cas, he may after thee send ere thou be war, and shortly, brother dear, 650 be glad, and let me work in this matter. For I shall shape it so, that sickly thou shalt this night som time, in som mania, come speak with thy lady privily, and by her words eke, and by her chere, 655 thou shalt full soon apperceive and well hear el her entente, and in this case the best, and fare now well, for in this point I rest. The swift fame, which that false things eagle reporteth like the things true, 660 was throughout Troy why fled with pressed wings fro man to man, and made this tale el new, how Calchas doubter, with her bright hue, at parliament, without words more, I granted was in shown Javantinor. 665 the which tale anoon right as Criseyde had heard, she, which that of her fader rut, as in this case, right naught, anyone he did, full busily to up it by such hem mischance that this treatise brought. 670 but shortly, lest these tales soth were, she durst at no white asken it, for fear. As she that had her hurt and el her mindy on Troilus why set so wonder fast, that el this world any might her love unbindy, 675 any Troilus out of her hurt cast, she wol ben his, whyl that her lyf may last. And thus she brenethed both in love and dread, so that she nist what was best to read. But as men seen in town, and all about, 680 that woman you send friendies to visit, so to Criseyde of woman come a root for pittance I ye, and wenden her delight, and with her tales, dear why not omit, these women, which that in the sight dwell, 685 they set hem down, and sit as I shall tell. Quod first that I am glad, truly, by cause of you, that shall your fader see. Another said, why wis, so nam not I, for el to lie telleth she with us be. 690 quod though the thrid, I hope, why wis, that she shall bringen us the peas on every side, that, when she goeth, Almighty God her jid. Though words and though womanis her things, she heard hem right as though sheathens were, 695 for, God it what, her hurt on other thing is, although the body sat among hem there. Her advertence is always elsewhere, for Troilus full fast her soul sought, without en word, always on him she thought. 700 thys woman, that thus wenden her to please, about naught gone el her tales spendy, switch vanity any can don her non-ease, as she that, al this while. Brendy of other passion than that they wendy, 705 so that she felt almost her hurt for woe, and worry of that company. for which no lenger might she restrain her terries, so they gone in up to well, that Yavin seeners of the bitter pain 710 in which her spirit was, and most dwell, remembering her, fro heaven unto which hell she fallen was, sith she forgoth the sight of Troilus, and sorrowfully she sight. And thilke foals sitting her about 715 wenden, that she wept and sighed sore by cause that she should out of that route depart, and never plea with him more. And they that had known her of yore see her so wep, and thought it kindness, 720 and esh of hem wept eke for her distress, and busily they gone in her comforten of thing, God wot, on which she light held out, and with her tales wenden her disporten, and to be glad they often her bysat. 725 But switch an Easter with they her at right as a man is est for to feel, for ache of heed, to cloren him on his helle. But after all this nice vanity they took her leave, and whom they went an all. 730 Criseyde, full of sorrowful piety, into her chamber up went out of the halle, and on her bed she gan for deed to falle, in purpose never thins for to ris, and thus she writ, as I shall yow devise. 735 Her own did hear, that sunnish was of hue, she rant, and eke her fine grays long and small she wrongful oft, and bad God on her re-wear, and with the death to doon but on her bail. Her hue, whilom bright, that though was pale, 740 bar witens of her woe and her constraint, and thus she spake, sobbinge, in her complaint, alas, quod she, out of this region I, woeful wretched and infortuned wight, and born in caused constellation, 745 Mogoon, and thus departen fro my night, woe worth, alas. That ilk day's light on which I saw him first with eng twain, that causeth me, and I him, all this pain. The with the terries from her eng to 750 down fill, as shower in apparel full sweeth, her white breast she bet, and for the woe after the death she cried 1,000 scythe, sin he that wont her woe was for to lithe, she mo forgoon, for which disaventure 755 she held herself a forlost creature. She said, how shall he doon, and I also? How should I live, if that I from him twin? O dear hurt eke, that I love so, who shall that sore weslean that ye ben in? 760 O calcas, fader, thynbl this sin. O moda myn, that clept were argive, woe worth that day that thou me berear on live. To what fyn should I live and soar when thus? How should a fish without water dure? 765 What is Criseyde worth, from Troilus? How should a plant or live's creature live, without his kindly nouriture? For which full oft a byword here I see, that retelles, mo green sondy. 770 I shall don thus, sin neither sword any dart dai non handle, for the cruelty, that ilk day that I from yow depart, if sore well of that nil not my bane be, then shall no meat or drink come in me 775 till I my soul out of my breast unshth, and thus myselven will I do to death. And, Troilus, my clothes ever itune shall blake been, in token inge, hurt sweat, that I am as out of this world agoon. 780 that wont was yow to setten in quiet, and of myn ordre, a till death me meet, the observance ever, in your absence, shall sore wed been, complaint, and abstinence. Myn hurt and eke the woeful goose there in 785 bequeath I, with your spirit to complain eternally, for they shall never twin. For though in earth white wind be we twain, yet in the feld of piety, out of pain, that high tillisos, shall we been why fear. 790 as Orpheus and Eridas, his fear. Thus, hurt myn, for Antinor, Alas. I sown shall be shoned, as I win. But how shall ye don in this sorrowful case? How shall your tender hurt this certain? 795 but hurt myn, for yet this sore well and ten, and me also, for, soothly for to see, so ye well fare, I reck cheer not to die. How might it ever why read ben or why song, the plaint that she made in her distress? 800 I note, but, as for me, my light tongue, if I discraven wold her heaviness, it should make her sore seem less than that it was, and childishly deface her high complaint, and the fore I it pace. 805 Pandora, which that sent from Troilus was to Criseyde, as ye han heard devise, that for the best it was accorded thus, and he full glad to doon him that service, un to Criseyde, in a full secret wis. 810 there as she lay in torment and in rage, come her to tell Huli his message, and fond that she herselven gan to treat full piteously, for with her salt teries her breast, her face, why bathed was full wet. 815 the mighty tresses of her sonnish hairs, unbroiden, hangen all about her s. Which off him the ray signal of martyr of death, which that her hurt gan desire. When she him saw, she gan foresaw well anon. 820 her true face 8 wikes her arms hide, for which this pander is so woe bygone, that in the whose he might unnether bide, as he that piety felt on every side. For if Criseyde had erst complained sore, 825 though gan she plain 1,000 times more. And in her aspra plaint than she said, Pandora first of I ye's mo than two was causinge un to me, Criseyde, that now transma wed been in cruel woe. 830 where shall I see to yow welcome or no, that older first me brought into service of love, Alas. That endeth in switch wis. Endeth than love in woe. Ye, all men lieth. And all worldly bliss, as thinketh me. 835 the end of bliss a saw well it occupieth, and whoso troweth not that it so be, let him upon me, woeful wretchere, why see, that myself hate, and a my birth a course, feelinge alway, frowick I go to worse. 840 whoso me seeth, he seeth so well all at once, pain, torment, plaint, woe, distress. Out of my woeful body harm there anon is, as anguish, languor, cruel bitterness, ennui, smart, dread, fury, and exenis. 845 I trow, why wis, from heaven Terry's reign, for piety of myn aspra and cruel pain. And thou, my sister, full of discomfort quod Pandarus, what then kesto to do? Yne hasto to thyselven som resport, 850 why wilt thou thus thyself, alas, for do. Leave all this work and tak now heard to that I shall sayn, and hearken, of good entente, this, which by me thy Troilus thee sent. Taunt her though Criseyde, a woe-making 855 so great that it a death was for to see. Alas, quod she, what words may ye bringe? What will my dear hurt sayn to me, which that I dread never mo to see? Will he have plint or terries, I wendy? 860 I have why now, if he thereafter sendy. She was right switch to seen in her visage as is that white that men on Berea bindy, her face, like of Paradis the image, was ly changed in another kindy. 865 the plea, the laughter men was wont to findy on her, and eke her ioues ever icone, ben fled, and thus lyth now Criseyde yon. About her ing to a pair purring by Trent, in soth fast tonnage of her pain, 870 that to behold it was a deadly thing, for which Pandora might not restrain the terries from his ing for to reign. But Natheless, as he best might, he said from Troilus these words to Criseyde. 875 Lo-ness, I trow ye han heard how the king, with other lords, for the best, hath mad change of Antenor and Yao, that causes of this sorrow and this unrest. But how this cast doth Troilus molest, 880 that may non earthly man's tongue see, for the ray woe his wit is away. For which we han so sore weighed, he and I, that into light hell both it had us slaw, but third my consile this day, finally, 885 he so what is fro weeping now withdraw. And semeth me that he desireth for with you to been all night, for to devise remedy in this, if there were any wis. This, short and plain, th' effect of my message, 890 as for forth as my wit can comprehendi. For ye, that been of torment in switch rage, may to no long privilege as now ontendi, and her upon ye may answer him sendi. And, for the love of God, minus dear, 895 so leave this woe Troilus be here great is my woe quod she, and sight sore, as she that feeleth deadly sharp distress, but yet to me his sore well is much all more, that love him bet than he himself, I guess. 900 alas. For me'th he switch heaviness. Can he for me so piteously complain? Why wis, his sore way doubleth all my pain. Grievous to me, God wot, is for to twin quod she, but yet it harder is to me 905 to seen that sore way which that he is in, for well wot I, it will my bane be, and I will incertain though quod she, but bid him come, death, that thus me threateth, drive out that ghost which in myn hurt beateth. 910 these words said, she on her arms to Philgraph, and gan to weep piteously. Quod Pandarus, alas. Why do ye so, sin well ye woot the time is fast by, that he shall come. Aris up hastily, 915 that he yow not bewopem thus any findy, but ye will have him wood out of his mindy. For wist he that ye furred in this mania, he wold himself slee, and if I wendy to han this fair, he should not come here 924 the good that Priam may despendi. For to what fyn he wold anoon pretendi, that now I well, and for thy yet I see, so leaf this sore web, or platly he woldy. And shapeth yow his sore wherefore to a breg, 925 and naught increase, levenous sweat, beth rather to him cause of flat than egg, and with som wisdom ye his sore ways beat. What helpeth it to weapon philistrit, although ye both in salt terries drained? 930 bet is a time of cure than of plint. Iman thus, when I him hide a bringe, sin ye ben wis, and both of un assent, so shapeth how disturb your goinge, or come ieng, soon after ye be went. 935 Woman ben wis in short avicement, and lat sen how your wit shall now avail, and what that I may help, it shall not fail. Go quod Criseyde, and uncle, truly, I shall don all my might, me to restrain 940 from weeping in his sight, and busily, him for to glade, I shall don all my pain, and in myn hurt seeken every vein, if to this so there may be founden salve, it shall not lacken, certain, on myn have. 945 Goth Pandarus, and Troilus he sought, till in a temple he fond him a yone, as he that of his lyf no lenger rut, but to the pious gods ever each on full tendrily he prayed, and made his man, 950 to doon him soon out of this world to pace, for well he thought there was none other grace. And shortly, al the soth for to see, he was so fallen in despair that day, that outly he shoop him for to die. 955 For right thus was his argument alway, he said, he nas but Lauren, way Laurie. For all that canth by necessity, thus to be lorn, it is my destiny. For certainly, this what I well he said, 960 That foresight of divine purvianceth sane alway me to forgan Criseyde, sin God seeth everything, out of doubt taunts, and hem disponeth, thou are his ordinance, in her merits sothly for to be, 965 As they shall comen by predestiny. But Nathiles, alas, whom shall I leave? For there ben gret clerks many un, that destiny through arguments prove, and som men saying that nedly there is noon, 970 But that free choice is yeven us ever itune. Oh, well away. So sly on clerks oldie, that I not whose opinion I may hold. For som men saying, if God saith al beforen, any God may not deceived ben, pardie, 975 Then moot it fallen, though men had it sworn, that purvianceth sane before to be. Wherefore I see, that from if he athwist before in our thought eke as our dd, we have no free choice, as these clerks read. 984 Other thought nor other dd also might never be, but switch as purviance, which may not ben deceived nevermo, athfield beforen, without an ignorance. For if there might been a variance 985 to ruthen out fro God's purveying, there near no prescience of thing cominge, but it were rather an opinion uncertain, and no steadfast foreseeing, and certs, that were an abusion. 990 that God should han no perfect clear whitinge more than we men that han doubtus winninge. But switch an error up on God to jess were false and foul, and wicked causedness. Eke this is an opinion of Psalm 995 that han her top full high and smooth why sure, they sayn right thus, that thing is not to come for that the prescience hath sayn before that it shall come, but they sayn that the for that it shall come, the for the perviance 1000 what it before and without any ignorance. And in this mania this necessity returneth in his part contrary again. For needfully behoveth it not to be that thilke things fallen in certain 1005 that ben pervade, but nedly, as they sayn, behoveth it that things, which that falle, that they in certain ben pervade al. I mean as though I laboured me in this, to enquiren which thing cause of which thing be, 1010 as whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessity of things that to come and been, pardie, or if necessity of thing cominge be cause certain of the purveyinge. 1015 But now any enforce I me not insuinge how the order of causes stand, but well what I, that it behoveth that the bifallinge of things wist before and certainly be necessary, I'll seem it not there by 1020 that prescience put falling necessaire to thing to come, I'll falle it foul or fair. For if there sit a man yond on a sea, then by necessity behoveth it that, certes, thyn opinion soth be, 1025 that winnest or conjectest that he sit, and further over now in ward it, lo, right so it is of the part contrary, as thus, now hearken, for I will not tarry I see, that if the opinion of the 1030 be sooth, for that he sit, then see I this, that he mo sitten by necessity, and thus necessity in either is. For in him need of sitting is, why wis, and in the need of sooth, and thus, forsooth, 1035 the remote necessity ben in you both. But thou mayst sayn, the man sit not the for, that thyn opinion of sitting soth is, but rather, for the man sit there before, the for is thyn opinion sooth, why wis. 1040 And I see, though the cause of sooth of this canth of his sitting, yet necessity is entrechanged, both in him and thee. Thus on this same wis, out of doubt haunts, I may well maken, as it seemeth me, 1045 my resonance of God's purveyance, and of the things that to come and be, by which reason men may well why see, that thilke things that in earth falle, that by necessity they come and al. 1054 Although that, for thing shall come, why wis, the for is it pervade, certainly, not that it canth for it pervade is, yet nathiles, behoveth it nedfully, that thing to come be pervade, truly, 1055 Or else, things that pervade be, that they betiden by necessity. And this sufficeth right why now, certain, for to destroy our free choice every del. But now is this abusion, to sayn, 1060 that fallinge of the things temporal is cause of God's prescience eternal. Now truly, that is a false sentence, that thing to come should cause his prescience. What might I win, and I had switch a thought, 1065 But that God purveyeth thing that is to come, for that it is to come, and else naught. So might I when that things and some, that willem been by fall and overcome, ben cause of thilk sovereign purveyance, 1070 That for what without en ignorance. And over this, yet see I more hurto, that right as when I woot there is a thing, why wis, that thing mo needfully be so, eke right so, when I woot a thing coming, 1075 So mo it come, and thus the by-falling of things that ben wist before the tide, they mo not been eschewed on no sid. Then said he thus, Almighty Iovin trone, that wast of this thing the soothfastness, 1080 Rewell on my sore web, or do me disown, or bring Criseyde and me fro this distress. And while he was in this heaviness, disputing with himself in this matter, compander in, and said as ye may hear. 1085 O mighty God quod panderus, in trone, who say ever a wis man faren so. Why, Troilus, what then kesto to done? Hasto switch lust to been thyn fo? What, pard, yet is not Criseyde go? 1090 Why list thee so thyself for doon for dreed, that in thyn heed thyn seaman dd? Hast-o not lived many a year before and without ho, and fared full well at ease? Art thou for her and for none other born? 1095 Kind thee rattle only her to please. Lat be, and think right thus in thy disses, that, in the D's right as there are fallen shownces, right so in love, there are come and goon pleasaunces. And yet this is a wonder most of all, 1100 Why thou thus sawest, sin thou know'st not yet, touching her goinge, how that it shall falle, any if she can herself disturben it. Thou'st not yet assayed her wit. A man may by time his neck bead 1105 when it shall have, and sawen at the nid. For thy take heard of that I shall see, I have with her why spoke and long why be, so as accorded was betwixt us tway. And evermore me thinketh thus, that she 1110th som what in her heart's privity, wherewith she can, if I shall write disturb this, of which thou art in dread. For which my counsel is, when it is night, thou to her go, and make of this an end. 1115 And blissfully I know, thou her great might, shall, as I hope, her grace to us send. Myn hurtseth, certain, she shall not wendy, and for thy put thyn hurt a while in rest, and hold this purpose, for it is the best. 1120 This Troilus answered, and sight saw, thou seest right well, and I will do right so, and what him list, he said to it more. And when that it was time for to go, full privily himself, without mo, 1125 to her com, as he was wont to done, and how they writ, I shall yow tell soon. So 'tis, that when they gone first to meet, so gan the pain her hurts for to twist, that neither of hem other might gret, 1130 but hem in arms took and after kissed. The lasser woeful of hem both nist where that he was, any might o word outbringe, as I said erst, for woe and for sobbinge. Though woeful terries that they litten falle 1135 as bitter weren, out of terries kindy, for pain, as is lign aloes or gall. So bitter terries weep naught, as I findy, the woeful myrrh through the bark and rindy. That in this world therein is so hard and hurt, 1140 that not han rewed on her pains smirt. But when her woeful worry ghosts twain returned been there as hem ought dwell, and that som what to waken gan the pain by length of plint, and eben gan the well 1145 of higher terries, and the hurt unsell, with broken voice, al hoas forschreit, Criseyde to Troilus thy ilk words sid, o I ove, id, and mercy I beseech. Help, Troilus. And there withal her face 1150 upon his breast shielded, and lost spech, her woeful spirit from his proper place, right with the word, all we up point to pace. And thus she lyth with hues pale and green, that whilom fresh and fairest was to say nay. 1155 This Troilus, that on her gan behold, clepinge her name, and she lay as for deed, without answeria, and felt her limes cold, her eye eng thrown upward to her heed. This sorrowful man can now noon other read, 1160 but oft time her cold mouth he kissed, where him was woe, God and himself it wist. He rist him up, and long straight he her lid, for sina of lyf, for aught he can or may, can he noon find in no thing on Criseyde, 1165 for which his songful oft is wheel away. But when he saw that specialise she lay, with sorrowful voice and hurt of bliss bear, he said how she was fro this world why fair. So after that he long had her complained, 1170 his haunts wrong, and said that was to see, and with his terries salt her breast by rained, he gan though terries wipen of full dray, and piteously gan for the soul pray, and said, O Lord, that set art in thy throne, 1175 rewake on me, for I shall fall where her sown. She cold was and without any sentiment, for aught he woot, for breath any felt he noon, and this was him a prainant argument that she was forth out of this world agoon. 1180 And when he say there was none other woon, he gan her limes dress in switch mania as men don hem that shall be lid on Berea. And after this, with stern and cruel hurt, his sword noon out of his shethe heat white, 1185 himself to sleen, how saw that him smirt, so that his soul her soul full win might, there as the doom of Oswald it dight, sin love and cruel fortune it any wold, that in this world he lenge alive and should. 1190 Said he thus, full filed of high disdain, O cruel Iove, and thou, fortune adverse, this L and som, that falsely have ye slain Criseyde, and sin ye may do me no worse, fy on your might and workies so diverse. 1195 Thus cowardly ye shall me never win, there shall no death me fro my lady twin. For I this world, sin ye han slain her thus, wall let, and follow her spirit low or high, shall never love a sane that Troilus 1200 dar not, for fear, with his lady die, for certain, I will berear her company. But sin ye will not suffer us liven here, yet suffereth that our souls ben why fear. And thou, Cite, which that I live in woe, 1205 and thou, Priam, and brethren ly fear, and thou, my moder, farewell. For I go, and Atropo, make ready thou my berear. And thou, Criseyde, O sweat hurt dear, receive now my spirit, wold he see, 1210 with sword at hurt, I'll ready for to die but as God wold, of swather with she abraid, and gan to Psyche, and Troilus she cried, and he answered, Lady myn Criseyde, live ye yet, and let his sword down glide. 1215 ye, hurt myn, that thanked be Cupid. Quod she, and therewithal she saw sight, and he began to glade her as he might, took her in arms too, and kissed her oft, and her to glade he died al his entente, 1220 for which her ghost, that flickered day on loft, into her woeful hurt in it went. But at the last, as that her glent acid, anon she gan his sword spy, as it lay bare, and gan for fear cry, 1225 and asked him, why he it had outdraw. And Troilus anon the cause her told, and how himself therewith he wold have slaw. For which Criseyde up on him gan behold, and gan him in her arms fast fold, 1230 and said, O mercy, God, lo, which a dd. Alas! How nay we were both dd. Than if I any had spoken, as grace was, ye wold han slain yourself anon, quod she. Ye, doubtless, and she answered, Alas! 1235 For, by that ilk Lord that made me, einilde forlong we on live han be, after your death, to han been crowned queen of all the land the sun on shineth. But with this self-sword, which that here is, 1240 myself I wold han slain. Quod she though, but ho, for we han right why now of this, and let us ris and straight to bed go and there lat ys speaken of our woe. For, by the mortar which that I see bren, 1245 now I full well that day is not fur hen. When they were in her bed, in arms fold, naught was it like though nights here beforen, for piteously eke other gan behold, as they that hadden all her bliss whilorn, 1250 by wailing the day that they were born. Till at the last this sorrowful white Criseyde to Troilus these ilk words said, Lo, hurt myn, well wot ye this quod she, that if a white alway his woe complain, 1255 and sicketh naught how holpen for to be, it nis but folly and increase of pain, and sin that here assembled be we twain to find debut of woe that we ben in, it were all time soon to begin. 1260 I am a woman, as full well ye woot, and as I am marvellest so dainly, so will I tell yow, whyl it is hoot. Methinketh thus, that now the ye nor I ought half this woe to make skilfully. 1265 For there is art why now for to redress that yet is miss, and sleen this heaviness. Sooth is the woe, the which that we ben in, for aught I woot, for nothing else is but for the cause that we sholden twin. 1270 Considered the is no more amiss. But what is then a remedy to this, but that we shape us soon for to meet? This L and SOM, my dear hurt sweat. Now that I shall well bringen it about 1275 to come ein, soon after that I go, there of my no main a thing in doubt. For dreadlies, within a week or two, I shall ben here, and, that it may be so by right, and in a words few, 1280 I shall yow well an heap of wees shoe. For which I will not make long sermon, for time why lost may not recovered be, but I will gon to my conclusion, and to the best, in aught that I can see. 1285 And, for the love of God, forgive me if I speak aught I in your hurts rest, for truly, I speak it for the best, making all we a protestation, that now these words, which that I shall see, 1219 is but to shew yow my motion, to find un to our help the best way, and taketh it none other wis, I pray. For in effect whatso ye me command, that will I doon, for that is no demand. 1295 Now hearkeneth this, ye han well understand, my going granted is by Parliament so forth, that it may not be withstand for this world, as by my usement. And sin there helpeth noon avicement 1300 to letten it, let it pass out of mind, and let us shape a better way to find. The soth is, that the twinning of us twain will us dissis and cruel like annoy. But him beoveth som time han a pain, 1305 that serveth love, if that he will have I ye. And sin I shall no further out of Troy than I may ride ein on half a more where, it ought less cause in us to saw where. So as I shall not so ben hid in my where, 1310 that day by day, myno and hurt dear, sin well ye woot that it is now a true, ye shall full well lmyns dat y here. And that true well is doon, I shall ben here, and then have ye both antinor y1 1315 and me also, Beth glad now, if ye can, and then cried thus, Criseyde is now agoon, but what? She shall come hastily ein, and when, alas. By God, lo, right anoon, days 10, this day I softly sane. 1320 And then at Erster shall we been so fain, so as we shall to Judea's ever dwell, that this world any might our bliss tell. I see that oft, there as we ben now, that for the best, our counsel for to hide, 1325 Ye speak not with me, nor I with yow in fortnight, any see yow go any ride. May ye not 10 days then abide, for myn honor, in switch an adventure. Why wis, ye moen els light endure. 1330 Ye now eke how that my kin is here, but if that unlike it my fader be, and eke myn other things ly fear, and name alike, my dear hurt, ye, whom that I nold leven for to see 1335 for this world, as wyd as it hath space, or else, cich never I ove's face. Why trow ye my fader in this wis coveteth so to see me, but for dread lest in this town that folks me despise 1340 by cause of him, for his unhappy deedy. What woot my fader what lyf that I led? For if he wist in Troy how well I fare, us ned for my wending naught to care. Ye seen that every day eke, more and more, 1345 men tret of peas, and it supposed is, that men the cunelin shall restore, and Greeks us restore that is miss. So though there are near comfort noon but this, that men purposen peas on every sid, 1350 ye may the better at ease of her to bide. For if that it be peas, myn hurt dear, the nature of the peas moneds drive that men most enter commune in fear, and to and fro eke ride and gunners blive 1355 all day as thick as been flen from an hive, and every white han liberty to believe whereas him list the bet, without en lev. And though so be that peas there may be noon, yet hider, though there never peas any were, 1360 I most come, for whither should I goon, or how mischance should I dwell there among tho men of arms ever in fear? For which, as wisly God my soul read, I cannot seen whereof ye shoulden dread. 1365 have here another we, if it so be that this thing any may yow not suffice. My fader, as ye knowen well, pardie, is old, and eld is full of covetise, and I right now have found an that is 1370 without net, wherewith I shall him henty, and hearkeneth how, if that ye will assent. Lo, Troilus, men sayn that hard it is the wolfful, and the weather hool to have, this is to sayn, that men full oft, why wis, 1375 mo spenden part, the remnant for to save. For with gold men may the hurt grave of him that set his up on covetise, and how I shall it yow devise. The mobile which that I have in this town 1380 un to my fader shall I take, and see, that right for trust and for salvation it sent is from a friend of his or tway, the which friends fervent like him pray to send an after more, and that in high 1385 whyl that this town stand thus in eu party. And that shall be an huge quantity, thus shall I sayn, but, lest it folk are spied, this may be sent by no wight but by me, I shall eke shewen him, if peas betide, 1390 what friend is that I have on every sid toward the court, to doon the wrath pace of Priamus, and doon him stond in grace. So what for o thing and for other, sweat, I shall him so enchanten with my sores, 1395 that right in heaven his soul is, shall he meet. For Apollo, or his clerk's laws, or Calculin availeth naught 3 whores, Desire of gold shall so his soul blendy, that, as me lyst, I shall well make an nd. 1400 and if he wold aught by his sort it prove if that I lie, In certain I shall fond disturben him, and pluck him by the sleeve, make inch his sort, and biren him on hond, he hath not well the gods understand. 1405 For gods speaken in amphibologies, and, for o sooth they tellen 20 lies. Eke dreed fond first gods, I suppose, thus shall I sayn, and that his coward hurt made him amiss the gods' text to gluse. 1410 When he forferred out of his Delphos state. And but I make him soon to convert, and doen my read within a day or tway, I wol to yow oblige me to de. And trulich, as right and well I find de. 1415 That this thing was sid of good entente, and that her hurt true was and kindy towards him, and spark right as she meant, and that she staffed for woe nay, when she went, and was in purpose ever to be true. 1420 Thus writen they that of her workies knew. This Troilus, with hurt and espedy, heard all this thing devisen to and fro, and veralic him seemed that he had either self wit, but yet to let her go. 1425 His hurt misforif him evermo. But finally, he gan his hurt rest to trust in her, and took it for the best. For which the great fury of his penance was caint with hope, and there with him between 1430 begun for I ye the amorous dawns. And as the brids, when the sun is shone, delighten in her song in leaves green, right so the words that they spake why fear delighted him, and made her hurts clear. 1435 But Nathiels, the wending of Criseyde, for all this world, may naught out of his mindy, for which full oft he piteously her prayed, that of her hest he might her true findy, and sit higher, certes, if ye be unkindy. 1440 And but ye come at day set into Troy, any shall I never have hele, honor, any I owe ye. For also sooth as son uprist on more where, and, God. So wisly thou me, woeful wretchere, to rest bringe out of this cruel sore wet. 1445 I wol myselven sleeve that ye drecture. But of my death though light hell be to recture, yet, that ye me cause so to smurt, dwell rather here, myno and sweat hurt. For truly, myno and lady dear, 1450 Those slates yet that I have heard yow steerful shaply been to failen ly fear. For thus men sayn, that un thanketh the Berea, but another thanketh his Lydia. Your sire is Wys, and Sid is, out of dread. 1455 Men may the wis at Ren, and not at read. It is full hard to halt an unespied before a crepule, for he can the craft. Your fader is in slate as Argus yeed, for I'll be that his mobile is him byrift. 1460 His oldie slate is yet so with him laughed, ye shall not blendy him for your womanhood, any feine right, and that is all my dread. I knew't if peas shall ever mo betide, but, peas or no, for earnest any for game. 1465 I woot, sin calcas on the Greekies siddeth one's been, and lost so foul his name, he dar no more come here I for shame, for which that way, for aught I can espy, to trusten on, nis but a fantasy. 1470 Ye shall eke seen, your fader shall yow glues to been awyf, and as he can well preach, he shall som Greek so praise and well allues, that ravishin he shall yow with his spesh, or do yow doon by force as he shall tesh. 1475 And Troilus, of whom ye nil han routh, shall cause also Steven in his trouth. And over all this, your fader shall despise us all, and saying this sight is but lawn, and that thus never shall aris. 1484 Why the Greeks han it all sworn till we be slain, and down our walls torn. And thus he shall yow with his words fear, that dread I, that ye will believe there. Ye shall eke seen so many a lusty knight 1485 among the Greeks, full of worthiness, and esh of hem with hurt, wit, and might to pleasen yow don all his business, that ye shall dull in of the rudeness of us saily Trojans. But if routh 1490 remord yow, or virtue of your trouth. And this to me so grievous is to think, that fro my breast it will my soul rendi, any dreadilies, in me there may not sink a good opinion, if that ye wendi. 1495 For why your fader slate will us shindy. And if ye goon, as I have told yow your, so think I nam but deed, without more. For which, with humble, true, and piteous hurt, 1,000 times mercy I yow pray. 1500 So reweth on myn us pains smirt, and doth so wit, as that I shall yow see, and lat us stel away betwixt us tway, and think that folly is, one man maches, for accident his substance to less. 1505 Iman this, that sin we mo a day well stel away, and been to jida so, what wit were it to putten in assay, in cas ye shoulden to your fader go, if that ye might come ein or no. 1510 Thus man I, that it were regret folly to put that sickness in eupatai. And vulgarly to speaken of substance of to saw, may we both with us led enough to live in honor and pleasance. 1515 Till into time that we shall bend and thus we may eschew all this dread. Forever other we ye can record, myn hurt, why wis, may not there with accord. And hardily, any dreadth no povert. 1524 I have kin and friends elsewhere that, though we comen in our bare shirt, us should neither lack gold any gear, but been on your whyl we dwelten there. And go we anoon, for, as in myn entente, 1525 this is the best, if that ye will assent. Criseyde, with a syk, right in this wis answered, why wis, my dear hurt true, we may well stel away, as ye devise, and find switch unthrifty we is new. 1530 But afterward, full sore it will us rewear. And help me God so at my most need as causals ye suffer in all this dread. For thilk day that I for cherish hinge or dread of fader, or of other white, 1535 or for estat, delay, or for weddinge, befalls to yow, my Troilus, my knight, Saturn's doubter, Iano, through her might, as would as a thement do me dwell eternally in Styx, the put of hell. 1540 And this on every god celestial I swore it yao, and eke on esh goddess, on every nymphy and date infernal, on satyri and fauny more and less, that have gods been of wilderness. 1545 And atropo my 3 devil yf to breast if I be false, now trow me if thou lest. And thou, Simois, that as an air weclair through Troy rennest a downward to the sea, bear witness of this word that Sid is here. 1550 That thilk day that I ch unto ubi to Troilus, myno and hurt free, that thou return backward to thy well, and I with body and soul sink in hell. But that ye speak, or thus for to go 1555 And litten all your friends, God forbid, for any woman, that ye shoulden so, and namely, sin Troyeth now switchnid of help, and eke of o thing taketh hood, if this were wist, my lif lay in balance. 1560 And your honour, God shield us fro mischance. And if so be that peace her after take, as all day happeth, after anger, game, why, Lord, the sore well and woe ye wolden make, that ye any dorst come in for shame. 1565 And that ye you pardon so your name, beth naught to hasty in this hut fair, for hasty man any wanteth never care. What trow ye the people eke all about wold of it see? It is full light to odd. 1570 They wolden see, and swore it, out of doubt, that love any drew few naught to doon this deedy, but lust voluptuous and coward dreed. Thus were all lost, why wis, myn hurt dear, your honour, which that now shineth so clear. 1575 And also thinketh on myn honesty, that flowereth yet, how foul I should it shindy, and with what filth it spotted should be, if in this form I should with ya wendy. Any though I lived to the world's endy. 1580 My name should I never ein would win, thus were I lost, and that were rather than sin. And for thy slee with reason this het, men sane, the sufferant overcometh pardy, eke whoso wol han leaf, he leaf mo let. 1585 Thus maketh virtue of necessity by patience, and think that Lord is he of fortune, that naught wall of her recture, and she any daunteth no white but a recture. And trusteth this, that certs, hurt sweat. 1590 Phoebus' sister, Lucina the Shan, the leon pass out of this riot, I wol ben here, without any win. Iman, as help me I know, heaven's cune, the 10th day, but if that death me assail, 1595 I wol yow seen without any fail. And now, so this be sooth quod Troilus, I shall well suffer you to the 10th day, sin that I see that nid it moot be thus. But, for the love of God, if it be may, 1600 so let us stle privily away, forever in oon, as for to live in rest, myn hurt sith that it wol been the bestow mercy, God, what lyf is this, quod she, alas, ye slee me thus for the ray 10. 1605 I see well now that ye mistrusten me, for by your words it is well why say nay. Now, for the love of Cynthia the Shan, mistrust me not thus causals, for routh, sin to be true I have yow plight my trouth. 1610 and thinketh well, that som time it is wit to spend a time for to win, any, pardy, lorna my naught fro yow yet, though that we been a day or two a twin. Dryf out the fantasies yow within, 1615 and trusteth me, and leveth eke your sore where, or hear my trouth, I will not live till more where. For if ye wist how sore it doth me smart, ye wold cess of this, for God, thou wast, the pure spirit wapeth in myn hurt. 1620 to see yow weapon that I love most, and that I mootgun to the Greeks ost. Ye, near it that I wist remedy to come ein, right here I wold die. But certes, I am not so nice a wight 1625 that I any can imagine an a wee to come ein that day that I have hight. For who may hold thing that wall away? My fader naught, for all his can't play. And by my thrift, my wending out of Troy 1630 another day shall torn us all to yow ye. For thy, with lmyn hurt I yow bisk, if that yow list don aught for my prey, and for the love which that I love yow eke, that I depart fro yow here, 1635 that of so good a comfort and a chere I may you seen, that ye may bring at rest myn hurt, which that is at point to breast. And over all this I pray yow quod she though, myn hurts sooth fast sufficaunce, 1640 sin I am thynl hool, without mo, that whyl that I am absent, no pleasaunce of other do me fro your remembrance. For I am ever aghast, for why men read, that love is thing a full of busy dread. 1645 For in this world there liveth Lady Noon, if that ye were unto, as God defend that so betrayst were or woe begoon as I, that I'll troth in yow ontendi. And doubtles, if that I see each other wendy, 1650 I near but deed, and ye cause findy, for God's love, so beth me not unkindy. To this answered Troilus and Criseyde, now God, to whom there is no cause weary, me glade, as wis I never to Criseyde, 1655 sin thilk day I saw her first with ye, was false, any never shall till that I die. At short words, well ye may me live, I can no more, it shall be found at prov grant mercy, good myn, why wis quod she, 1660 and blissful Venus lat me never staver I may stand of pleasaunce in degree to quit him well, that so well can deserve, and whyl that God my wit wall me conserve, I shall so doon, so true I have yow found 1665 that a honour to me ward shall rebound For trusteth well, that your estat royal any vainly, nor only worthiness of yow in wear, or tourney martial, any pomp, array, nobly, or eke riches, 1670 any made me to re-well on your distress, but moral virtue, grounded upon trouth, that was the cause I first had on yow routh. eke gentle hurt and manhood that ye hadde, and that ye hadde, as me thought, in despite 1675 everything that sound into body, as rudeness and poeplish appetite, and that your reason bridled your delay. This made, above and every creature, that I was your, and shall, whyl made your. 1680 and this may length of yours not fordo, any rimwabble fortune deface, but eupita, that of his might may do the sorrowful to be glad, so ye us grace, nights 10, to meeten in this place, 1685 so that it may your hurt and myn suffice, and fareth now well, for time is that ye ris. And after that they long plinned hadde, and oft kissed, and street in arms fold, the day gan ris, and Troilus him clad, 1690 and Reufulich his lady gan behold, as he that felt death's cares cold, and to her grace he gan him recommande, where him was woe, this hold I know demande. For man's heed imagine any can, 1695 any on tendiment consider, any tongue tell the cruel pains of this sorrowful man, that passen every torment down in hell. For when he saw that she any might dwell, which that his soul out of his hurt rant, 1700 without any more, out of the chamber he went. Explicit Liber Quartus. Book the Incipit Liber Quintus. Approaching gan the fatal destiny that I oveseth in disposition, and to Yao, angry Parcas, Sustan 3, committeth, to don execution, for which Criseyde most out of the town. 5 and Troilus shall dwell forth in pine till Lachesis his threed no longer twine. The golden tressed Phoebus high on loft thrice hadde with his bimschen the snows mould, and Zephyrus as oft 10 brought I in the tender leaves green, sin that the son of Ecuba the cune began to love her first, for whom his sore wear was that she depart should amor wear. Full ready was at prime Diomed, 15 Criseyde un to the Greeks ost to lead, for sore well of which she felt her hurt blede, as she that nist what was best to read. And truly, as men in books read, men wist never woman han the care, 20 any was so loth out of a town to fare. This Troilus, without en reed or law, as man that hath his eyes eke for law, was waiting on his lady evermore as she that was the sooth fast crop and more 25 of his lust, or eyes heretofore. But Troilus, now farewell thy eye, for shalt thou never seen her eft in Troy. Sooth is, that whyl he bowed in this mania, he gan his woeful manly for to hide. 30 that well unnethed seen was in his chere, but at the yate there she should outride with certain folk, he hoved her to bide, so woe begoon, wold he naught him plin, that on his horse unnev he sat for pain. 35 for ire he quirk, so gan his hurt nor, when Diomed on horse gan him dress, and sid un to himself this ilk saw, alas quod he, thus foul a wretchedness why suffer I ch it, why nil I ch it redress. 40 were it not better at once for to die than evermore in languor thus to dry. Why nil I make at once rich and poor to have wine enough to done, that she go. Why nil I bring Troy upon Aurora. 45 Why nil I sleen this Diomed also? Why nil I rather with a man or two stle her away? Why will I this endure? Why nil I helpen to myno and cure? But why he nil doen so fella dd, 50 that shall I sayn, and why him list it spare, he had in hurt always a main dread, lest that Criseyde, in rumour of this fair, should han been slain, lo, this was all his care. And Ellis, certain, as I said your, 55 he had it doen, without 10 words more. Criseyde, when she ready was to ride, full sorrowfully she sight, and said alas. But forth she moot, for aught that may betide, and forth she writ full sorrowfully apars. 60 There is none other remedy in this case. What wonder is though that her sore smart, when she forgoth her own sweat hurt. This Troilus, in wis of courtesy, with Haukon Hond, and with an huge rout 65 of knights, rude and died her company, passage all the valley fur without, and further wold han riden, out of doubt, full fain, and woe was him to goon so soon, but torn he most, and it was eke to done. 70 And right with that was Antenor why come out of the Greek sost, and every wight was of it glad, and said he was welcome. And Troilus, al near his hurt light, he pained him with all his full might 75 him to withhold of weapons at the lest, and Antenor he kissed, and made fest. And therewithal he most his leave take, and cast his eye upon her piteously, and near he rued, his cause for to make, 80 to take her by the hond al soberly. And Lord, so she gan weapon tenderly. And he full soft and slayly gan her see, now hold your day, and doth me not to die. With that his courser taunt he a boot 85 with face pale, and to Diomed no word he spark, any noon of all his route, of which the son of Tydeus took heard, as he that could more than the creed in switch a craft, and by the rein her henty, 90 And Troilus to Troy homeward he went. This Diomed, that lad her by the bridle, when that he saw the folk of Troy away, thought, all my labour shall not be on idle, if that I may, for so much shall I see, 95 For at the worst it may yet short our way. I have heard said, eke Tim's twice 12, he is a fool that will forget himself. But Nathiels this doubt he well know, that certainly I am about naught, 100 if that I speak of love, or make it tough, for doubtles, if she have in her thought him that I jess, he may not been why brought so soon ory, but I shall find Diamond, that she not white as yet shall what I man. 105 This Diomed, as he that could his good, when this was done, gan fallen forth in spesh of this and that, and asked why she stood in switch disis, and gan her eke by sesh, that if that he incas might or esh 110 with anything her ease, that she should command it him, and sid he doon it wold. For truly he swore, as a knight, that there was thing with which he might her please, that he not doon his pain and all his might 115 to doon it, for to doon her hurt and ease. And prayed her, she wold her sore apes, and said, why wis, we Greeks con have I ye to honouren yow, as well as folk of Troy. He said eke thus, I woot, yow thinketh strong, 120. No wonder is, for it is to Yao nu, that queer in taunts of these Troyans to shonge, for folk of Greece, that ye never knew. But wold never God, but if as true a Greek ye should among us I'll find 125 as any Troyan is, and eke as kindy. And by the cause I swear ya right, lo, now, to been your friend, and helply, to my might, and for that more aqueer in taunts eke of yao have I had than another stronger white. 130. So throw this forth, I pray yao, day and night, co-mourn death me, how sore that me smurt, to do all that may like you enter your hurt, and that ye me wold as your brother trit, and taketh not my friendship in despite. 135. And though your sore ways be for things great, knewt I not why, but out of more respite, myn hurteth. For to amend it greedily. And if I may your harms not redress, I am right sorry for your heaviness. 140. And though ye Trojans with us Greeks wroth han many a day be, all we yet, pardie, O God of love, in sooth we serven both. And, for the love of God, my lady free, whomso ye hate, as beth not wrath with me. 145. For truly, there can no white yao serve, that half so lewd your wrath wold deserve. And near it that we been so nigh the tent of Calchas, which that seen us both may, I wold of this yao tell lmyn on tangt. 150. But this ensiled till another day. Yev me your hond, I am, and shall bene, God help me so, whyl that my lyf may dure, your own above and every creature. Thus sid I never now to woman born. 155. For God myn hurt as wisly glade so, I loved never woman here before and as paramours, any never shall know mo. And, for the love of God, beth not my foe, al can I not to yao, my lady dear. 160. Compline right, for I am yet to lair. And wondereth not, myn lady bright, though that I speak of love to you thus blithe, for I have heard all this of many a wight, ath loved thing he never saw his life. 165. Eke I am not of power for to strive I ends the God of love, but him obey I will alway, and mercy I yao pray. There have been so worthy knights in this place, and ye so fair, that ever of hem 170 wall pain and him to stonden in your grace. But might me so fair a grace falle, that ye me for your servant wold call, so lowly any so truly you serve nil noon of hem, as I shall, till I stive. 175. Criseyde to that purpose light answered, as she that was with sore well oppressed, so that, in effect, she naught his tales heard, but here and there, now here a word or two. Her thou her soreful hurt brast a to. 180. For when she gan her fade a fur spy, well nigh down of her horse she gan to sigh. But nathiels she thanked Diomed of his travail, and his good chere, and that him list his friendship her to bead. 185. And she accepteth it in good mania, and wold do fain that is him lief and dear, and trust in him she wold, and well she might, as sid she, and from her horse she alight. Her fadereth her in his arms gnome. 190. And 20 time he kissed his daughter sweat, and sid, O dear doubter myn, welcome. She Siddiq, she was fain with him to meet, and stood forth muet, mild, and mansuet. But here I leave her with her faded well, 195 and fourth I wall of Troilus Chaucer. To Troy is come this woeful Troilus, in sore way above an sore ways smirte, with felon look, and face dispiteous. Though so deanly down from his horse he stood, 203 his pales, with a swollen hurt, to chamber he went, of no thing took he heard, any noon to him dar speak a word for dread. And there his sore ways that he spared had he ya furnish you large, and death, he cried, 205 and in his throes frenetic and mad he cursed Iove, Apollo, and eke Cupid, he cursed Ceres, Bacchus, and Cypride, his birth, himself, his fate, and eke nature, and, save his lady, every creature. 210 to bed he goth, and willeth there and turneth in fury, as doth he, Ixion in hell, and in this wis he nay till day soilneth. But though begin his hurt a light unsell through terries which that gone in up to well, 215 and piteously he cried up on Criseyde, and to himself right thus he spake, and said, where is myno and Lady Leaf and dear, where is her white breast, where is it, where ben her arms and her eye clear, 220 that yesternight this time with me were. Now may I weep a yon many a tear, and grasp about I may, but in this place, save a pillow, I find naught ten brace. How shall I do? When shall she come I ain? 225 I note, alas. Why let ich her to go? As wold God, ich had as though be slin. O hurt myn, Criseyde, O sweatful. O Lady myn, that I love and no mo. To whom forevermo myn hurt I dow, 230 see how I de, ye nil me not rescow. Who seeth yow now, my right load stare? Who sit right now or stand in your presence? Who can comforten now your hurts wear? Now I am gone, whom ye've ye audience. 235 who speaketh for me right now in myn absence. Alas, no white, and that is all my care, for well wot I, as evil as I ye fare. How should I thus 10 days full endure, when I the first night have all this 10? 240 how shall she do neek, sorrowful creature? For tenderness, how shall she this switch woe for me? O piteous, pale, and green shall been your fresh woman-like face for languor, ye torn you into this place. 245 and when he fill in any slummeringes, a noon begin he should for to groan, and dreamen of the dreadfullest things that might been, as, meet he were yon in place horrible, making his man, 250 or meeten that he was amongst all his enemies, and in her honds falle. And there with all his body should stit, and with the stit so dean like awake, and switch a tremor feel about his hurt, 255 that of the fear his body should quake, and therewithal he should a noise make, and seem as though he should falle dip from high aloft, and then he would weep, and rewen on himself so piteously, 260 That wonder was to hear his fantasy. Another time he should mightily comfort himself, and sayn it was folly, so causal switch read for to dry, and eft bygin his aspres always knew. 265 That every man might on his sorways rewear. Who could tell aright or full describe his woe, his plint, his languor, and his pine? Nor tell the men that han or been on live. Thou, reader, mayst thyself full well divine. 270 That switch a woe my wit cannot defin. On udal for to writ it should I swink, one that my wit is worry it to think. On heaven yet the stars were sane, although full pale why waxen was the man. 275 And whiten gan the horizontation eastward, as it wonders for to done. And Phoebus with his rosy cart soon gan after that to dress him up to fair, when Troilus hath sent after Pandora. 280 This Pandora, that of el the day before an any might han come and Troilus to see, although he on his heed it had sworn, for with the king Priam all day was he, so that it lay not in his liberty. 285 Nowhere to gon, but on the moor where he went to Troilus, one that he for him sent. For in his hurt he could well divine, that Troilus el night foresaw where wook, and that he wold tell him of his pine. 290 This knew he well enough, without book. For which to Shomber straight the way he took, and Troilus though so bree like he gret, and on the bed full soon he gan him set. My Pandarus quod Troilus, the sore where 295 which that I dry, I may not long endure. I trow I shall not live until to more wet, for which I wold alway, on a venture, to thee devisen of my sepulture the form, and of my mobile thou dispone 300 right as thee seemeth best is for to done. But of the fyr and florb funeral in which my body brain shall to gleed, and of the fest and please palestral at my vigil, I pray thee tack good hood 305 that be well, and offer Mars my stead, my sword, myn helm, and, lev brother dear, my shell to Pallas yef, that shineth clear. The powder in which myn hurt y brand shall torn, that pray I thee thou take and it conserve 310 in a vessel, that men clepeth an urn, of gold, and to my lady that I serve, for love of whom thus piteously I stive, so yev it her, and do me this pleasaunce, to pray her keep it for a remembrance. 315 For well I feel, by my milady, and by my drums now and yore ago, I'll certainly, that I mo neds die. The owleek, which that hight a scafolo, ath after me shright el these nights too. 320 And, God Mercury, of me now, woeful wretchere, the solgid, and, when thee list, it fecture. Pandora answered, and said, Troilus, my dear friend, as I have told thee that it is folly for to soar when thus, 325 And causals, for which I can no more. But whoso will not trow and read any law, I cannot seen in him no remedy, but let him worthen with his fantasy. But Troilus, I pray thee tell me now, 330 If that thou trow, this, that any wight hath loved paramours as well as thou. Yea, God wot, and fro many a worthy knight hath his lady gone a fortnight, and he not yet made Harvendel the fair. 335 What need is thee to make an earl this care? Sin day by day thou mayst thyselven see that from his love, or else from his wif, a man mo twinnen of necessity, ye, though he love her as his own lyf. 340 Yet nil he with himself thus make an stryf. For well thou wast, my lev brother dear, that all we friends may not been why fear. How doon this folk that seen her loves wedded by friends might, as it bite it verloft, 345 And seen hem in her spouse's bed why bedded. God woot, they take it wisly, fair and soft. For why good hope hold up her hurt on loft, and for they can a time of sore well endure, as time hem hurt, a time doth hem cure. 350 So shouldest endure, and late slide the time, and fond to ben glad and light. 10 days nis so long not to bide. And sin she thee to commoneth beite, she nil her hest espreken for no white. 355 Fordred thee not that she nil finden way to come ein, my lyf that dorst ily. Thy sweven zeek and switch fantasy dryf out, and lat hem fairen to mischance, for they proceed of thy melancholy. 360 That doth thee feel in sleep this penance. A straw for sweven signify ounce. God help me so, I count hem not a bean, there woot no man aright what drumsman. For prests of the temple tellen this, 365 That drums been the revelations of gods, and as well they tell, why wis, that they ben infernal solutions, and leches sane, that of complexions proceeden they, or fast, or glotony. 370 Who woot in sooth thus what they signify. Eke are there sane that through impressions, as if a whiteth fast a thing in mindy, that there of cometh switch of visions, and are there sane, as they in box findy. 375 That, after times of the year by kindy, mendrum, and that theffect goth by the man, but lev no dream, for it is naught to done. Well worth of drums thys oldie wives, and trulich eke augury of thys fowls, 384 Fear of which men win unless her lives, as ravens qualm, or shrieking of thysels. To trowen on it both falls and foul is. Alas, alas, so noble a creature as is a man, shall dread switch or dure. 385 For which with lmyn hurt I thee besesh, to thyself that this thou forgive, and rys up now without more spesh, and let us cast how forth may best be drive this time, and eke how freshly we may live. 391 That she cometh, the which shall be right sown, God help me so, the best is thus to done. Rys, let us speak of lusty lyf in Troy that we han lad, and forth the time drive, and eke of time come in just ye. 395 That bringen shall our bliss now so blithe, and languor of these twice days fiv we shall there with so forriet or oppress, that well unnethet doon shall us duress. This town is full of lords about, 400 and trues larsen this while. Go we ply us in som lusty route to Sarpedon, not hence but a mile. And thus thou shalt the time well beguile, and drive it forth you into that blissful more where. 405 That thou her see, that causes of thy sore where. Now Rys, my dear brother Troilus, for certes, it noon honour is to thee to weep, and in thy bed to I auken thus. For truly, of o thing trust to me, 410 if thou thus lig a day, or 2, or 3, the folk will win that thou, for cowardice, thee feignest syk, and that thou darst not ris. This Troilus answered, O brother dear, this known folk that han why suffered pain, 415 that though he weep and makes awful chere, that feeleth harm and smirt in every vein, no wonder is, and though I ever plin, or all we weep, I am no thing to blame, sin I have lost the cause of all my game. 420 But sin of fine force I moot Aris, I shall Aris as soon as ever I may, and God, to whom myn hurt I sacrifice, so send us hastily the 10th day. For was there a never foul so fain of me, 425 as I shall been, when that she cometh in Troy, that causes of my torment and my ye. But wider is thy rede quod Troilus, that we may plea us best in all this town, by God, my consile is quod Pandarus, 430 to ride and plea us with King Sarpedon. So long of this they speaken up and down, till Troilus gan at the last ascent to Ris, and forth to Sarpedon they went. This Sarpedon, as he that honourable 435 was ever his life, and full of high prowess, with all that might why served been on table, that dainty was, all cost it great riches, he fed hem day by day, that switch noblesse, as sidden both the most and eke the lest, 440 was never that day wist at any fest. Nor in this world there is none instrument delicious, through wind, or touch, of cord, as far as any wighteth ever why went, that tongue tell or hurt may record, 445 that at that fest it nas well heard accord, any of ladies eke so fair a company on daunts, though, was never why sane with ye. But what availeth this to Troilus, that for his sore way no thing of it rut? 454 Ever inoon his hurt pietus full busily Criseyde his lady sought. On her was ever all that his hurt doubt, now this, now that, so fast imagininge, that glade, why wis, can him no festinge. 455 These ladies eke that at this fest been, sin that he saw his lady was away, it was his sore well upon him for to seen, or for to hear on instruments so plea. For she, that of his hurt birth the key, 460 was absent, lo, this was his fantasy, that no wight should make melody. Nor there nas hour in all the day or night, when he was there as no wight might him hear, that he enesid, O lovesome lady bright, 465 How have ye faren, sin that ye were here? Welcome, why wis, myno and lady dear. But well away, all this nas but a mace, fortune his how von tended bet to glaze. The letters eke, that she of oldie time 470 had him why sent, he wold a yon reed, 100 scythe, 8 wixen noon and prime, refiguringe her shap, her womanhood, within his hurt, and every word and deed that passed was, and thus he drove to an ND 475 the first day, and said, he wold Wendy. And said, lev brother Pandarus, intendisto that we shall here believe till Sarpi down wall forth congen us. Yet were it fairer that we took our lev. 480 for God's love, let us now soon at eve our lev take, and homeward let us torn, for truly, I nil not thus soyen. Pandar answered, be we come and hide to fetch in fyr, and rennen whom I ain. 485 God help me so, I cannot tellen whither we mighten goon, if I shall soothly sayn, there are any white is of us more fain than Sarpi down, and if we hence hie thus so deanly, I hold it villainy. 490 sin that we said and that we wold believe with him a wook, and now, thus so deanly, the first day to take of him our lev, he wold wonderen on it, truly. Let us hold forth our purpose firmly, 495 and sin that ye be eaten him to bide, hold forward now, and after let us ride. Thus Pandarus, with all pain and woe, made him to dwell, and at the wook's end of Sarpi down they took her lev though, 500, and on her way they speeden hem to Wendy. Quod Troilus, now God me grace sendi, that I may finden, at myn whom Cuminge, Criseyde comen. And therewith gan he singe. Ye, Hazel wode, thou this Pandar, 505 and to himself full softly he said, God woot, refraiden may this hut fair, calcas sendi Troilus Criseyde. But Nathiels, he upped thus, and said, and swore, why wis, his hurt him well beite, 510 she wold come as soon as ever she might. When the UN to the palace were comen of Troilus, they down of horse alight, and to the chamber her withen hand they nomen. And into time that it gan to night, 515 they spaken of Criseyde the bright. And after this, when that hem both lest, they speed hem fro the supper UN to rest. On more where, as soon as day began to clear, this Troilus gan of his sleep tabrade, 520 and to Pandar, his own brother dear, for love of God full piteously he said, as go we seen the palace of Criseyde, for sin we yet may have no more fest, so let us seen her palace at the lest. 525 and therewithal, his main for to Blendy, a cause he fond in town for to go, and to Criseyde's whose they gone in Wendy. But Lord, this saily Troilus was woe. Him thou his sore weful hurt brast a to. 534 when he saw her doors sped al, well nay foresaw way down he gan to falle. The with, when he was war and gan behold how shet was every window of the place, as frost, him thou his hurt gan to cold, 535 for which with shonged deedlik pale face, without en word, he forth began to pace, and, as God wold, he gan so fast ride, that no white of his countenance are spied. Then said he thus, O palace desolate, 540 O whose, of houses whilom best why height, O palace empty and disconsolate, O thou lantern, of which caint is the light, O palace, whilom day, that now art night, well oughtest O to falle, and I to die, 545 Since she is went that wont was us to jai. O Pales, Willem crown of houses al, enlumined with son of al bliss. O ring, fro which the ruby is out falle, O cause of woe, that causest been of bliss. 550 Yet, sin I may no bet, fain wold I kiss thy cold doors, dost I for this root, and farewell shrin, of which the saint is out. Therewith he cast on Pandarus his with changed face, and pittous to behold. 555 And when he might his time aright aspy, as he rude, to Pandarus he told his new sore where, and eke his ye's oldie, so piteously and with so deedian hue, that every wight might on his sore weary wear. 560 Frothiness forth he rideth up and down, and everything com him to remembrance as he rode for be places of the town in which he whilom had his pleasaunce. Lo, yon saw Myno and Lady Daunce, 565 And in that temple, with her eye clear, me caught first my right lady dear. And yonder have I heard full lustily my dear hurt laugh, and yonder pleasaw her ones eke full blissfully. 570 And yonder ones to me gan she see, now good sweat, love me well, I pray. And yond so goodly gan she me behold, that to the death myn hurt is to her hold. And at that corner, in the yonder whose, 575 heard I myn old levist lady dear so womanly, with voice melodious, singen so well, so goodly, and so clear, that in my soul yet methinketh I hear the blissful sound, and, in that yonder place, 580 my lady first me took to her grace. Turned out he thus, O blissful Lord Cupid, when I the proceeds have in my memory, how thou meest word on every side, men might a book make of it, like a story. 585 What need is thee to seek on me victory, sin I am thyn, and wholly at thy will. What I ye hast o thyno and folk to spill. Well hast o, Lord, wyroke on me thynia, thou mighty God, and dreadful for to grieve. 590 Now mercy, Lord, thou wast well I desire thy grace most, of all lusts live, and live and die wall in thy bylev, for which I nax in gooden but a bone, that thou Criseyde in me sendi sown. 595 Distrain her hurt as fast to return as thou dost myn to longen her to see, then woot I well, that she nil naught soyorn. Now, blissful Lord, so cruel thou nebun to the blood of Troy, I pray thee, 600 as Iano was un to the blood the bane, for which the folk of the bees caught her bane. And after this he to the yates went there as Criseyde outrode a full good pass, and up and down there made he many a went, 605 And to himself full oft he said alas. From hence rude my bliss and my solace. As wold blissful God now, for his ye, I might have seen I come into Troy. And to the yonder hill I gan her jid, 610 alas. And there I took of her my lev. And yond I saw her to her fader ride, for saw well of which myn hurt shall to cleave. And hide whom I com when it was eve, and here I dwell outcast from ye, 615 And shall, till I may seen her eft in Troy. And of himself imagined he oft to benefit, and pale, and waxen less than he was wont, and that men sidden soft, what may it be? Who can the Sothjes 620 why Troilus athel this heaviness? And al this nas but his melancholy, that he had of himself switch fantasy. Another time imaginen he wold that every wight that went by the way 625 had of him routh, and that they see and should, I am right sorry Troilus waldy. And thus he drew for day yet forth or tway. As ye have heard, switch lyf right gan he led, as he that stood betwixt hope and dread. 634 which him liked in his songs shewth and chasten of his woe, as he best might, and made a song of words but a few, so what his woeful hurt for to light. And when he was from every man's sight, 635 with soft voice he, of his lady dear, that was absent, gan singe as ye may hear. O stare, of which I lost have the light, with hurt so well ought I to bewail, that ever dirk in torment, night by night, 640 toward my death with wind in steer I sail, for which the 10th night if that I fail the jidding of thy beams bright an hour, my ship and me Caribdee will devour. This song when he thus song and had sown 645 he fill ein into his psyche's oldie, and every night, as was his wont to done, he stood the bright moon to behold, and his saw where he to the moon told, and said, why wis, when thou art horned new, 650 I shall be glad, if the world be true. I saw thyn horns oldie eke by the moor wet, when hens rude my right lady dear, that causes of my torment and my sore wet, for which, O bright Lucina the Clare, 655 for love of God, ren fast about thy spre. For when thyn horns new gin springe, then shall she come, that may my bliss bringe. The day is more, and lenger every night, than they be wont to be, him thou though, 660 and that the sun went his course unright by lenger way than it was wont to go, and said, why wis, me dreadth evermo, the son's sown, fitten, be on life, and that his father's cart amiss he drive. 665 upon the walls fast wold he walk, and on the Greeks ost he wold see, and to himself right thus he wold talk, lo, yonder is myno an lady free, or else yonder, there though tent is be. 670 and thans canth this that is so sote, that in my soul I feel it doth me but. And hardily this wind, that more and more thus stound Emil incaseth in my face, is of my lady's dipsyche sore. 675 I prove it thus, for in none other place of this town, save on like in this space, feel I no wind that soundeth so like pain, it saith, alas, white wind be we twain. This long time he driveth forth right thus, 680 till fully past was the 9th night, and beside him was this Pandarus, that busily died his full might him to comfort, and make his hurt light, yevenge him hope alway, the 10th more where 685 that she shall come, and stinten his sore where. Up on that other city was Criseyde, with women few, among the Greeks strong, for which full oft a day alles she said, that I was born. Well may myn hurt long 690 after my death, for now live I too long. Alles. And ine may it not amendy, for now is worse than ever yet I wendy. My fate nil, for no thing do me grace to goon ein, for naught I can him quem. 695 And if so be that I my term pass, my Troilus shall in his hurt dim that I am false, and so it may well seem. Thus shall I have unthink on every sid, that I was born, so wheel away the tide. 700 And if that I me put in you part I, to stle ori by night, and it by fall that I be caught, I shall behold a spy, or else, lo, this dread I most avail, if in the haunts of som recture I falle. 705 I am but lost, I'll be myn hurt true, now mighty God, thou on my sore weary wear. Full pale waxen was her bright face, her limbs lean, as she that the day stood when she dorsed, and looked on the place 710 there she was born, and there she dwelt had ye. And the night wepinge, alles. She lay. And thus despared, out of cure, she lad her lyf, this woeful creature. Full oft a day she sighed eke for distress, 715 And in herself she went a portraying of Troilus the great worthiness, and his goodly words recording sin first that day her love began to springe. And thus she set her woeful hurt a fear 720 through remembrance of that she gan desire. In this world there is so cruel hurt that her had heard complaining in her sore wet, that not han wopem for her pains smurt, so tenderly she weep, both eve and more wet. 725 Her needed no terries for to bore wet. And this was yet the worst of her pain, there was no wight to whom she durst her plin. Full ruefully she looked up on Troy, beheld the tors high and eke the hallies, 730 Alas, quod she, the pleasaunce and the ye the which that now turned into galleys, have I had oft within yonder walls. O Troilus, what dost thou now? She said, Lord. Whether yet thou think up on Criseyde. 735 Alas. Ine had trot on your law, and went with you, as ye me the this. Then had I now not psyched half so sore. Who might answered, that I had do names to stle ori with switch on as he is. 740 But too late cometh the lechery, when men the cause you enter the grave carry. Too late is now to speak of this matter, prudence, alas. Boon of thyn 3 me lacked alwe, that I come here, 745 On time past, well remembered me, and present time eke could I well see. But future time, I was in the snare, could I not seen, that causeth now my care. But nathils, betide what betide, 750 I shall to more well at night, by east or west, out of this ost stle on som mainacid, and go with Troilus whereas him lest. This purpose will I hold, and this is best. No force of wicked tongues in glory, 755 Forever on love han wretches had envy. For whoso will of every word take heed, or reulen him by every wight's wit, any shall he never thriven, out of dread. For that som emblemen ever yet, 760 lo, other maner folk commenden it. And as for me, for else which very ounce, felicity clep I my sufficaunce. For which, without any words mo, to Troy I will, as for conclusion. 765 But God it wot, fully months too, she was full fur fro that tansy. For both Troilus and Troy town shall not else throughout her hurt slide, for she will take a purpose for to bide. 770 This Diomed, of whom Youtel I gan, goth now, within himself arguinge with all the slate and all that ever he can, how he may best, with shortest terrainge, into his net Criseyde's hurt bringe. 775 To this entente he could never find, to fission her, he led out hook and line. But Nathiels, well in his hurt he thought, that she nas not without a love in Troy, for never, sithen he her thans brought, 780 any could he seen her laugh or make I ye. He nist how best her hurt for Tarkoi. But for to assay he said, it naught any graveth, for he that naught nassayeth, naught nasheveth. Yet sighed he to himself upon a night, 785 Now am I not a fool, that woot well how her woe for love is of another wight, and hereupon to goon assay her now. I may well wite, it nil not been my prow. For wis folk in books it express, 790 men shall not wow a wight in heaviness but whoso might win and switch a flower from him, for whom she mourneth night and day, he might sayn, he were a conqueror. And right anoon, as he that bold was 795 Thought in his hurt, hap how hap may, I'll should I die, I will her hurt sesh, I shall no more leeson but my spesh. This Diomed, as books us declare, was in his nets pressed and courageous, 800, with stern voice and mighty limes square, hardy, testif, strong, and chivalrous of deeds, like his fader Tydeus. And som men sayn, he was of tunge large, and ere he was of Caladuin and Arge. 805 Criseydeman was of her stature, thereto of shap, of face, and eke of chere, there might be no fairer creature. And oft time this was her mania, to gon white rest with her hears clare 810 down by her collar at her back behindi, which with a thread of gold she wold bindy. And, save her brows I in eden wifear, there nas no lack, in aught I can espying, but for to speaken of her clare, 815 lo, truly, they writen that her sighing, that paradis stood formed in her yen. And with her riche beauty evermore stroth love in her, a which of hem was more. She sober was, eke simple, and wis withal, 820 the best why nourished eke that might be, and goodly of her spesh in general, charitable, estart-like, lusty, and free, any never mo any lacked her piety, tender-hearted, sliding of courage, 825 But truly, I cannot tell her age. And Troilus well waxen was in height, and complete formed by proportion so well, that kind it not amenden might, young, fresh, strong, and hardy as leoun, 830 true as steel in eke condition, on of the best entecht creature, that is, Orshal, whyl that the world may dure. And certainly in story it is why foundy, that Troilus was never to know white, 835 as in his time, in no degree secoundi enduring don that longeth to a night. Almighty giaunt passen him of might, his hurt with the first and with the best stood peggle, to do don that him lest. 840 but for to tellen forth of Diomed, it fill that after, on the 10th day, sin that Criseyde out of the sight he yede, this Diomed, as fresh as branch in May, come to the 10th as Calchas lay, 845 and feigned him with Calchas hand to done, but what he meant, I shall yow tell soon. Criseyde, at short words for to tell, welcomed him, and down by her him set, and he was enough to maken dwell. 850 and after this, without long let, the spices and the windmen forth hem fet, and forth they speak of this and that why fear, as friends doon, of which som shall ye hear. He gan first fallen of the wherein spech 855 betwixt him and the folk of Troy town, and of thus he gan her eke by zesh, to tell him what was her opinion. Fro that demondi he so descendeth down to asken her, if that her strong out 860 the Greeks and workies that they writ. And why her fader tarrieth so long to wedden her to som worthy white. Criseyde, that was in her pains strong for love of Troilus, her own knight, 865 as fur forth as she conning had or might, answered him though, but, as of his entente, it seemed not she wist what he meant. But Nathiels, this ilk Diomed gan in himself assure, and thus he said, 870 if I aright have taken of yowhood, methinketh thus, O Lady myn, Criseyde, that sin I first hond on your bridal lid, when ye outcome of Troy by the moor where, any could I never seen yow but in sore where. 875 can I not sayn what may the cause be but if for love of som Troyan it were, the which right sore wold athinken me that ye, for any wight that dwelleth there, shoulden spill a quarter of a tear, 880 or piteously yourselven so beguile, for dreadalies, it is naught worth the while. The folk of Troy, as who sith, al and some in prison been, as ye yourselven see, northens shall not on live come 885 for al the gold betwixen son and sea. Trusteth well, and understandeth me. There shall not to mercy goon on live, al were he lord of worlds twice five. Switch reach on him, for fetching of Elin, 890 there shall be take, that we hens wendy, that mains, which that God's ben of pain, shall be agust that Greeks wall hem shindy. And men shall dread, to the world's endy, from henceforth to ravish any cune, 895 so cruel shall our reach on hem be sane. And but if Calchas led us with ambages, that is to sayn, with double words sly, switch as men clep a word with two visages ye shall well knowen that I naught any lie, 900 and al this thing right seen it with your ye, and that anon, ye nil not trow how soon, now taketh heed, for it is for to done. What when you your wis fader wold han yeven antinor for yower noon, 905 if he any wist that the sight he should destroyed been. Why, nay, so mote I goon. He knew full well that shall not scape a noon that Troyan is, and for the great fear, he durst not, ye dwelt lenger there. 910 What will ye more, laughs lady dear? Lat Troy and Troyan fro your hurt pace. Dryf out that bitter hope, and make good chere, and clep in the beauty of your face, that ye with salt terries so deface. 915 For Troy is brought in switcher you party, that, it to save, is now no remedy. And thinketh well, ye shall in Greeks find a more perfect love, it be night, than any Troyan is, and more kindy. 920 And bet to serven ya will doon his might. And if ye vouchsafe, my lady bright, I will ben he to serven ya myself, you liever than he lord of Greece's 12. And with that word he gan to waxen read, 925 And in his special light white he quook, and cast acid a light white his heed, and stint a while, and afterward awook, and so like on her he threw his look, and said, I am, albeit yow know I ow ye, 930 As gentle man as any wight in Troy. For if my fader Tydeus he said, why lived had he, I had he been, this, of Caledoine and Arger king, Criseyde. And so hope I that I shall yet, why wis. 935 But he was slain, alas. The more harm is, unhappily at Thebes to wrath, Polymetes and many a man to scathe. But hurt myn, sin that I am your man, and been the first of whom I sesh grace, 940 To serven you as heartily as I can, and ever shall, whyli to live have space, so, that I depart out of this place, ye will me graunt, that I may to more web, at better laser, tell yow my sore web. 945 What should I tell his words that he said? He spark why now, for o day at the mest, it proveth well, he spark so that Criseyde graunted, on the more web, at his request, for to speaken with him at the lest. 950 So that he not speak of switch materia, and thus to him she said, as ye may hear, as she that had her hurt on Troilus so fast, that the may at noon arras, and strongly she spark, and said thus, 955 O Diomed, I love that ilk place there I was born, and I oves, for his grace, deliver it son of all that doth it care. God, for thy might, so leave it well to fare. That Greeks wold her wrath on Troy 960 If that they might, I know it well, why wis. But it shall not by fallen as ye speak, and God to forerun, and further over this, I wot my fader wis and ready is, and that he me hath bought, as ye me told, 965 So dear, I am the more un to him hold. That Greeks been of high condition, I woot eke well, but certain, men shall find as worthy folk within Troy town, as conning, and as parfit and as kindy, 970 As been betwixen Orcades and Indi. And that ye could well your lady serve, I trow eke well, her thank for to deserve. But as to speak of love, why wis she said, I had a lord, to whom I wedded was, 975 the whose myn hurt was, till that he died, and other love, as help me now Pallas, there in myn hurtness, any never was. And that ye been of noble and high kind reed, I have well heard it tellen, out of dread. 980 And that doth me to hand so great a wonder, that ye will scorn in any woman so. Eke, God wot, love and I be for a sonder. I am disposed bet, so mote I go, to my death, to plin and maken woe. 985 What I shall after doon, I cannot see, but truly, as yet me list not plea. Myn hurt is now in tribulation, and ye in arms busy, day by day. Hereafter, when ye won and hand the town, 990 paraunter, then so it happen may, that when I see that I never say, then will I work that I never writ. This word to yow enough sufficen ought. To more well equal I speaken with yow fain, 995 so that ye touchen naught of this matter. And when yow list, ye may come here ain, and, yegan, thus much I see yow here, as help me Pallas with her here's clear, if that I should of any Greek han routh, 1000 it should be yourselven, by my troth. I say not the for that I will yow love, any I say not nay, but in conclusion, I mean well, by God that sit above, and there withal she cast her eyeing down, 1005 and gan to Psyche, and said, O Troy town, yet bid I God, in quiet and in rest I may yow seen, or do myn hurt breast. But in effect, and shortly for to see, this Diomed freshly new Ian 1010 gan pressen on, and fast her mercy pray, and after this, the soth for to sain, her glove he took, of which he was full fain. And finally, when it was waxen eve, and was well, he rose and took his leave. 1015 The bright Venus full weed and taught the way, the abroad Phoebus down a light, and Cynthia her charhors overwrought to whirl out of the Leon, if she might, and Cygna for his candles showed bright. 1021 That Criseyde to her bed went in with her father's fair bright tent. Returning in her soul up and down the words of this Sodine Diomed, his great estate, and peril of the town, 1025 And that she was a yone and had need of friends' help, and thus began to breed the cause why, the soth for to tell, that she took fully purpose for to dwell. The more welcome, and ghostly for to speak, 1030 This Diomed is come to Criseyde, and shortly, lest that ye my tale break, so well he for himself spake and said, that her Psyche sore down healed. And finally, the soth for to sain, 1035 He reft her of the gret of her pain. And after this the story telleth us, that she him yaff the fair basted, the which he once won of Troilus, and eke a brooch, and that was light elned, 1040 That Troilus was, she yaff this Diomed. And eke, the bet from saw were him to relive, she made him wear a pencil of her sleeve. I find eke in stories elsewhere, when through the body hurt was Diomed 1045 of Troilus, though weep she many a tear, when that she saw his white wounds blede, and that she took to kepen him goodhood, and for to helay him of his sore ways smert. Men sayn, I not, that she of him her hurt. 1050 But truly, the story telleth us, there a maid never woman more woe than she, when that she falls Troilus. She said, Alas! For now is clean ago my name of troth in love, for evermore. 1055 For I have false doon, the gentlest that ever was, and doon the worthiest. Alas, of me, you to the world's end, shall neither been why writen nor why song no good word, for thy's box wall me shindy. 1060 Rolled shall I been on many a tongue, throughout the world my bell shall be rung, and women most will hate me of all. Alas, that switcher cast me should falle. They will sayn, inasmuch as in me is, 1065 I have hemmed on dishonor, willory. Albe I not the first that died amiss, what helpeth that to do my blame ori? But sin I see there is no better way, and that too late is now for me to re-wet. 1070 To Diomed algot I will be true. But Troilus, sin I no better may, and sin that thus departen ye and I, yet pray I God, so ye've ya right good day as for the gentlest, truly, 1075 That ever I say, to serven faithfully, and best can his lady honour kep, and with that word she brast anon to wep. And certes yow any haten shall I never, and friends love, that shall ye han of me, 1080 And my good word, Al might I liven ever. And, truly, I wold sorry be for to seen yow in adversity. And Giltelles, I woot well, I yow live, but el shall pass, and thus take I my leave. 1085 But truly, how long it was between, that she forsook him for this Diomed, there is none auctor telleth it, I win. Take every man now to his boxhood, he shall no term finden, out of dread. 1094 Though that he began to wow her sown, he her won, yet was there a more to done. Any list this saily woman chid further than the story will devise. Her name, Alas, is published so wide, 1095 that for her guilt it ought why no suffice. And if I might excuse her any wis, for she so sorry was for her untrouth, why wis, I wold excuse her yet for routh. This Troilus, as I beforen have told, 1100 thus driveth forth, as well as heeth might. But often was his hurt hoot and cold, and namely, that ilk ninth night, which on the moor where she had him by it to come ein, God wot, full light el rest 1105 had he that night, no thing to slep him lest. The laurel-crowned Phoebus, with his het, gan, in his course upward as he went, to warmen of the east sea the wars wet, and nicer stouter song with fresh tongued, 1110 When Troilus his pander after sent, and on the walls of the town they pled, to look if they can seen aught of Criseyde. Till it was noon, they stoden for to see who that there come, and every man a white, 1115 that cam fro fur, they saiden it was she, till that they could knowen him aright. Now was his hurt dull, now was it light, and thus by Eopt stonden for to stare about naught, this Troilus and Pandora. 1120 to Pandarus this Troilus thosid, for aught I wot, by forenoon, sickly, into this town any canth naught here Criseyde. Sheeth why now to done, hardily, to winnen from her fader, so trow I, 1125 her oldie fader will yet make her diner that she go, God yev his hurt pine. Pandar answered, it may well be, certain, and for thy lat us dine, I thee by sesh, and afternoon then mayst thou come I ain. 1130 and whom they go, without more spesh, and come an ein, but long may they sesure that they find that they after cape, fortune hem both than keth for to Eop. Quod Troilus, I see well now, that she 1135 is tarried with her oldie fader so, that she come, it will nay even be. Come forth, I will you into the yate go. Thys poor tours been uncon in Jevamo, and I will doon hem holden up the yate 1140 as naught any were, although she come late. The day goth fast, and after that conceive, and yet come naught to Troilus Criseyde. He looketh forth by heg, by tree, by grove, and fur his heed over the wall heeled. 1145 and at the last he taunted him, and said, by God, I woot her meaning now, Pandora. Almost, why wis, al knew was my care. Now doubtless, this lady can her good, I woot, she meaneth riden privily. 1150 I commend her wisdom, by myn hood. She will not make an pepple nicely gore on her, when she canth, but softly by night into the town she thinketh ride. And, dear brother, think not long to abide. 1155 we han naught else for to don, why wis. And Pandarus, now wilt thou trowen me. Have here my troth, I see her. Yond she is. Hev up thyn, man. Mayst thou not see? Pandar answered, nay, so mote I thee. 1160 wrong, by God, what sisto, man, where art? That I see yondness but a fair cart alas, thou seest right sooth quod Troilus, but, hardily, it is not for naught that in myn hurt I now reire is thus. 1165 it is in som good I have a thought. Knew I not how, but sin that I was wrought, any felt I switch a comfort, daric, she canth tonight, my lyf, that dorst I lee. Pandar answered, it may be well, why nuff. 1170 and held with him of all that ever he said, but in his hurt he thought, and soft lock, and to himself full soberly he said, from Hazelwood, the Ioli Robin pled, shall come all that thou abidest here, 1175 ye, farewell all the snow of Fernye. The wardine of the yates gan to call the folk which that without the yates were, and bade hem driven in her best sail, or all the night they most bleven there. 1180 and fur within the night, with many a tear, this Troilus gan whom would for to ride, for well he seeth it helpeth naught to bide. But Nathiels, he gladded him in this, he thought he misaccounted had he his day, 1185 and said, I understand have a miss. For thilk night I last Criseyde say, she said, I shall ben here, if that I may, that the man, oh dear hurt sweat. The Leon pass, out of this riot. 1194 which she may yet hold her by hest. And on the moor where you enter the yate he went, and up and down, by west and eke by est, up on the walls made he many a went. But for naught, his hope all wi him blent, 1195 for which at night, in Sorwell and Sykes saw, he went him whom, without any more. This hope clean out of his hurt fled he nath whereon now lenger for to hong, but for the pain him thout his hurt bled 1200 so were his throws sharp and wonder strong. For when he saw that she abode so long, he nist what he eugen of it might, sin she hath broken that she him beite. The thrid, firth, fifth, sixth day 1205 after those days 10, of which I told, betwixen hope and dread his hurt lay, yet som what trust in John her hest oldie. But when he saw she nuld her term hold, he can now see none other remedy, 1210 but for to shape him soon for to die. There with the wicked spirit, God us bless, which that men clepeth wodielously, gan in him crep, in all this heaviness, for which, by cause he wold soon die, 1215 he any eat any dronk, for his melancholy, and eke from every company he fled this was the lyf that the time he led He so defit was, that no main a man unneth might him now there he went, 1220 so was he lean, and there too pale and wan, and feeble, that he walketh by potent, and with his ire he thus himself enchinty. But whoso asked him whereof him smurt, he said, his harm was all about his hurt. 1225 Priam Phaloft, and eke his moder dear, his brethren and his sister gone him frame why he so sorrowful was in all his chere, and what thing was the cause of all his pain. But for naught, he nuld his cause plin, 1230 but said, he felt a grievous malady about his hurt, and fain he wold die. So on a day he laid him down to sleep, and so biful that in his sleep him thought, that in a forest fast he welk to weep 1235 for love of her that him these pains writ, and up and down as he the forest sought, he meet he saw for boar with tusks gret, that sleep in the bright sun's head. And by this boar, fast in his arms fold, 1240 lay kissing his lady bright Criseyde, foresaw well of which, when he it gan behold, and for despite, out of his sleep he brayed, and loud he cried on Pandarus, and said, O Pandarus, now I crop and wrote. 1245 I nam but deed, there is none other but. My lady bright Criseyde hath me betrayed, in whom I trusted most of any wight, she elsewhereth now her hurt apaid, the blissful gods, through her great might. 1250 Han in my dream why showed it full right. Thus in my dream Criseyde I have behold, and all this thing to Pandarus he told. O my Criseyde, alas! What subtlety! What new lust, what beauty, what science! 1255 What rot heaviest cause have ye to me? What guilt of me, what fell experienceth fro me raft, alas! Thyn advertence. O trust, O faith, O dip ace raunce, whoeth me reft Criseyde, al my plea saunce. 1260 Alas! Why let I you from hence go, for which well nay out of my wit I braid? Who shall now trow on any others mo? God wot I wendy, O lady bright, Criseyde, that every word was gospel that ye said. 1265 But who may bet beguilen, why if him list, than he on whom men winneth best to treast? What shall I do'n, my Pandarus, alas! I feel now so sharp a new pain, sin that there is no remedy in this case. 1270 That bet were it I with myn hons twain myselven slow, than always thus to plin. For through my death my woe should han an end, there every day with lyf myself I shindy. Pandar answered and said, alas the while 1275 that I was born, have I not said this, that drums many a man beguile? And why? For folk expounden hem amiss. How darst O sayne that false thy lady is, for any dream, right for thyno and dreed? 1280 Lat be this thought, thou canst no drums read. Paraunta, there thou drumest of this boar, it may so be that it may signify her fader, which that old is and eke hoa, I in the son lyth, on point to die. 1285 And she foresaw where jinneth weep and cry, and kisseth him, there he lyth on the ground thus shouldest O thy dream a right expound how might I then do, quod Troilus, to now of this, ye, were it never so light. 1290 Now sisto wysly quod this Pandarus, my rede is this, sin thou canst well endite, that hastily a letter thou writ, through which thou shalt well bringen it about, to now a sooth of that thou art in doubt. 1295 And see now why, for this idea are well sane, that if so is that she unto you be, I cannot trow that she will writ iane. And if she writ, thou shalt full soon see, as whether she hath any liberty 1300 to come iane, or else in som clause, if she be let, she will assign a cause. Thou'st not written her sin that she went, nor she to thee, and this I dorstly, there may switch cause been in her entente. 1305 That hardily thou wold thyselven see, that her abode the best is for Yahweh. Now writ her thern, and thou shalt feel so the val, there is no more to done. Accorded been to this conclusion, 1310 And that anoon, these ilk lords too, and hastily sit Troilus adown, and rolleth in his hurt to and fro, how he may best descriven her his woe. And to Criseyde, his own lady dear, 1315 he wrote right thus, and said as ye may hear. Right fresh flower, whose I have been and shall, without any part of elsewhere service, with hurt, body, lyf, lust, thought, and woeful wight, in every humble wis 1320 that tongue tell or hurt may devise, as oft as mater occupieth place, me recommend you to your noble grace. Liketh it yow to whiten, sweat hurt, as ye well know how long time agoon 1325 that ye me left in aspre pains smirt, when that ye went, of which yet but noon have I none had, but ever wes begoon fro day to day am I, and so mo dwell, while it yow list, of well and woe my well. 1334 which to yow, with dreadful hurt true, I writ, as he that saw where dryfth to writ, my woe, that every hour in caseth new, complining as idar or can endite. And that defaced is, that may ye white 1335 the terries, which that fro myning rain, that wold speak, if that they could, and plin. Yow first by seshai, that your eye clear to look on this defooled ye not hold, and over all this, that ye, my lady dear, 1340 wall vouch saw this letter to behold. And by the cause eke of my cares cold, that sleeth my wit, if aught amiss me astet, for ye vit me, myno and sweat hurt. If any servant dorst or aught of right 1345 up on his lady piteously complain, then when I, that I ch ought be that white, considered this, that ye these months twain han tarried, the ye sudden, sooth to sayn, but days 10 yenald in Ostsoyen, 1350 but in 2 months yet ye not return. But for as much as me moneds like that yow list, idar not plin more, but humbly with sorrowful psych, yow writ ichmyn unresty sore ways sore, 1355 fro day to day desiring evermore to know and fully, if your will it were, how ye han ferd and doon, whyl ye be there. The whose welfare and helle eke God increase in honour switch, that upward in degree 1360 it grow alway, so that it never cess, right as your hurt can, my lady free, devise, I pray to God so mote it be. And grant it that ye sewn up on me re well as wisely as in I am yow true. 1365 And if yow liketh knowen of the fair of me, whose woe there may no white describe, I can no more but, chest of every care, at writinge of this letter I was on live, already out my woeful ghost to drive. 1370 which I delay, and hold him yet in hond, upon the sight of mater of your sond. Myning too, in vain with which I see, of sorrowful terries salt on waxen wells, my song, in plint of myn adversity, 1375 my good, in harm, myne seek waxen hell is. My yow ye, in woe, I can say yow naught else, but turned is, for which my lyf I weary, ever yow ye or ease in his contrary. which with your coming whom I ein to Troy 1380 ye may redress, and, more 1,000 side than ever ich had increasen in me I ye. For was there never hurt yet so blithe to han his lyf, as I shall been as swith as I yall see, and, though no main ralth 1385 comiv yall, yet thinketh on your trouth. And if so be my guilteth death deserved, or if yall list no more up on me see, in gooden yet of that I have you served, by sesh I yall, myn hurts lady free, 1390 that here upon ye wolden writ me, for love of God, my right lodester, the death may make an end of all my wear. If other cause aught doth yall for to dwell, that with your letter ye me recomfort, 1395 for though to me your absence is an hell, with patience I will my woe comport, and with your letter of hope I will desport. Now reteth, sweat, and let me thus not plin, with hope, or death, delivereth me fro pain. 1400 why wis, myno and dear hurt true, I woot that, when ye next up on me see, so lost have I myn hele and eke myn hue, Criseyde shall naught can now me. Why wis, myn hurts day, my lady free, 1405 so thirsteth myn hurt to behold your beauty, that my lyf never I hold. I say no more, I'll have I for to see to you well more than I tell may, but whether that ye do me live or die, 1410 yet pray I God, so ye've ya right good day. And fareth well, goodly fair air fresh may, as ye that lyf or death me make command, and to your troth I me recommand with hele switch that, but ye yeven me 1415 the same hele, I shall noon hele have. In ulyth, when ya list that it so be, the day in which me clothen shall my grave. In yau my lyf, in yau might for to save me from disease of pains smirt, 1420 and fare now well, myno and sweat hurt. La vosta t. This letter forth was sent un to Criseyde, of which her answer in effect was this, full piteously she wrote ein, and said, that also soon as that she might, why wis, 1425 she wold come, and mend all that was miss. And finally she wrote and said him thern, she wold come, ye, but she nist when. But in her letter made she switch fests, that wonder was, and swareth she loveth him best, 1430 of which he fond but botmiles by hestes. But Troilus, thou mayst now, east or west, pipe in an ivy leaf, if that thee lest, thus good the world, God shield us fro mischance, and every wight that meaneth trow the vaunts. 1435 Incasan gan the woe fro day to night of Troilus, for to reinge of Criseyde, and lessen gan his hope and eke his might, for which down he in his bed him lid, he any eat, any dronk, any sleep, any word he said. 1440 imagining that she was unkindy, for which well nay he wakes out of his mindy. This dream, of which I told have eke beforen, may never come out of his remembrance, he thought well he had his lady lawn, 1445, and that Ioves, of his pursuance, him showed had in sleep the signify ounce of her untrouth and his disaventure, and that the boar was showed him in figure. For which he for Sibyl his sister sent, 1450 that called was Cassandra eke about, and his dream he told her he stent, and her by sutter soilen him the doubt of the strong boar, with tusks stout, and finally, within a light stoundy, 1455 Cassandra him gan write thus his dream expoundy. She gan first smile, and said, O brother dear, if thou a sooth of this desirest now, thou most a few of oldie stories hear, to purpose, how that fortune overthrow 1460th Lord's oldie, through which, within a throw, thou well this boar shalt now, and of what kind he comen is, as men in box findy. Diane, which that ruth was and in ire for Greeks null doon her sacrifice, 1465 any incense up on her altar set a fire, she, for that Greeks gone her so despise, rack her in a wonder cruel wis. For with a boar as great as ox in stall she made up fret her corn and vins ale. 1470 to slee this boar was the contrariest, amongs which there come, this boar to see, a maid, une of this world the best why praised, and Meleagre, lord of that country, he loved so this fresh maiden free 1475 that with his manhood, he wold stent, this boar he slow, and her the heed he sent, of which, as oldie books tellen us, the arose a contech and a great envy, and of this lord descended Tydeus 1480 by Lign, or else oldie books lie, but how this Meleagre gan to die through his moder, will I yow not tell, for too long it were for to dwell. Argument of the 12 books of Statius the Bay, associat profugum te Deo primus polymitum, tedi legatum dose insidius secundus, tertius Hemeniden canitit vats latitans, quartus habet regs in unts prilia subtum, mox furi len quintona racha it anguis, archimori bustum sexto ludic legunta, that Grios the bees it vatim septimus Fimbria, octoio secedit Tydeus, spes, vita pelasgia, ypomedon nano moricha cum part honopo, fulmine percussus, dissimo capaneus superatia, vndissimosis. Perimunt per vulnera fratres, argivam flentum narrat duodenus itinium. She told eke how Tydeus, she stent, 1485 to the strong city of the bees, to clim kingdom of the city, went, for his felor, Dawn Polymetes, of which the brother, Dawn Ethiocles, full wrongfully of the bees held the strength, 1490 this told she by proces, by length. She told eke how Hemenides astet, when Tydeus slough 50 knights stout. She told eke the prophesies by hurt, and how that 7 kings, with her root, 1495 bystuden the city about, and of the holy serpent, and the well, and of the furies, she gan him tell. Of Archimoris Beringe and the pleas, and how Amphiarax fill through the ground 1500 how Tydeus was slain, lord of Arges, and how ye bomber down in light else town d was drained, and deed part hone up of woundy, and also how Capanews the proud with thunder dint was slain, that cried loud. 1505 she gan eke tell him how that either brother, Ethiocles and Polymite also, at a Scarmike, esh of Hemslath other, and of Argives Wepinge and her woe, and how the town was brent she told eke though. 1510 and so descendeth down from Gestes Oldi to Diomed, and thus she spake and told. This ilk bore bitteneth Diomed, Tydeus sown, that down descended is fro Meligre, that made the boar to be lede. 1515 and thy lady, whereso she be, why wis, this Diomed her hurteth, and she his. Weep if thou wilt, or leaf, for, out of doubt, this Diomed is in, and thou art out thou sist not sooth quod he, thou sorceress. 1520 with all thy false ghost of prophecy. Thou winnest been a great divine res, now seest o not this fool of fantasy paineth her on ladies for to lie. Ori, quod he. The Ives yev thee saw where. 1525 thou shalt be false, paraunta, yet to more where. As well thou mightest lying on Alcest, that was of creatures, but men lie, that ever weren, kindest and the best. For when her house bond was in eu part I 1530 to die himself, but if she wold die, she chase for him to die and go to hell, and starve anon, as us the books tell. Cassandra goth, and he with cruel hurt foryate his woe, for anger of her spesh, 1535 and from his bed el so deanly he stood, as though el hul him had wy madalish. And day by day he gan enquire and sesh a sooth of this, with el his full cure, and thus he drieth forth his aventure. 1540 fortune, which that permutation of thingseth, as it is her committed through purveyance and disposition of high Iove, as Regnus shall ben flitted fro folk in folk, or when they shall ben smitted. 1545 gan pool ori the feathers bright of Troy fro day to day, till they ben bare vial ye. Among all this, the fyn of the parody of Hector gan approach in wonder blive, the fate wold his soul should unbody, 1550 and shapen had he a minute out to drive, eins which fate him helpeth not to strive, but on a day to fight and gan he wendy, at which, alas, he caught his lives endy. For which methinketh every man a white 1555 that haunteth arms ought to bewail the death of him that was so noble a knight, for as he drew a king by the ventail, unware of this, Achilles through the mail and through the body gan him for to rive. 1560 and thus this worthy knight was brought of life. For whom, as oldie books tellen us, was mad switch woe, that tongue it may not tell, and namely, the sore well of Troilus, that next him was of worthiness well. 1565 and in this woe gan Troilus to dwell, that, what for sore wear, and love, and for unrest, full oft a day he bade his hurt breast. But Nathiels, though he gan him despair, and da day that his lady was unto 1570 yet on her his hurt gan repair. And as these lovers doen, he sought anew to get ein Criseyde, bright of hue. And in his hurt he went her excusing, that calkers caused her to rynge. 1575 and oft time he was in purpose gret himselven like a pilgrim to disches, to seen her, but he may not counterfeit to been unknown of folk that were in wis, any find excuse right that may suffice. 1580 if he among the Greeks known were, for which he weep full oft many a tear. To her he wrote yet oft time knew full piteously, he left it naught for slouth, by seeking her that, sin that he was true. 1585 she wold come ein and hold her trouth. For which Criseyde up on a day, for routh, I take it so, touching this matter, row him ein, and sid as ye may hear. Cupid's Son, ensemble of good lyred, 1590 sword of knighthood, sowers of gentilesse. How might a wight in torment and in dread and hell Elise, yall send as yet gladness. I hurt Elise, I psych, I in distress, sin ye with me, nor I with yall may deally. 1595 yall neither send ich hurt me nor hele. Your letters full, the Papa ly plinted, conceiveth myn hurts piety. I have eke sane with Terry's depainted your letter, and how that ye requiren me 1600 to come ein, which yet any may not be. But why, lest that this letter founden were, no mention any make I now, for fear. Grievous to me, God woot, is your unrest, your haste, and that, the gods' ordinance. 1605 it seemeth not ye take it for the best. Nor other thingness in your remembrance, as thinketh me, but only your pleasance. But beth not ruth, and that I yall by sesh, for that I tarry, is for wicked spesh. 1610 for I have heard well more than I wendy, touching just to, how things han why stond, which I shall with dissimulingamendy. And beth naught ruth, I have eke understond, how ye any doen but holden me in hond. 1615 but now no force, I cannot in yall jes but trouth and gentilesse. Common I wall, but yet in switch dija int I stond as now, that what year or what day that this shall be, that can I not appoint. 1620 but in effect, I pray yall, as I may, of your good word and of your friendship For truly, whyl that my lyf may dure, as for a friend, ye may in me assure. Yet pray I yall on evil ye any take, 1625 that it is short which that I to yall writ, are not, there I am, well letters make, any never yet any could I well endite. Eke great effect men writ in place light. Than tent is and naught the letters space, 1630 and fareth now well, God have you in his grace. La vosta see. This Troilus this letter out strong, when he it sawth, and saw wherefully he sight, him thou it like a calendies of shonge, but finally, he full any trowen might 1635 that she any wold him holden that she hight, for with full evil will list him to live that loveth well, in switch cas, though him grove. But nathiels, men sayn that, at the last, for anything, men shall the soth see, 1640 and switch a caspitd, and that as fast, that Troilus well understood that she nas not so kindy as that her ought be. And finally, he woot now, out of doubt, that earl is lost that he hath been about. 1645 stood on a day in his melancholy this Troilus, and in suspicion of her for whom he wended for to die. And so biful, that throughout Troy town, as was the giz, Wybor was up and down 1650 a maina kotama, as sith the story, before and I Feb, in scene of his victory, the which coat, as telleth Lollius, die Febit had wyrent from Diomed the same day, and when this Troilus 1655 it saw, he gan to taken of it heard, arvaising of the length and of the breed, and all the work, but as he gan behold, full so deanly his hurt gan to cold, as he that on the cola fond within 1660 abroach, that he Criseyde yaff that more where that she from Troy most Ned's twin, in remembrance of him and of his sore where, and she him lid in her faith to bore where to kepit but now, full well he wist, 1665 his lady nas no lenger on to treast. He gooth him whom, and gan full soon sendi for Pandarus, and all this new shones, and of this brooch, he told him word and endi, complinage of her hurts very ounce, 1670 his long love, his troth, and his penaunce, and after death, without en words more, full fast he cried, his rest him to restore. Then spake he thus, O Lady Myn Criseyde, where is your faith, and where is your behest? 1675 Where is your love, where is your troth? He said, of Diomed have ye now all this fest? Alas, I wold have trot at the lest, that, sin ye nuld in troth to me stond, that ye thus nuld han holden me in hond. 1680 Who shall now trow on any others mo? Alas, I never wold han wend, this, that ye, Criseyde, could han shoned so, any, but I had a guilt and do namis, so cruel wendi I not your hurt, why wis, 1685 to slee me thus, alas, your name of troth is now fordoon, and that is all my wrath. Was there none other brooch thou list let to fef with your new love? Quod he, but thilk brooch that I, with Terry's wet, 1690 yao yaff, as for a remembrance of me. None other cause, alas, any had ye but for despite, and eke for that ye meant aloutily to shewen your entente. Through which I see that clean out of your mind 1695 ye han me cast, and I any can nor may, for all this world, within myn hurt find to unloven yow a quarter of a day. In cursed time I born was, wheel away. That ye, that doon me all this woe endure, 1700 yet love I best of any creature. Now God quod he, me send yet the grace that I may meeten with this Diomed. And truly, if I have might and space, yet shall I make, I hope, his Sid's blede. 1705 O God, quod he, that oughtest taken her to forthen trouth, and wrongs to punice, why nilt thou do vengeance of this vice? O Pandora, that in drums for to treast me blamedest, and wont art oft upbraid, 1710 now mayst o see thyself, if that thee list, how true is now thiness, bright Criseyde. In sundry forms, God it woot he said, the gods shewen both I ow ye and ten in slep, and by my drum it is now sane. 1715 and certainly, without more spec, from henceforth, as for forth as I may, myno and death in arms while I sesh, I reck ye not how soon be the day. But truly, Criseyde, sweat me, 1720 whom I have with all my might why served, that ye thus doon, I have it naught deserved. This Pandarus, that all these things heard, and wist well he said a sooth of this, he naught a word I to him answered, 1725 for sorry of his friend is sore where he is, and shamed, for his nurseth do miss, and stand of these causes tway, as still as stoon, a word any could he see. But at the last thus he spake, and said, 1730 my brother dear, I may thee do no more. What shall I say? I hate, why wis, Criseyde. And, God wot, I will hate her evermore. And that thou me by suttest doon of your, havinge un to myn honor ne my rest 1735 right no reward, I died all that thee lest. If I died aught that might liken thee, it is me lief, and of this to sin now, God woot, that it a sore well is un to me. And dreadelies, for hurts ease of yow, 1740 right fain wold I amend it, wist I how. And fro this world, Almighty God I pray, deliver her soon, I can no more see. Gret was the sore well and plint of Troilus, but forth her cause fortune gan to hold. 1745 Criseyde loveth the son of Tydeus, and Troilus mo weapon cares cold. Switch is this world, whoso it can behold, in estat is light el hurts rest, God leave us for to take it for the best. 1750 in many cruel battle, out of dread, of Troilus, this ilk noble knight, as men may in these oldie books read, was sane his knighthood and his great might. And dreadelies, his ire, day and night, 1755 full cruelly the Greeks say about, and always most this Diomed he sought. And oft time, I find that they meet with bloody strokes and with words great, a saying how her spres were and whet, 1760 and God it woot, with many a cruel het gan Troilus upon his helm to beat. But Nathiels, fortune it naught any wold, of others hond that either should. And if I had taken for to writ 1765 the arms of this ilk worthy man, then wold I of his battles endite. But for that I to writ first begun of his love, I have said as that I can. His worthy deeds, whoso list hem here, 1770 read des, he can tell hem ly fear. Bisekin every lady bright of hue, and every gentle woman, what she be, that be that Criseyde was unto, that for that guilt she be not wroth with me. 1775 Ye may her guilt in other box see, and gladlier I will written, if thou lest, Penelope's troth and good Alcest. Any I say not this all only for these men, but most for women that betrayst be 1780 through false folk, God yev hem sore where, Amen. That with her great wit and subtlety betrays yow. And this comiveth me to speak, and in effect yow I pray, beth war of men, and hearkeneth what I see. 1785 Go, litel book, go litel myn tragedy, the God thy maker yet, that he die, so send he might to make in som comedy. But litel book, no making down envy, but subject be to poesy, 1790 and kiss the steps, whereas thou seest pace Virgil, Ovid, Homer, Lucan, and Stace. And for there is so great diversity in English and in writing of our tongue, so pray I God that noon misread thee, 1795 any thee mismetra for default of tongue. And read whereso thou be, or else song, that thou be understand I God besesh. But yet to purpose of my rather spesh. The wrath, as I began yow for to see, 1800 of Troilus, the Greek sporten dear, 4000 his haunts maddened, as he that was without any peria, save Hector, in his time, as I can hear. But willory, save only God's will, 1805 dispitously him slough the fire so kill. And when that he was slain in this mania, his light goosed full blissfully is went up to the hollowness of the seventh spere, in converse Latin every element, 1810 and there he saw, with full avicement, the erratic stirrers, hearkening harmony with sounds full of heavenish melody. And down from thence fast he gan avis this light spot of earth, that with the sea 1815 embraced is, and fully gan despise this wretched world, and held vanity to respect of the plin felicity that is in heaven above, and at the last, there he was slain, his looking down he cast, 1820 and in himself he look right at the woe of him that wepten for his death so fast, and dampened our work that full weth so the blindy lust, the which that may not last, and shoulden our hurt on heaven. Cast. 1825 and forth he went, shortly for to tell, there as Mercury sorted him to dwell. Switch fyneth, lo, this Troilus for love, switch fyneth his great worthiness, switch fyneth his estate real above, 1830 switch fyn his lust, switch fyneth his noblesse, switch fyneth false world's brutalness. And thus began his loving of Criseyde, as I have told, and in this wis he did. O young fresh folks, he or she, 1835 in which that love upgroweth with your age, repaireth whom from worldly vanity, and of your hurt upcasteth the visage to thilk God that after his image yow made, and thinketh illness but a fair air. 1840. This world, that passeth soon as flowers fair air, and loveth him, the which that write for love upon a cross, our souls for to be, first staff, and ruse, and sit in heaven above, for he nil false and no white. Daic. 1845. That wall his hurt el huli on himly, and sin he best to love is, and most meek, what needeth feigned loves for to seek. Lo here, of paeans course doldiretes, lo here, what el her gods may avail. 1850. Lo here, these wretched world's appetites, lo here, the fyn and gooden for travail of Iove, Apollo, of Mars, of switch rascale. Lo here, the form of oldie clerks spech in poetry, if ye her box sesh. 1855. O moral Gower, this book I direct to thee, and to the philosophical strode, to vouch and sorth, therein it is, to correct, of your benignities and zeals good. And to that soth fast Christ, that staff on road. 1860. With lmyn hurt of mercy ever I pray, and to the Lord right thus I speak and see, thou un, and two, and three, turn on life, that regnist in three and two and un, uncircumscript, and mayst circumscribe. 1865. Us from visible and invisible foon defendi, and to thy mercy, ever attune, so make us, Isus, for thy grace dign, for love of maid and moder thyn benign. Amen. Explicit liber Troilus and Criseyde. End of the project Gutenberg ebook Troilus and Criseyde. Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.